you know, but we'll see.
Now that we've covered the Paul portion of the interview, I'm going to go to the Kevin portion. What is the least impressive part about Kevin?
That's hard.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are unimpressive.
Sure.
Here's what's most impressive about Kevin. Kevin has an uncanny ability to know where the camera is or where the camera is not. Meaning if there is no camera, he's not going to be there. You know what I mean? Which makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Because if there's no camera there, technically it didn't even happen. You know what I mean? So that's what I'll say.
Okay. Good bunt. Let's go to Tim. Tim, do you have any questions?
I mean, I'm learning a lot about Kevin throughout this process. It's a mystery that is unfolding. Has Kevin given you any advice about how to survive a season here that's an Ironman and something he's done before, Kevin?
I'm hoping he does.
Respectfully, I did not ask you this question. I asked Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, no, I mean, all jokes aside, I mean, Kevin's done the PGF a bunch of different times and he's a veteran, you know, and like we're training partners, close friends. So it's definitely a huge benefit to know like how this shit goes, what you're supposed to do, what strategies are. So like all jokes aside, it is definitely a big asset, you know? I'm not going to give him any credit when this goes well for me, but you know, it is a huge asset theoretically.
In return, I would like to go back to my original question, which is, what are the least impressive parts about Kevin Sherrill?
The least impressive parts? All right, so I've coached Kevin in a lot of different matches, you know, and he has a lot of impressive skill sets, right? Like really good wrestler, like won a bunch of things, like good heel hooks, all these things. But Kevin has an uncanny ability to just decide that he wants to get his guard passed. So like he'll just random matches. He's just like, yo, I could easily win this match if I just wrestled and got on top. And then he's like, no, actually, I'm going to go on bottom, play zero guard and get my guard passed. And actually the worst, I'll tell you a story. November of 2022, we're doing a 3v3 in Chicago. And we're in the finals, and all Kevin has to do is basically, if he subs his guy on the first of it was a 3v3, we win. Kevin proceeds to let this guy put him in like 400 submissions, almost get submitted like 7 times. Then I have to go out, carry the team. So to this day, I feel like Kevin owes me $1,667, which is 5,000 divided by 3, which is what we won that day.
Is this where the Kevinette story comes
Unfortunately, yes. So Midwest Finishers asked Kevin what the team name should be. They didn't ask us. They asked Kevin. And then he said the Kevinettes, and they were like, oh yeah, that's totally reasonable. They definitely agreed to it. And then they just ran with it. And then this guy, literally the first round, he went to announce it, and he was like, the Kevinettes. And then by the end of it, he's like yelling it because we were winning. You know what I mean? And then that was that kind of.
Great. I'd like to now turn over the questioning to Kevin Sherrill.
Finally. What's up?
You can ask him a question.
Oh, do I have to?
I mean, it's kind of the way we do
we're done
here. Okay.
Yeah, man. You have a variety. Do you feel overlooked? Are you I think you've been overlooked here. I'm just going to go ahead and cut you off. Take your answer. How do you feel about that? What does that do for you going into this thing?
Yeah. So honestly, yes, because I've beaten a lot of the guys that are on this thing already. And my game is definitely more positional than it is like flashy, crazy submissions. But a lot of like, that doesn't mean I can't do submissions. You know what I mean? So like in 6 minutes, like good fucking luck to a lot of these guys, you know? But honestly, I thought I was going to get walked and go for like $100, which honestly would have made the storyline a little bit better. But even still, like $1,000, I feel like I could like really perform and then go back to like cut to them being like, oh, up and come, you know what I mean? Like whatever. So it's a pretty good outcome, I'll say, but we'll see. I mean, shit, I could go out there and just fucking suck for 4 days straight. So.
Please don't, because I think you're on one of my teams.
Yeah, well,
my team.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, no, I have you in one. He has you in this one. And
I'm not going to.
And he took you fairly early.
Yeah,
so I think that was a very good sign of confidence because
well, there you go.
It was an open forum, and he was like, I got to go with my boy.
There we go.
He's really trying to make sure that he is selling you on the upside. So it's not just him talking the walk right now.
Talk though, I feel like in jiu-jitsu, there's a lot of teams that just like train in the same place. But there's not a lot of places that are like a core team of people that are actually friends. You know what I mean? And so like the three of us, like myself, Paul Ardilla, Sergio Ardilla, his brother, Kevin, and the guys that we train with, like MMA guys, whatever, like we don't just train. You know what I mean? Like these are our friends and like we just go together wherever the fuck, you know, whatever we're doing. So I kind of knew that, but also fuck all those guys.
Understood.
You know? So.
Having said that, I'd like to come to your drip.
My drip?
Yep.
Okay.
What you're wearing here.
So, you know what's funny about that is I got roasted backstage because I was standing next to somebody like, yo, that shirt's kind of short. And I was like, no, it's not. It's just hard to buy proper threads when you're tall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like a lot of people who are, 5'9" and below, like Kevin, they see a shirt like this and they're like, that's kind of short. It's like, actually, no, this is a large, but 6'2" people, that kind of thing. But no, I mean,
people, that's a medium.
That's the other thing. If you take professionalism, ability to speak to the mic fluently, dressing, and we'll say all other manners, our team wins by a lot. Like, it's not even close.
First of all, I don't think they should be roasting you like that. I think that's rude,
ASL
especially when you have such a great bowling league that you're a part of, clearly. So I
Bowling league
feel
is funny.
like you came here and I saw you and I legitimately had a double take because it was like, you look like one of my cousins. Just like, oh, Mia. Ladies. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It is your favorite BJJ podcaster, your friendly one from the neighborhood, Rafa Sparza, coming to you live right now from PGF headquarters. It has been a great day for grappling thus far, and I am very excited to bring you back here. Guys, we have a lot to get to on this beautiful election day. Hopefully tomorrow we are done seeing ads on our television. I know you don't love them because I don't love them. So we're going to go and check in with our good friends, and the first one being Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I got my best Tucker Carlson suit on for Election Day. I am ready to get going and nominate PGF Day 2 for your viewing pleasure today. Turn everything else off. This is what you need to be watching. PGF Day 2. I'm stoked. I'm pumped. The meat grinder is up and running, and somebody's going to get ground.
Beautiful. You've already been fact-checked just wearing that outfit. Kevin, we come to you next. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I think this is the day. This is the day where we start to see the narratives and the plot lines start to flesh out, and also the PGF is happening. It's going to be great.
I like that you start off by saying, this is the day. Today is the day.
Your
Yesterday
Independence
wasn't
Day
the
speech.
day, but today is the day. And then is tomorrow the day?
Yeah, I was about to say, just wait till tomorrow.
All right, well, let's look at the gang here, all assembled. We have a lot to get to, and look at this. Why don't we start right up top? We have a lot of updates to get to here today. We'll start with this one right now, and let's put some time on the clock so that we can make this expeditious. But first, I want to ask you guys for some updates here. There's a lot of stuff going on, so I figured I'd go to you guys. You each have a task on what you were supposed to be updating us here today, and I'm going to start with you first, Tim Freeman. What do you have to update us about?
So I got a couple things. One is Davis Asare is in today, and he's got a tough schedule. He's got to fight Marcin. He's got to go up against Travis Thomas, and he finishes the day with Dory Aoun. Not going to be an easy day for him, but he is competing. Andre Porifio is out. He is going to be most likely replaced by Abraham Lamontagne, or the Mountain, and he doesn't have an easy day either. He's got to fight Fedor Nikolov, Ryan Aiken, and Kyle Bain. And finally, Carlos Machado, from what I heard, allegedly took his team to the UFC Performance Institute this morning, and they got some training in privately. They didn't want to share the room with anyone. And it sounds like they brought in UFC fighter Torres Finley, who is 10-0 right now, and he's a big dude, and Carlos was showing some tactics and strategies for dealing with the big guys. So look for big things from Intrana today.
That's a very interesting pickup. Great reporting there, Tim. Kevin, do you have that kind of airtight update for us, sir?
I have an addendum. His name is Torres Finney.
Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate that.
He's a friend. We've trained with him before.
That's why I didn't bring you tea.
He comes by American Top Team. He's a good guy. I didn't want him to miss out on the chance to be promoted. He is a phenomenal fighter. He's been on the Dan White Contender Series. I want y'all to notice that this is the closest season we have had yet. As far as team points go, every single team is one submission away from each other. All it takes, this is why you've got guys like Davis Asare saying, I need to stay in for my team because we are in the running. We are one submission away, and if we put in an alternate and that alternate, say, gets caught slipping, all of a sudden, the picture changes. It's going to be a really, really intense day. I think everyone is aware of it. I haven't seen teams this cohesive before. Yesterday, you had a lot, well, not since the early days of the PGF. Season 3, there was a lot of cohesiveness. Let's not get crazy. But this is the first time since the money has gotten this big that you've seen these elite athletes like pull together because they see how real this is. They've started to see the game, and I want the spectators to keep an eye on those team scores as we go through.
Thank you for that update. And you know what I love about that is I love that you don't look old, Kevin. But when you start referencing things like, back in the old days for the PGF, there was not cohesion, children. I know we're on our 7th cycle now.
I'm a very young 64.
You believe me, nobody is older than me, soul-wise, at this table. So I feel very strongly about that. We've been able to give you some updates here, but I do know there is a big update that some of you may be interested in hearing. And I think it's important to update people to hear. Now, before I do this for the fantasy points, let me just give you a quick little preface here, which is the following. These numbers are based on Egghead. And Egghead gets a little bowdy if you challenge him for numbers. Now, he said things as succinct as, you don't know more than me. You can't, if it comes to numbers, you cannot debate me. So, okay. Proceed with caution. But these are based on the numbers that I saw last night. So here's the update. for our individual fantasy teams here. At 4 points is Egghead currently. The person who says don't challenge him on numbers has an astounding 4 points. Tim currently has 9 points. Next, 21 points belongs to yours truly. And in currently first place, Kevin and his team at 24 points. Now, these were close, and Kevin tried to do the math yesterday and failed miserably multiple times, where I was like, I feel comfortable where I'm at. And Kevin goes, oh, it's not looking good for me. Wait, it is. No, it's not. Oh, God. And I realized maybe we shouldn't let Kevin be in charge of counting things.
I didn't become a professional grappler because I'm good at numbers.
You said you're good at stats, sir.
I said
you
I enjoy
stats.
Listen, calm down from second place.
You're not good
Clearly,
at-
I'm doing something right.
I
You're
see
not good
that.
at letters either because you flashed the wrong grade yesterday as well.
Listen,
I wasn't good at PE either. I couldn't say that. I was picked last.
it's just so wonderful to me that yesterday he saw a very calm look on my face, and I was legitimately
I was
trying to
terrified.
ask him. And I was just like, hey, bud, how am I doing? And he goes, I don't want to talk about it.
I said, you can say it. I said, fuck you. I thought he knew he was in the lead.
I legit didn't do the detailed numbers fully, but I was like, I'm doing fine. Because here's the big thing that people need to remember. That's just day one. It is not something you can carry very confidently, because that is literally one leg break between first and second place. So let alone if somebody goes on a run and starts racking up back points and rear naked chokes. So we are in for a horse race, except for Egghead. However, Egghead has good members on his team. It's just, let's revel in this for a moment and enjoy the fact that Egghead is currently 4th place out of how many people?
I think it's 4.
It's 4. Oh, did you take Tim out of the equation? Is that what's happening here?
Math.
Good Lord.
Get some.
Math is get some indeed. All right, let's go to our next topic right now, guys. So we thought it'd be interesting. We have some amazing sponsors here, and there was a nice little pre-show speech that was given to all the athletes. And yes, they make this go round. So this is not in any way talking about the current sponsors like Salt, who have been very good to this show specifically. We're looking for new sponsors based off the gameplay, or people maybe we should be looking to go after as we continue to expand the sport, because maybe they might provide us something that we sorely need. So with that in mind, I'd like for these two gentlemen to make their pitches for potential new sponsors here at the PGF. And I'll start with you, Kevin Sherrill.
I'd like to pitch Golden Corral to come join the prestigious group of sponsors for this phenomenal league. I think if you've seen the way that a lot of these professional grapplers eat, namely Kyle Chambers, I think we need it. We need to keep these men fed. We need them able to be fueled and competing. And Golden Corral is the best way to do that affordably, as long as you're okay with not knowing how it was prepared or how long it's been sitting there. And I think we're ready to make that deal.
Copy that. Thank you very much for that, Kevin. I appreciate you. All right, now I come to you, Tim Freeman.
That's a good sponsor. I think I might actually have a better one. Guys, don't you hate it when you don't have a place to sit or fall? Don't you hate it when you're out shopping with your wife for a new blouse for her and you can't find a place to sit, and you finally see the couch with that other lone dude there sitting, relaxing, and it's like an oasis in the desert. You go sit down and you have a nice little time. I'm talking about Couchables. Couchables. That's right, Couchables. I said it, Raph. You might be thinking, what is a Couchable and how does it relate to the PGF?
I guarantee you nobody's thinking that.
This is what they're thinking, and I'm going to tell them.
Okay.
A Couchable is a euphemism for when you get thrown by somebody in jiu-jitsu. And you see your feet up in the lights, and you have that thought in your head, where am I going to land? I hope it's a soft, comfy couch. In the PGF, it is. It's also a nice, safe place for people to sit. We got a great line of Couchables. They have sliding casters on the bottom of them with break tension releases. You could have it slide 3 feet, 2 feet, or no feet at all. Fuck them. Let them get hurt. If you sign up right now, Couchables, we got a 3-pack deal. It is the limited edition Andy Varela Couchable 3-pack. It's Scotch guarded. You don't want to get their staph juice on your body. Easy to wash. The covers come off. They go on. Perfect complement for your house and your dojo. We're talking Couchables. Take a seat.
Thank you very much for that, Tim. We will continue on now to our next topic, which is, listen, you're trying to fetch Couchable, and I want to be very clear, I'm not in favor of it.
It is a force that will not be able to be stopped. I have opened Pandora's box. You've seen Hellraiser. You know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, Hellraiser 10. Like, they literally kept burning them out. I remember thinking the first one was pretty cool. My sister showed it to me when I'm a child, and I go, okay, this won't scar me emotionally. And then as I kept watching them, I go, you know, maybe you shouldn't mess with this dude. Just let him kind of run amok and have his own world, and then concentrate on yours.
Agreed.
I digress. Horror movie solved very easily. All right, let's go to our next topic, which is advice. Now, listen, nobody's coming up to us and asking us what to do to fix their teams, but maybe they should. So I thought here we'd give our correspondents, our co-hosts, the opportunity to give some unsolicited advice. Tim, I'd like to hear yours with time on the clock.
Well, you know, I'm going to try to give good advice. And the first team I'm going to look to is Gracie's first form. They got 10 points. They're in second place. They have Ardea and Bame. They're going to put up big numbers. You just got to keep running them out there. They have some favorable matchups coming in day 2 and day 3. And listen, worst comes to worst, Roger can put himself in and just fight everybody, earn the money, and take the bag home. So that's always an option. Dean Lister's consolation is at 7. You know, right now, Marcin is carrying the team. He's going to have to figure out how to get other guys involved. He's going to have to motivate them. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard run for Marcin to carry that entire team. Pedro Sauer's New Hope has 12, which is insane. All of his players are scoring points, which is a huge deal. I think he needs to do more of the same. Keep them encouraged, keep them pushing forward. Let those guys do their thing. The team I think that really needs some advice in a good way is Carlos Machado's Entrana. I say turn Elijah Carlton loose. He's better off the mat than he is on the mat. He politics. He lobbies, he gets in people's faces, he can cross the aisle, he gets the deal done. Outside of that, you guys need to do some recovery. I'm talking, you know, everything you could do. Cold plunge, heat plunge, the full Kevin Sherrill treatment, drink some salt electrolytes, stay healthy, and get out there.
Thank you for that. Kevin.
I think we need to talk about a spa day. I think we need to talk about the profound effect it can have upon your team. And you need to convince as many athletes from other teams to take that spot. We are one submission away from being in the lead if you're anyone who's not already in the lead, and you are one submission away from being caught. So we're already starting to run out of alternates. I think you can convince those guys. I think you can start talking to them. We had some seminars offered up. We had tax advice, offer up a sauna day, and then lock the door. Problem solved. That man doesn't show up. Nobody's going to look twice at a jiu-jitsu athlete who doesn't understand punctuality. I think we're good to go. You just start locking guys in saunas. You can even pile them up. There's no way you can't do multiple of them into the same sauna. And with how double jeopardy works, you're fine. That's only one kidnapping cost. You're good to go.
I think, you talking about murder?
I said kidnapping.
Okay.
Listen, if you want to recommend murder, how bad do you want this money, you know?
To the Dateline producers watching this, please know, not affiliated.
For legal purposes,
anything.
that was a joke.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to move to our next topic here, which is new alts. So you may notice athletes' knees going very quickly, but that's only day 1 of action. We may run through all of our alternates if it goes at this trajectory. So I wanted to put the boys to work and have them give some alternates that they can suggest for maybe some people who can compete in this competition. I turn to you first, Kevin Sherrill.
I say we put in Lieutenant Dan from
No.
Forrest Gump. I think we're good to go. What are you going to do? You don't have leg locks available. I think he's the hero we need. I think we put him in. No, you need to find somebody, like, with the rate we're running through breaks and alternates, it's been a nasty season so far. I don't think we're done. That was day 1, unfortunately. I think we need to put in like a solid another season's worth of alternates. This has been outrageous. Hopefully everybody's fine and good to go. But I don't think one's going to do it. I think we need to bring back the entire previous season, slide them in, we're good to go.
Tim.
So I got a couple names for you. One is Chris Olivos. If we have to alternate for an alternate, I'm thinking circa 2001, Are You Gonna Go My Way, Lenny Kravitz. He's got the glasses. He's got the faux jacket. I think he could pull it off. And Kravitz has got great defense. He can sing-song himself out of any submission. He could just be like, hey, got me in a calf slicer. I wrote a song about that. Would you like to hear it? So I think he's be a good matchup there. The other one I got is, and this is a swerve. We're going to do a full trade. We're going to trade Kimoy Anderson for Mike Tyson. Mike is going to fight in the PGF, and Kimoy is going to take on Jake Paul. We're just going to make that trade straight across and see how it plays out. We're talking main character. Let's go all the way with it. Lastly, I think if we need a coach replacement, we could replace Carlos Machado, God forbid, with Joe Coy. I think it could work. Bearded Joe Coy, gray and white. He could coach in the voice of his mother. You got to get at it. Like all that stuff. I think, what do you guys think?
I was with you with Lenny Kravitz because I have a Lenny Kravitz impression. So up until there, I was kind of
I thought those were just as good as Kevin's.
Is that? Yeah, that's low bar,
Hold
though.
on, here we go. The 3, 2, 1. What do you say? Every time I heard Lenny Kravitz sing, it's always in a weird nasal. So it's always in a American woman, stay away from me. I'm off.
He has a deviated septum.
He does. Hey, wait, first of all, rude, but he plays guitar very well. We love you, Lenny. Let's go to our next topic. All right, this is kind of an interesting thing in this particular sense, which is what would you do in these situations? So we're going to kind of map out the scene of what was happening live. And we did realize that yesterday there were a few moments that maybe might require us to figure out what we would do in that situation. So for 30-second increments, I'm going to come to you first, Tim Freeman. Describe your scene and then tell us what you would have done in that situation.
Let's see if this is the clip I sent you.
We are not doing clips. We are moving ahead.
Okay. What would I have done?
Yeah, so describe the scene and then tell us what you would have done.
So what I did was I opened up a salt packet. I pre-cut it open because I was going to pour it in and drink it as a bit, and I didn't want to have to deal with opening it up. I was so unnerved by the Fifth Circuit Court of PGF Season 7, their decision to go against me, that I got upset and I picked up that pack and I ripped it with my teeth, and as I did it, the whole thing fell in my lap. I'll tell you what I would have done. And it's controversial. It's highly controversial, but I would have showed up to court with no pants. That's what I would have done, because then I could have just stood up, dusted myself off, and walked away instead of having to dab myself down and clean my navy trousers up. And that court was out of line anyway. I don't even think I needed to wear pants to that
Kevin,
court.
you now have the floor. What would you have done in your scenario?
So if you watch at the end of the match with Ernesto versus Fedor, we saw a very interesting technique, jiu-jitsu being pioneered live, with Ernesto throwing about 6 hooks from the back, trying to open Fedor up. Fedor did the classic Home Alone defense to protect. He was on short time with inside of a body triangle with Ernesto on his back. Ernesto couldn't dig under the hands, so he just started swinging left and right, trying to wrap up the face. And to his credit, did get under the chin, ended up with a fully locked rear naked choke, didn't get the tap before the time ran out. I think what you have to do there is you have to start bobbing and weaving, because Ernesto's not a boxer, he's a jiu-jitsu guy. You start slipping, then you look for the counter, right? You throw that counter hook, that's where guys get knocked out. They don't see it coming. It's the shot you don't see coming. I think we needed to mix our martial arts. That was where we fell short, and it's the next step in jiu-jitsu innovation is just punching the guy.
Thank you for that. And in response to some people in the comments, we see Craig Jones is in there. Hello, Craig. I also saw here it says, Raph, don't do that shit again. You're good at the pre-show, not the halftime performance. I don't think you know what kind of halftime performance I would have done. You don't need to be able to sing to do the halftime performance. Black Eyed Peas. Anyways, let's move on to our next topic, which is vote. Hey, listen, I can think of no more important thing than a civic duty.
Yes.
So what I want to do right now is I want to turn it to a vote, and I think it's important. So in the comment section, if you guys would be willing to vote for the best pre-show element in grappling, we'd love to hear your response. So go ahead, put your vote in the comment section, and look at the following options. You got the PGF, which is us, for free. Subversive, which was us, for free. The Bullpen, ADCC's CJI Super Show, for free $99. Or Flow Grappling, which you do pay $149 per year. I don't know what their show is called. I don't care for it. But I will tell you, it does exist. So if you get in your votes right now, we'll have it tabulated. And thanks to our supercomputers, we'll be able to get that result in 3, 2, hey, we won!
Fantastic, fantastic.
I knew we had it in us. Democracy. I knew we had it in us. Good job, you guys.
System works. Oh, that was brutal.
That wasn't rigged.
Hollywooded me.
Yeah. Anyway, let's storm the Capitol. Next thing, Bizarro. What we wanted to do for a quick little vote was talking about the effect of this. Yes, it is in no-gi, but Craig Jones, entertain us for a second here. What if this was taking place in the gi? And I'd like to get you guys with 30-second takes on this particular one. So I'm going to come to you first. Tim, tell us how this would have gone down with this group of people for PGF Season 7 in the gi.
So straight away, what would have happened is the event would have been shut down for black belts competing without a valid registration. That would have been immediately changed, and then the format would have been switched to points only. I kid. I think probably it would have been really interesting to actually see this group of guys in the gi. I think I would be really afraid of dudes like Kyle Bain with the gi on. I think if he puts his hands in a collar, it's going to be a super duper long day for you. It would be interesting to see. I would bet there would not be couchables. Those couchables would be probably snuggables because they'd be so tight with the gi. They'd be really together and just kind of bump into the couch. I'd like to see it, but we'd have to see it with a independent organization running it like the PGF. That would be awesome. I think I would still watch it. You'd have to calibrate the rule set just right. Otherwise, styling could be an issue with the jacket wrestling.
Thank you very much. I'll go to you now. Kevin.
Well, staying in the same hotel as the rest of the PGF athletes, you have 2 judo national teams, the Georgian national team and the French national team. I think what you do, you finish the draft, wherever it goes, do whatever you want, doesn't matter. Suddenly all your guys are injured. Crazy. How unfortunate. You bring in the judo national team, whoever's got free time, who cares, right? And then you tell them, hey, man, that couch, that's an ippon. We've got no cushions whatsoever, like those things right in front of them, that's just a rug, right? Concrete, you're good to go. We make it one day, and this whole thing gets shut down, deals with lawsuits. It's brutal. But entertainment value, we're going viral.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. I want to get to our last topic here, which is the gallery. And here are the results for the gallery. We just have 2 comments, I believe. I'm not sure if our director has them or can spot them. If they do exist, I would love to see one now. Nope, does not exist. All right. Fear does not exist in this dojo, and I'll tell you why you don't see any, people. It's because your comments have kind of sucked. So they didn't even merit roasting at this moment.
Yeah, they were weak.
So... yeah. I guess what I'm saying is, give us some quality comments. We'll be looking maybe for the post-show. We'll bring some up. But for right now, I think that's going to do it for us here at the pre-show at the Bullpen. Here's what's happening. We're going to throw the action, so don't go anywhere. We got a whole 30 set of matches for your entertainment. As soon as those are done, come right back here, hang out with your boys. And on behalf of Tim Freeman, Kevin Sherrill, myself, Raph Esparza, thank you for watching. It's been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive. People with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you wanted to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF World Champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more. All back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF Proving Grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Bohm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
Las Vegas, Nevada, a city known for high stakes, is the site of PGF World Season 7. Points have been scored, frontrunners have established themselves, and their campaign continues tonight. It is match day 2 of PGF World, and it's powered by Once Upon a Coconut. We are live inside a secret locale for match day 2 here of PGF World. Hey everybody, I'm TJ DeSantis along with the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, and apparently it's a casual Tuesday, BMAC. Where's the suit? Where's the tie?
Listen, this is probably the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me. I got outdressed by TJ DeSantis. I just didn't have time, if I'm being honest with you, to go put my suit on. I'm putting out fires out here, trying to bring this thing out here for you.
I don't know, that Epic Roll shirt looks pretty good. Maybe.
Hey, at least I got a sponsor out here, you know.
There you go. Well, match day 1 is officially in the books. We've seen, competitors take the mat 3 times apiece, and no surprise, Ryan Aiken did really well yesterday. He's on the board. It looked like we were going to potentially finish day 1 without the jabroni getting any points, but Elijah Carlton comes through with his final match of the night, and momentum firmly on his side as we head into match day 2.
Yeah, Elijah coming through big time, man. That was a huge moment for him And again, just solidifying that he's the king of this rule set. He's absolutely the king of the PGF rule set. Marcin, though, for me, is the big star of yesterday. Marcin Machulovic, the Polish Punisher. He had an awesome day, and he's walking around with a chip on his shoulder out there, TJ. He's just, every time he gets a chance on the mic, he's like, I'm coming for you. I'm not getting the respect that I want. My country and Europe, the European Jiu-Jitsu, not getting the respect that it deserves. That guy's going to have a big day again, I think.
Yeah, we talked so much about confidence and momentum, and I think he walked out of here, maybe with the most confidence. Coming in, maybe not the most well-known established guy. He said, listen, I'm going to make the world know my name. And after match day 1, safe to say, BMAC, everybody in PGF world knows his name.
We all know his name. Only a couple of us can say it, but we all know it.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking back at the action, what's your biggest takeaways from match day 1? Anything that we should be, keyed in on for match day 2?
Well, I guess one of the big things for me is that first form team is not in first place.
Right.
They're first form, but they're not first place. Team New Hope coming in at number 1. They had a great day, man. I think pretty much everybody expected either first form or Entrana to be positioned up there at the top at number 1. But Ryan Aitken leading the board right now. There's Marcin, there's Elijah, Paul, Abel Montaigne, an alternate in the top 5 after day 1.
Has that ever happened before?
No, that's never happened. I can't recall a time when we ever had to go to the alternates on the first day, and we had to do it twice. We had to do it within the first 3 or 4 matches yesterday. These guys are, it's the 205ers. They bring a lot of power. When they grab your leg, it's serious.
Yeah, season 6 regular points winner Davis Asare looked like he was going to be headed to the sideline after a grotesque, sickening sound came from his leg, and sure enough, he came back for his final match of the day. That was unbelievable stuff.
He came back for his final match of the day yesterday, and he's coming back today.
Man.
I've heard nothing about Davis being replaced. Nobody said a mumbling word to me. He's game time ready.
That's amazing. I tried to watch that clip on Instagram, and I couldn't even do it.
Oh, I set it on loop as I fell asleep last night. I put headphones on, and I listened to his ankle crack 100,000 times as I was sleeping. It was the best sleep I ever got.
You are sick and twisted. You're very confusing, and I don't know why we're friends, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't either, and I wish it wasn't true.
Yeah, all right. I believe we have do we have a package, Keelan? No package? That's okay. Don't worry, we got other things to go to, and we've got the guys standing by in the fantasy corner, Jason Anik and Egghead. Let's check in with those guys and see what we should look forward to today. Jason.
BMAC, what do we got? Dress Down Tuesday? I got the shades. I got the memo. I got the memo. You think we're a couple of fantasy nerds over here. Do we look like nerds? I don't know. Not so much. But for those of you out there for the fantasy, hit up pgf.global right now. Select your 7 athletes, 140 points. I thought I was excited yesterday, much more excited today. I know these guys. I can put the names to the faces. And I'll say in sports, right? Sometimes you can play down to your competition. I think it's the opposite here. Everyone playing up to your competition. I think there's just a stacked field. We talk about parity. I'm just blown away. But with the fantasy stuff, right? Other ways to score besides the kills and the breaks. Yesterday was exciting. Couple of upsets, couple things we weren't expecting. But for you, my man, Egghead, this guy making me smarter every day. Day 1, give me a couple of booms, guys that broke out, couple of busts for you.
So first of all, we have to talk about Cam Hurd. Cam Hurd, the most improved competitor of PGF history, possibly. Coming in season 5 is just, pretty much just a wrestler. But now, granted, for fantasy, his wrestling is where it's all at, because he has 5 takedowns, 0 PGF points. But as far as a fan, man, he has some amazing matches. But for fantasy, he's got that takedown ability that will often shine through unless he has a bad matchup, which we'll talk about later. But he gave his 5 takedowns, 5 points, solid performance. And I'll have to admit, I'm gonna eat a little crow. That everyone loves when Egghead will eat some crow. I said, do not put Ryan Aiken on your team, because hey, you know what? He has some seriously hard matches. He was facing up against the hardest guys, against all of the other teams, and he proved us wrong. He showed why he is number 1, why, Pedro Sauer and New Hope Generation saved all their money and got him with all they could, because, dang, 13 points against the hardest guys possible. Got a kill against Chris Wojcik, again, the top guy for Constellation. Got a break against Davis Asare, a sickening break that one of our broadcast people will not listen to. I've listened to it. It's okay. It's fine. Don't fear it, TJ. But regardless, such a boom. So amazing. And so busts. Again, Heidi Crow, I said you have to get Kamoy Anderson, season 5 runner-up, on your team because he knows that when he has a good matchup, he has to take advantage. He didn't. I said he was getting 15 points. What did he get you? -1, because he had stalling penalties.
Yeah.
So Egghead's team didn't do so well in that one. And again, I also said take Adam Bradley because again, he's a semifinalist CGI. He's amazing. And we see this sometimes when somebody that's so amazing in other rule sets comes into the PGF, they have a slow start. And I should have factored that in. I didn't. So it took until the 3rd block. He did finally get a break. He got a submission, and now maybe, he's a player, but he didn't get the payoff that we wanted.
Well, Aiken certainly looks like the class of the field now. And just to give you a little quick breakdown on the fantasy stats, right? Takedown, +1 point. Mount, +2 points. Back take, +2. Stalling. BMAC hates him some stalling, -1 point. Anything I'm missing on the scoring there?
Well, that's all the extra fantasy points. But then again, every player you have still gets their PGF points. So if they get that kill or that, the choke, or neck crank, they get 6 points. So you still get that. And if they get that break, the arm bar, the wrist lock, which Egghead loves, or any type of joint lock, that's going to give you that 3 points. And if they get it within 1 minute, they get that elbow genie bonus point. So they still get all those things, but because we want to have a little more fun, because people want some extra points action going on, we got you those takedowns, those back takes, the mounts, and we got Matt Vega over here from Oast Nation, BJJ Balance Podcast.
Shout out, Matt.
He's the one making the call. He knows the rules. He's giving us the heads up, so we're making sure we do it all right.
All right, so hit up PGF.global, pick your 7 fighters. As we spin it forward to day 2, 30 matches down, 90 to go, 30 more tonight. Talk to me, Egghead. Couple guys you're looking to start tonight, couple guys you're looking to sit on the couch.
So again, Dilla, pardon me. We keep getting issues. It's Ardilla. Got corrected on that one. But anyways, one of the 2 black belt attorneys in the arena tonight, he has Ernesto Rivera, who's kind of like a little brother of his. So they train together. But you think, hey, one of them's a collegiate wrestler, one of them's a 4-time ADCC trials winner. You gotta think he's got a big brother in him just a little bit. So I think he's gonna get that break there. He's got Fyodor Nikolov. I think he's breakable. And then Nathan Haddad, who wasn't subbed at all in season 6. He got subbed twice, and he almost got subbed by Fyodor as well with that go-go clinch going on. So he's shown himself to be susceptible to submissions, and so you got to think Pauladilla is going to make the most of it. So I think you got to put him on your team. And guess what? Because PGF.global, they haven't put the prices, they haven't separated him out yet. You can still bank him for not, you don't have to pay a premium anymore. So he's still the same as everyone else. Do it while you can. Now the other one, and I know you're going to say fool me twice, but Kamoy Anderson. Listen to me. Hold on. Okay,
It's
again,
so funny.
PGF Season 5 runner-up. He does know he has to make the most of the matchups. And again, Nathan Haddad, who showed he is submittable, he has him. Kyle Chambers. Now, Kyle Chambers beat him in a match a few years ago. He probably wants to get the whack, though, because that's a little more motivation. But he also faces Brad Schneider. And I don't want to pick on anyone, but Brad Schneider was submitted 3 times yesterday.
Yep.
So you get Nathan Haddad submitted twice yesterday. Brad Schneider submitted 3 times yesterday. You got the lineup?
Yeah.
You got to pick him.
Brad sitting, and who else you got sitting today?
Now, as we're sitting, Cam Hurd, big champ yesterday, got all those takedowns. Love us some Cam Hurd, but here's the problem: he's facing 3 leg lockers that like to sit guard. You can't take down a guy that's sitting guard. So all that amazing takedowns he has, they're just taken away. It's kind of like there's almost a meme about it. Like, how do you beat wrestling? Sit down. Well, guess what? He's facing 3 guys that are going to sit down immediately. So no more takedowns. Now, Davis Asare, hey, love him. Season 6, league champion as far as points. He got a bit of a bum leg. He still was a warrior, came out, made sure that his team didn't lose points, so they didn't score on his team. Yesterday, just a warrior move. Here's the problem, though. Still got the bum leg. He's out, he's moving around, he's a young guy. It's almost like he's almost having natural stem cells. But he faces, Marcin. Talk about one of the littler guys against one of the bigger guys that's shown the Polish power. No thank you, sir. Travis Thomas, big guy, super athletic. Again, not a good matchup. And then Dory Allen, come on. I think he's facing 3 of the bigger guys we have here, and he's a little banged up. Not a good start. I mean, you want to, because we all love Davis Asare. Probably somebody you want to sit today.
Well, I think the ankle's okay. Davis Asare, you can be sure, in my starting lineup. I'm looking for him to bounce back today. I don't know if we gave BMAC enough time to get dressed up. TJ, back to you, my brother.
Annick and Egg, appreciate it. We will check in with them all night and all week long, for that matter, in the Fantasy Corner. We're in Las Vegas. Some stars in the house tonight. Saw Neil Magny a moment ago.
Casually strolling through.
In the chat, Craig Jones stopping by.
Yeah,
you know,
shout out.
Pretty good. And speaking of stars, we've got stars all around. One being one of our coaches. It is Dean Lister. He's standing by with our Alex Wendland.
Yes, I am standing by Dean Lister, and we're not going to talk about what happened to him in his black eye because he almost started crying. So how are you doing, Dean?
I'm okay. We can talk about it, you know, a few bears, a few lions, a few kids, you know. It's okay. It's a price to pay, but I did my job, you know what I'm saying?
Using the black belt as a sling.
Well, you have to improvise and use what's around you, right? I don't really have a sling, so I have a black belt. It's actually a friend's black belt, so got to improvise and adapt, overcome.
Well, luckily your team is in much better shape than you right now when it comes to injuries. Martin was really the star of the show yesterday, getting those submissions in under a minute. So the Polish power being a star for your team.
Yeah, ironically, because I already knew his team, he told me, yeah, you know, my coach, I faced his coach a long time ago in 2011 in England, and he actually went for my legs and really surprised me because I'm like, there's no way. Oh, he won't do it a second time. He did a second time. I'm like, if he tries it a third time, I'm ready for it, right? He almost caught me 2 times, so his coach was tough, and that's what this event is about, is people who go for submissions. I mean, I do respect point fighters. I respect them. That's fine. It's just a different part of the sport. So if you go for the submission, it's like a boxer that goes for the knockout. I'm not looking to just land more punches and run away from you. I'm looking to finish you, and that's what he's doing. I can tell by his eyes he has a lot of confidence, and yeah, he's kind of like the dark horse, like the mystery guy. And so I'm proud of him. All my team's doing real good. We're all tough, and that's what I like. I was looking for tough guys because at this point, everyone has to be tough. If you're tough, you can go very far.
Yes, and Martin really said, you guys will remember my name after this tournament. And he has Davis Asare coming up, who had quite the injury yesterday. I know you're not going to completely strategize over his injury, or are you?
No, I mean, it's a part of the game, but I feel personally like if you go after an injury on purpose, like I almost feel like you cheated. I feel like what if I didn't go for that? Would I have won? You know, so I definitely don't make that a priority. I've had matches where guys I could tell were injured for sure on one side, and I want to make the whole game about their whole body and their whole system. I'm not looking at a weakness because I think that's you didn't really win, in my opinion.
And the Slavic brother of Martin, Fedor, is also on your team, and he has a tough one coming up, but it's going to be against an alternate. So we're already seeing injuries this early on. Did you have any advice for him going in?
Well, the thing is that Abe was very tough. Of course, everyone wanted him right away because he was the more known of all the alternates, and he had a good point. I submitted half the guys here already, and he has this special move. I saw it, but I couldn't really see it from the angle. It's like a spinning upside down, reverse to hold. It's incredible. That's his one move. I mean, we'll think about it, but that's a hard system or style to get ready for because it's very unique. I've always had a unique style. That's why I was successful. So someone has a unique style, we could have a special game plan. But yeah, Fedor is very tough, so we're all good to go.
We can't wait to see it. I'm going to let you get back to coaching your team because you're up first. We'll send it back to you guys. Plenty of action to come.
Thanks so much, Alex. Dean Lister leading his Constellation Network into Day 2 here in Las Vegas. B-Mac, let's take a look at the rules, or actually we'll take a look at, rules? Yeah, rules here for PGF. You know, a lot of people coming in as PGF gets bigger. You know, they might not be so familiar with how you score. Why don't you walk us through how you put points on the board here?
Well, everything's a 6-minute match. We believe that there's a certain amount of action that's going to happen no matter how long the match is. So we're just chopping all the boring parts off, compress this thing down into 6 minutes, and we're chopping everything that could allow you to score. We're getting rid of that except for the submission itself. The only way to score in the PGF is to finish by submission. You get 6 points for a choke. We call that a kill. You get 3 points for a break. That's a joint lock. And if you do any submission in under a minute, you're going to get an extra point. If both athletes go to a draw after 6 minutes, Both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff. In the PGF, a loss and a draw really get you the same thing. So you might as well take the risk and go for it. Top 8 at the end of the week, advance into the playoff finale on Friday. And this is the most unique part, really, about the PGF, is our stalling penalties are very aggressive. And if you were here with us on day 1, you saw we are not playing around. We got a 20-second shot clock. And if you're not coming forward, establishing a deep shot, you're going to get called for stalling. You're going to get put on the bottom of referee position. If you do that 3 times during the match and the match ends up going to a draw, you lose via DQ. If you get 5 penalties in a 6-minute match, you're out of here. We don't want you on the mat. DQ instantly, the match stops, get lost. Let's go, TJ.
I mean, it's pretty hard to rack up 5 stalling penalties in a 6-minute match, but yeah, a lot of drama yet to unfold. Let's take a look at some of the action you can expect tonight here on match day 2. Big names out there trying to rack up points, not only for the playoff, but also that team prize of $100,000. Which matches are you looking forward to the most?
Well, could we continue to see the rise of Abe LaMontagne off the bench straight into the game, and he's going to be playing off with Fedor right off the bat. And then right here, this is a matchup. If you've got Marcin on your fantasy, you got to be feeling pretty good. He's taking on the injured Davis Asare. Davis is coming out to play ball, but Marcin is coming out to take heads. Elijah versus Chris Wojcik. Kyle Chambers, Cam Hurd. That should be a super interesting one. Here's another one. Kyle Bain looking to get a dunk on Brad Schneider. A lot of good stuff happening. Oh, and this one here I think is super interesting, actually. Adam Bradley and Travis Thomas. Travis coming in. A lot of people felt that he was maybe one of the better guys here, but then also a lot of people didn't know him because his accolades aren't so big. It's just the people who've seen him and have spent time with him understand what he is, but he's got Adam Bradley first up. If he gets a win there over Adam Bradley, that's a giant statement about what we can see, what we can expect from Travis for the rest of the week.
We've seen it time and time again. Athletes come to PGF relatively unknown, and then by season's end, they're some of the most established grapplers in the game. We'll see who comes out the main character of match day 2. Want to remind you can get in on all the action with our fantasy. It is pgf.global. Man, it's a lot of fun to decide and draft a team. You can be your own virtual coach at home, and of course, it's always more fun when there's skin in the game.
Yeah, and let me address this too. The fantasy is working. The statistics are being recorded. It's not showing up the results on the site right now. We got a couple of smart people back there coding it up, fixing it up. Go ahead and pick your team. The stats are being recorded. It'll start showing tomorrow. We got you. Trust me. Play the fantasy.
They're coating it up. Are you going to coat it up? Are you going to put a jacket on before night's over?
Hey, back off, TJ.
Okay, what about the glasses? Can we at least get the glasses on?
All right, yeah, we can do that.
All right, he's going to put his glasses on. We're going to take a quick break. It is match day 2 live from Las Vegas, PGF World, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. We'll be right back.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by Constellations Network.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more, all back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF Proving Grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Bohm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardea. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
We are back here in Las Vegas, match day 2 of PGF World Season 7. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC. It is now time for our first match of the first block of the night. We go to the mat with Stephen A.
Welcome everybody to night 2 of the Professional Grappling Federation. We are ready for our first match. Making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, make some noise for Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad representing Intrana, headed up by Carlos Machado. Haddad had a tough match day 1. He hopes to get back on the right track with a solid match day 2.
Nathan, one of the stars of last season, really made a name for himself. And he was just telling me a little earlier about how much game he got off the PGF. Let's go, Steven.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Rated R, Kamoy Anderson.
Kamoy Anderson representing Dean Lister's Constellation Network, a finalist of season number 5. Back on the mat here for match day 2 of season number 7.
Bring it together. All right. Start on the whistle, stop on the whistle. Shake hands if you'd like to. Ready?
First match of the night underway. Haddad in the black with green. Kamoy Anderson in the black with blue.
Heavy hands, heavy hands.
Nathan getting heavy on Kamoy's head right away. Giving him that shake, trying to find where Kamoy keeps his tension so he can take advantage of it. Kamoy now moving to a 2-on-1. He wants to pull Nathan in.
Ooh, nice little spin move there by Haddad.
Already past the guard, but that's Kamoy's play, though. He likes for you to pass his guard so he can set up that truck play from bottom side. We saw him do it multiple times yesterday. Thought he had a twister yesterday.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about PGF. You get to see all of these guys time and time again, and there's little tells that I think your opponents are scouting you out in the back. They kind of know what to expect, and you mentioned Kamoy definitely has a signature style when it comes to allowing people to pass the guard on the floor.
Yeah, well, that is a super interesting thing about the PGF. We kind of saw that with Ben Eddy last season. You know, because you're going to jump out there 12 times, if you've got like a secret trick,
right,
that after 2 or 3 times, everybody's game planning for that trick, and these brilliant coaches are on the sideline showing you exactly what to do to avoid it. Nathan tried his famous slide by right there.
Going to get a restart here in the center of the mat. We saw it yesterday. A few matches kind of took place primarily in the wrestling game, but they were incredibly entertaining.
Cam Hurd versus Caleb Crump yesterday was, I mean, I heard a lot of people saying they thought that was the best match of the day, and it didn't even end in submission at all.
That's fine. Now go action. Now got head down. Now got head position on you.
Kamoy holding the overhook. Kamoy's got a good lateral drop, so Nathan's got to be careful if he gets in and starts playing a clinching style with his wrestling, upper body style.
Just past 2 minutes of elapsed time here in our opening match of the evening. I want to remind you.
Here's a shot by Nathan. Nice takedown.
Solid stuff by Haddad. Going to get a reset here in the center.
Little blast double.
I want to remind everyone at home to join in on the conversation, whether it be Instagram or X. Use the hashtag PGF7.
Had it working into a body lock. Easily passes, moves straight to the mount. And by taking the mount, he nullifies Kamoy's favored setup.
Looked like Haddad was maybe thinking about
Watch this triangle choke.
Jump for that triangle.
He's definitely thinking about it, but he needs to secure like a better position with Kamoy's right arm. Now moving towards an arm triangle.
Halfway point of the match, 3 down, 3 to go. Do you like the aggression here of Haddad? I mean, a lot of time to work yet here, but he's going right after right away.
Yeah, he should be. And this is a better position for Nathan to think about maybe trying to throw his triangle. The problem is Kamoy's got his ankle trapped, but that isolation that Nathan has over on his left side, he's got his knee up high behind Kamoy's arm, keeping that arm isolated. Kamoy barely hanging on to this half guard, and there's the full pass now.
A lot of time here for Haddad to work. Remember, when it comes to the stalling, the impetus is going to be on Kamoy Anderson to try to improve his position. Action back underway.
All right, Kamoy's got the shot clock on him here. He's going to have to make a big move.
Now, if this shot clock does expire here, does Haddad have the opportunity to say, no, I want to keep in mount?
Well, you're about to find out right now. He's not interested in it, though. He jumped off right away.
Yeah.
He wants this opportunity to try to get to the back.
And why wouldn't you? A shot at the back. I mean, Eddie Bravo talks about it all the time. It's the ultimate position in jiu-jitsu.
Kamoy makes a quick move. Nathan dragging him in, though. Kamoy using his right hand to keep him out with that second hook. Nathan might go up over the top of the arm and move it towards a rear triangle.
Anderson doing a good job at blocking it. That left hook, though, is secured. Now there goes the right. Trying to go belly down is Anderson. Great position to be in for Nathan Haddad. He's got about a minute to work.
Kamoy's super good at this position, defensively at least. Very good in overtimes. It's where we saw him beat Travis Thomas in the semifinals of the Season 5 playoff. Nice play here.
Kamoy just able to get his hand on his other hand. Haddad trying to extend that arm. 30 seconds left.
So strong, though. It's going to be hard to break his grip. He's starting to get an extension, maybe.
Oh, rips it out. Does rated R. Kamoy Anderson survives that precarious situation, but short time remaining in this one for Anderson to get any offense going. Haddad trying to break off the Kimura grip potentially. Now back to the feet.
Goes to stand, gives Kamoy a chance to jump a front headlock, but Nathan shook him off pretty easily.
Final few seconds here. Haddad still getting aggressive. And we go the distance. To make this one official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points there between Nathan Haddad and Kamoy Anderson, but nice performance there by Haddad, who we mentioned had a tough day one. While he didn't get any points here to start day two, he was in some really dominant positions with a highly qualified and one of the standout competitors here in Kamoy Anderson.
Yeah, he really had Kamoy on the back foot there that entire match. And at the beginning of it, Kamoy, you could tell he was kind of allowing Nathan, like once they got to the ground, he was kind of allowing Nathan to take the positions that he wanted, because Kamoy was trying to bait him into taking top side control, bottom side control, that's Kamoy's favorite spot to set up his truck, but because Nathan jumped straight over to that mount position and scored some fantasy points, nullified, not only did he get his points in the fantasy, he nullified Kamoy's favorite setups.
Right, absolutely.
Look at that. Everybody in the house tonight. It's looking good out there. Matt Wallstrom, the king of epic roll, on the sideline.
You're here too. You're
Bobby Maximus. What did you call him the other day?
The Incredible Hulk Incarnate.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Matt Elkins, he might be the coolest dude in the room.
It's funny that you went to Matt Elkins when Hodger Gracie's sitting right beside him. What's wrong with you, dude?
I know. You know what it is? It's the glasses indoors. It speaks to me sometimes, not in pleasant ways. And Matt Elkins, one of the coolest dudes in the room. Roger Gracie, pretty cool too.
Both cool.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, time for match 2. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, for our next match of the evening, making his way, representing Intrana, give it up for Abe LaMontagne.
Abe LaMontagne, the highly sought-after alternate, found himself on the mat in match day 1, and he is back here for match day 2. We'll see what he can do as he tries to put more points on the scoreboard. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
The 10th Planet product, Fyodor Nikolov, making the walk, representing Dean Lister's Constellation Network. See what he can do here on match day 2. We mentioned the alternate auction. Abe LaMontagne had almost a fight breakout over him, and we saw exactly why yesterday with his skills on the mat. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and we'll see how he matches up here with the great Fyodor.
Double guard pull right off the bat. Abe is very, very dangerous, man. Fyodor cannot take him lightly, and I don't think he will. Fyodor doesn't really take anybody lightly.
Wants the reverse close guard, Fedor. You can crossface him with that donkey guard.
Check out how Abe uses his left hand. He places his hand on the top of his head and to kind of shield. He's using it, I call that a rhino horn. He kind of uses it as a frame at that close distance to stop Fedor from getting the grip that he wants on the head. Abe, shin to shin. He's going to try to pull Fedor into a leg entanglement. Abe cut more weight than anybody to be here this week. He easily cut 25 pounds.
And you can be assured all of that weight probably back on him at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That was Sunday. It's Tuesday now. Okay, now this is where, in my opinion, Fyodor does his best work here from his rubber guard. As long as he can keep his right leg winning the inside space. He's got half of the inside space won right now, but he wants to get that right leg up in front of Abe's arm as well. See, his knee right now he's winning because he's got Abe's leg on the other side. He's just playing the butterfly hook. But Abe's hand and the body lock, that's the last barrier to beat to really get Fyodor into his best rubber guard offense. Switching off to a meat hook maybe.
Obviously, Abe has to respect the position. I think we're going to get a reset here in the center of the match.
Yeah, they're just going to move him over there while the action's...
But if nothing happens here, who's going to be called for stalling? Would it be a double shot clock sort of situation? Do you give Fedor the credit for being the aggressor, having this position he wants so badly?
It just depends on the situation. If one of them is like striving for something and he's just being shut down, then that's probably the guy who's gonna win the engagement there. So they called the warning and the shot clock on Abe, and he beats the inside space there and moves into the half guard now. Fyodor going belly down to free his knee. That was a nice technical move, but he's got to stop. And here comes the clear of the head. Abe got to be careful here, but Fyodor got to be really careful too. Another win of the inside space by Abe. Nice, patient guard passing. Got to watch this knee bar. This is how Fyodor got caught at the UFC Fight Pass against Big Dan. Remember that one, TJ?
I do, absolutely. Sneaky little torque there. But Fyodor able to clear it.
No, not yet.
No?
Eddie wants him to clear. His hand's still stuck on the inside. Fyodor wants to bring his right hand to the other side of Abe's head.
Keep pushing his arm. His arm. Push his arm. There you go. His arm with the C cup on his wrist. Try to get his wrist.
Dude, super specific directions from the rubber guard master, Eddie Bravo, in your corner. Man, that's got to be nice. Another win on the inside space. So Abe winning the battle of attrition here. And you see, this is not stalling. This is slow, but it's not stalling. There's a difference between being slow and stalling. Slow is not against the rules here.
Right.
You know, people hear, oh, he's stalling. I got to move. They're calling me for stalling. I got to move faster. No, you have to move better.
Right.
And here comes a attempt to clear the head now. See how Fyodor's slipping. He's trying to get his right hand in from the bottom side. Abe staying tight, though.
They're going to run the shot clock in 3 seconds. Grab his, push his hand. Fedor, grab his hand. His hand, not his big movement. Go after his hand.
All right.
Shot clock back.
Shot clock on Abe again.
Push his hand. Lower it. Lower with the right hand. Push it. Push it. Grab his hand and push. 10 seconds, Abe.
Halfway through the shot clock.
Hold it right there. Go, 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 go. Beautiful. There you go. Back. You got to clear the neck. Quick, Fedor. You got to clear it.
And here comes the flag. Stalling penalty on Abe LaMontagne. So now we're going to need a restart here from the referee's position.
Hands up, please.
Behind me. Over the back. Can you be on the other side? I think like the other side better. Put your back leg up.
Back leg. Hand on the tricep.
Eddie Bravo's always got something to say.
His knee's not behind mine. He's not behind me. Yeah, leg behind. Left leg. Left leg. There you go.
Stay behind him, Fedor. Stay behind him. Squeeze. He's going to turn to his left, Fedor. He's going to turn to his left. He's going to stay to his left.
Back underway here.
Oh, you got to watch that toe hold. Abe is a ferocious toe hold. And they switch positions here. Abe back to the bottom, trying to play this shin to shin. Check out that left hand back behind the leg of Fyodor.
Push him down. Push him down. Stay low. There you go. Push him down. Fedor frames on his body. There you go. A minute 20 to work, Abe. Look at the toe hold, that top leg. Watch your toe hold. Right there. One minute, Fedor. 1 minute.
Now inside the final minute of the match. LaMontagne back to his feet.
Go to T-fast right there. Get on the inside. There it is. 45 seconds. 40 seconds, Fedor. Knee slice through that. Knee slice.
LaMontagne trying to pull Fyodor on top here. Now he stands.
25 seconds. Short time. Watch your left leg. Gotta rip something. Let's go. He's gonna sit on your legs, Fedor. He's gonna grab your legs. Stay on the inside. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Watch it. There you go. Boom. Knee slice.
Final 10 seconds of the match.
There you go. Boom. 5 seconds.
That's a wrap. 6 minutes in the books. No points awarded. Let's go back out to the mat to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Really even matchup. Neither guy ever really able to get anything going or to take the lead, you would say, in the match. Obviously, there's no points to take the lead with, but neither guy ever really became the dominant offensive player.
Yeah, I mean, styles make fights, and in that one, it was a bit of a stalemate. We'll see how they fare later on, as, again, we'll see both men 2 more times this evening. Time for our third match of this first block. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken. Okay, we're not going to go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken. Now we're going back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing in Toronto, give Give it up for Davis Asare.
Here he is. Davis Asare was questionable for his third match of the night, but no questions about it. He is back, just like he was for that third match. Match day 2, ready to get underway for Entrana's Davis Asare. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Maculowicz.
He said you would remember his name, Marcin Maculowicz, coming all the way from Poland, had a huge match day 1. He hopes to pick up where he left off here against Davis Asare.
Davis got to be really careful here, but he's being aggressive. He's coming out. He wants to play ball with the big Polish boy. Oh, hell, it's a flying armbar. Marcin just shakes him right out of there. Davis is aggressive, dude. If you don't like watching Davis Asare do jiu-jitsu, you don't like jiu-jitsu.
You know, all action is Davis Asare, but dealing with the Polish Punisher right now.
Hey, I want you to be low now. Be low.
Oh, Davis better be really careful with his legs here. We saw yesterday in that Porfirio match, Marcin is a serious leg breaker, man. He is very, very strong. Much bigger also than Davis is.
Sorry, trying to get free here. Good grip, though, on that right leg from Marcin.
Ooh, nice job pummeling his foot over the top. Goes to the reverse X. Good balance by Asare, and now double outside Ashi. Davis got to be careful here. Oh my goodness.
There's a tap.
Smart play.
Marcin getting it done. Gets the break over Davis Asare. Three points on the board for Constellation Network and Marcin Maculowicz. To make it official, we go to Steven Aiken.
Your winner with a break, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Maculowicz.
Polish power indeed. He's able to get the break in the points, and you know, it's a very tough game to play when you allow Marcin to get a hold of one of your legs.
And Marcin extends that lead for Team Constellation.
And extends his own points effort to get into our playoffs. A big win by submission for Constellation Network and Marcin Maculowicz. All right, back to the mat with Steven Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Entrana, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton had some late heroics yesterday, getting a kill to close out his match day 1. Most decorated grappler in PGF history. He hopes to follow up a solid match day 1 with more points here at match day 2. Steven Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Here comes Chris Wojcik, representing Constellation Network. Dean Lister right behind him in support. Here we go, time for our 4th matchup of this first team matchup here in Block 1. TJ DeSantis, along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
This is a fascinating matchup. Chris, of course, one of the great leg lockers in the world in this weight class right now. But that's also a powerful strength that Elijah has in his game. He's a great leg locker, too. Chris choosing to come in and pass low and work on the guard of Elijah Carlton, which is an interesting choice, honestly, because it moves Chris away from what we would traditionally, or I guess what we would think of as his major strength, and puts him down into one of what we would think of as Elijah's biggest strengths.
And you can see Elijah opening that guard, Wojcik able to back up and get free, but it's a dangerous place to sit in that guard of Elijah Carlton. We've seen that triangle time and time again.
What a big win this would be if Elijah can find a way to get Wojcik out of there. Wojcik trying to body lock, and look at that powerful framing, lifting the chin. Just Chris decided he didn't want anything to do with that. Not going to be able to go anywhere.
Head close to the chest. Head close to the chest. Okay, restart. Reset. Yes. Now keep your head there close and start passing to left. Heavy hips.
Half butterfly here for Carlton.
Hips down. I want your hips down, down. Ass to the ground. Ass to the ground. Open your legs. Yeah, he doesn't want that. Now start stepping over small. Watch the out bounce too. Breathe, to your left. Breathe, and let it go over. Watch the tilt to your left. As you step to your left, watch the tilt.
Elijah pushing up on the chin here, trying to shut down this body lock pass. And there's a difference in the way that this body lock pass is working versus the way Abe's body lock pass was working. Chris is staying on the move with his, he's trying to pummel with his hips and find a place to get something going.
Jason Anik and Egghead standing by. What are you guys seeing in this one?
Egghead, talk to me, man. Pretty tough day yesterday. Chris Wojcik, just the schedule, tough for this cat. Another tough draw, day 2. Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, definitely would not want to put him on my team, but I would like to take a step back real quick about one match we had earlier, the first match. Nathan Haddad, oh my God. If you saw his match, he had 2 takedowns, he got the mount twice, and got a back take. He had 8 fantasy points. With that one match, he would have been in second place for fantasy for day 1. That was wild. It just shows what kind of a guy that, even if he doesn't have any PGF points, you want to put him on your roster going forward.
Yeah, no doubt. Obviously, PGF, precedence is on finishing the fights, but Fantasy Corner, a little bit different. Back to you, TJ.
Thanks, guys. Halfway point of this match, 3 down, 3 to go.
Dean Lister calling for Chris Wojcik to stay aggressive, advance, move forward against this guard of Elijah. He believes that he can get down into this position and pass Elijah's guard. Wojcik drops his hip.
Hips down now. Hips down, step over, big step.
Wojcik hasn't been able to clear that butterfly hook yet.
He's got both his feet on the, or both his legs on the opposite side of Elijah's butterfly hook now, though.
Yep.
Gotta be careful. I mean, as he gets closer and closer to the pass, he's walking himself directly into one of the strengths of Carlton's game, though.
Carlton pushing on the face now of Wojcik.
Let's go, Elijah. Push the pace now, Elijah. Push the pace now. Let's go. Last 2 minutes. Everything or nothing. Let's do it. Nice. Nice, buddy. Let's go. Deliver your thing. Deliver your thing.
Don't give it up for free, though.
Oh, look at that. Elijah going to attack a leg lock.
Play your game. It's fine. Trust in your instincts.
Just careful the pound.
There we go. That's grab his.
Now Wojcik back to his feet. Touch over 90 seconds remain.
1 minute and a half. 90 seconds, guys.
Let's get the half guard if we can. Knees down lower.
Elijah caught Wojcik with a knee to the head as he came in, diving for that guard pass.
120. Just a minute left. Let's go.
Looks no worse for the wear, though.
Nice. I like that. I like that.
And look at this. Elijah trying to move into a leg lock.
Take it. You know what to do from there. You know what to do from there. You know what to do from there, Elijah.
1 minute now.
Bails on it. 60 seconds left in the match.
Let's keep shooting for that. Aggressive. Punch it. 50 seconds.
Carlton getting creative.
Maybe a little touch from the top, Elijah. 45. Aggressive now, Elijah. Aggressive now, Elijah.
35 seconds. Watch this. Watch the triangle. But use that left elbow to push down. On the side a little bit. Watch the triangle. Push it down and step
Inside
over.
the final 30 seconds.
Push it down. Let's go. Wait for the triangle, though. Be aware. Watch the tilt. Get out. Don't forget about that plan. Forget about it now. Reconsume it.
15 seconds.
Wojcik has tried to step over Elijah's butterfly hook so many times during this match, but he's never even made it towards the half guard. Oh, he almost made it that time. Elijah There he goes all the way through this time, right as the time expires. You got to think maybe Elijah just gave it up when he saw there's 2 seconds left on the clock.
Right. We go the distance, 6 minutes in the books, no points. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Your thoughts, P-Mac, on how that played out stylistically? Did you expect it to look like that over the course of 6 minutes?
I thought it was going to be really hard for either of those guys to get a win on the other. I know probably, unless you're a PGF fan, you probably thought that Chris Wojcik was just going to run a guy like Elijah Carlton over. Like, who is this guy? I never heard of him. Elijah Carlton belongs on the mat out there with these guys. So that looked pretty much like I expected it to look, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, that one's done. Time for another match. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
For our final matchup for this team match, making his way for Intrana, give it up for Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump, very entertaining yesterday, especially in that match with Cam Hurd. We'll see what he can do here in his second day of season 7. Back to Stephen.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, give it up for Sebastian Attard.
Sebastian Attard ready to get his match day 2 underway. Again, he represents Constellation Network.
And Sebastian, if he can score this win, man, that would be a huge deal for Team Constellation. They're about to win this team matchup. If this goes to a draw, they're going to win this team matchup. If Sebastian gets a win, they're going to win the team matchup. So Crump really needs to put at least 3 on the board right here so that they can at least be tied with Constellation as they head into the bottom of the block. Okay, both these guys are very aggressive. I expect a very high-paced match. Sebastian's a finisher, though, man. He finds a way. He's a good leg locker. Very strong. He'll just grab. We saw it at the qualifier, the Austin qualifier that he won. He'll just grab your leg and just start ripping, even if he's not in a great position to do it. And sometimes he'll get the tap out of it.
Head position. Head position. This way. This head there is really good. Nice, Caleb. Good job, Caleb.
Shoulder crush here.
Yeah, Caleb's staying low. He knows that Sebastian wants to get on his legs. And Sebastian's starting to set up that shoulder crunch there.
Minute of elapsed time.
The more that Caleb elevates and opens up that inside space, the more danger he puts himself in. Sebastian very clearly trying to work to get underneath the legs. Even his shoulder crunch attempt right there was really an attempt to get to the legs. He wants Caleb to posture up. Here he goes. He wants Caleb to posture up when he attacks that arm so he can expose the space for him to move towards the legs.
Good job, Caleb. Good job. Action on top, action on top.
Warning issued for Caleb Crump.
Here goes Sebastian, starting to build a little bit of momentum. Back step onto the leg. Didn't clear it, though. He wants to step his left. He wants to really elevate that left leg and back step all the way over, and there it is. There's a dangerous position to be in against Sebastian Attard.
Action here, bleeding off the mat.
I thought he had it right there. And look at that, Caleb navigates it. He's got the upper body grip, he's got that claw grip. If he can sprawl his leg out of there now, he's gonna have a shot at Attard's back here. There he goes. Caleb making a move. Big moment here for Team Intrana.
Trying to settle into mount here is Crump. A lot of time to work just past the halfway point of the match.
All the way into the mount, picking up those fantasy points.
Gonna get a reset here.
Let's go, Caleb. Let's get set. Come on, let's get on.
And we saw Sebastian yesterday in his match. He got mounted a couple of times, but he did a really great job of bucking up out of that and with his kipping escape. Caleb knows that. He was getting that advice from his team, like, watch out for his kipping mount escape, and just ends up having to bail out. Really a lost opportunity there. Entrana versus Constellation. This is like a crypto rivalry right here. They're playing for more than just a jiu-jitsu win.
Crump trying to get a hold of Sebastian's head. Sebastian able to get free.
Keep him flat here, Caleb. Good job.
Oh, look at this. Caleb got to be really careful right here. Sebastian trying to set him up for this triangle. He's going to get a look at it. Big moment here for Sebastian Hurd. He doesn't have it locked up on either side. There's the reverse triangle. Caleb, oh, nice job. He slips. Now Sebastian using that to try to attack the legs. Caleb finds a way out.
Nicely.
Good action off the bottom, though.
And now Crump going back on offense. He's inside. Touch over 90 seconds remains in this match. You said it was going to be all action, B-Mac, and we're getting that action.
These guys both pushing the pace.
Crump trying to clear those legs.
Watch your position, watch your position.
Caleb just circling and jumping in, kind of just getting crazy and seeing if he can just create any kind of big movement to start his passing process. Sebastian doing a good job of keeping him out of there, though. Okay, now Sebastian works himself into an arm saddle, but time is running out.
Trying to make the
Oh, he's got a
adjustments here.
triangle look
Yeah.
up on the backside, though. Look at this, Sebastian getting offensive. He's got a triangle choke.
30 seconds, it's short time, but it's enough to put out the lights if the grip is strong enough.
And Sebastian's definitely willing to sell everything to try to finish this thing.
Oh my goodness. High drama here, now going for the arm.
Sebastian Hurd looking to close it out with 15 seconds left. Can Crump hold on? He does, and he passes the guard.
Wow. Knee on belly, but time is going to expire. What a match between Sebastian Hurd and Caleb Crump. Phenomenal match. It goes the distance. To make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Well, guys, impressive match. Unfortunately, this match, after 6 minutes, finishes with a draw.
It wasn't for lack of effort, though. We saw a lot from both gentlemen in BMAC. It looked like we were going to see some high drama there and almost a stoppage from Sebastian Hurd, but Crump able to navigate it.
Yeah, Crump did a nice job surviving a couple of really tricky positions. You can see here that, oh man, he almost had that reverse triangle locked up. Used it to try to switch off to the legs, not really able to make it happen. Caleb continuing to just move around the guard by circling, and that was really the place where he found most of his success during the match.
Really aggressive were both gentlemen, but it was Crump that survived, stayed out of some late danger, and that concludes our first team match of Block 1 of Day 2 here at PGF World Season 7, and not bad for Constellation Network. They're sitting pretty good as we head to the bottom of the block.
Yeah, they just a little bit of an add-on to that lead that they got, just a touch of an add-on.
All right, we're going to add on to our action with our second team matchup of this first block. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our second team matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat representing First Form. Give it up for Kyle Chambers.
Here comes Kyle Chambers representing Roger Gracie's First Form team. After the draft, BMAC, everyone was expecting First Form to be in first place after day 1, but that was not the case. Now Chambers, he's making a dramatic entrance.
Oh yeah, here he comes.
There he is.
Yes, clap now. Thank you.
All right, with Chambers out to the mat, we go back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, make some noise for Cam Hurd.
I was saying during that last block that Constellation was adding to their lead. I actually had them and New Hope mixed up. New Hope is the team with the lead. Constellation actually on the bottom there, but they do add 3 points to the total, so that moved them into third place now. So they're sitting just 1 point above Intrana right now. So at least in that matchup, they moved themselves out of that last place position, but everything's still really close here on day 2.
All right, time for our first matchup of the second team matchup here in Block 1. Kyle Chambers takes a seat.
This is a super interesting matchup. Cam is a guy who is constant action, constant movement. He likes to do a lot of his best work from the feet. But, man, that's exactly the kind of guy that Kyle Chambers finds ways to score on. Kyle is a very dynamic leg locker, and the passing style that Cam has and the aggression that he has could be exactly what walks him into danger. So it could be the thing that makes Cam so much fun to watch and makes him a fan favorite. That could be the thing at that. That could be the thing that walks him into trouble.
And we'll see how measured that aggression is from Cam Hurd here. Something tells me he's still going to play his game despite the danger.
I think he will.
Cam Hurd has become a staple here at PGF, his 3rd straight season in number 7.
And check out that grip that Cam keeps on the shin as he goes to the side. He's trying to get to the shin with his right hand, or depending on which side he's going to. He's trying to get to the shin with his hand and then get to the head of Kyle Chambers with his other hand. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Kyle, though, is so comfortable inverting, throwing his legs into different positions, like using his legs to pummel back. It's going to be pretty hard to pass Kyle's guard like that.
Very tall guy is Kyle Chambers. I mean, he seems like he's almost doubly as tall with the way he moves, inverted, always like just very leggy, and all those legs are a problem.
Uh-oh. Kyle has a grip behind the knee. Cam just a little too stubborn, a little too strong. You can see Cam is just, you know, he's on the move, but he's kind of mystified by this curious guard of Kyle Chambers. Like, what do you do with this?
Cam trying to pin down that right leg of Chambers as he looks to pass.
Yeah, but every time he pins the leg and tries to move towards the head, Kyle is so good at taking the other leg and pummeling back in over the top, either posting it on the shoulder or posting it to the inside of the arm. Oh, look at this. Nice job. Cam does find his way through the guard for a split second. Tried to jump on the front head. I think Kyle got poked in the eye there. Maybe got a little scrape.
Chambers says he's good. On a leg now is Chambers.
Chambers trying to use it to come up to top position. He does, and they're going to reset him back in the middle, and they're going to reset with Cam on the bottom position, I'm pretty sure.
It's a big sequence there for Kyle Chambers. They're trying to take note of everything, where everything needs to go, so when they reset, there's no debate. And shout out to our referees. They did such a great job yesterday at controlling those restarts and the situations. Athletes always trying to get maybe a little more than they had on these resets, but referees doing a great job at making sure everything is earned and not given.
This way. Off the whistle, drop your right hip to the mat. Straight on.
Action back underway. Trying to scramble and get up here is Cam Hurd.
Oh, Cam could be in big trouble right here. Oh. Cam was like, I'll get out of here at any cost, including kicking you in the head, dude.
It's not illegal if the referee doesn't say it is.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want to kick anybody in the face, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's a jiu-jitsu match. And they kind of smiled at each other. No harm, no foul, I guess.
I think that, is a testament, though, of the dangerous leg attack of Kyle Chambers. Cam Hurd did everything he could to get free. 2 minutes left here in the match.
Well, Kyle understands, like this is a fight, dude.
Right.
You can say it's not a fight because they're not throwing punches, and I hear that argument. I understand it. I get it. But they are trying to break your ligament and ruin your life.
Oh, 100%.
And that makes it feel like a fight, even if it isn't.
I mean, in jiu-jitsu, you go from safe to pre-op in a heartbeat, and Kyle Chambers is a guy who will make you schedule some operating room time real quick.
No doubt. Oh, here goes Cam around the guard now.
Nicely done. See if he can secure this position.
And Kyle, notoriously very hard to submit. Great guard recovery, just patient. I think if you saw this matchup early on, like as the day started, you probably thought Kyle Chambers was going to score in this matchup. You had to be thinking like, oh, this is a break for Kyle. But once again, Cam proven that he belongs out here with these guys, and he's been hunting the whole time. It's not like he came out here and stalled his way to victory. He's been hunting. He just hasn't had any big success, but he's gotten past the guard of Kyle a couple of times. He's had looks at front headlock positions, even though he wasn't able to do anything with them.
And to further your point, I mean, this was a match that would have been much harder in season 5 for someone like Cam Hurd. He's progressed so much.
Yeah, he's gotten so much better. I mean, he got brought, like real talk, he got brought in there to get dunked on in season 5. Like, but he's turned into a real player and a fan favorite, and you see why.
Absolutely. We go 6 minutes full. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
You know, I predicted at the beginning of the season that this would probably be the lowest scoring, that kick in the face, this would probably be the lowest scoring season in PGF history just because of the parity. And the big guys, they play a little bit slower. They tend to, and some of these guys play pretty fast, but they tend to play a little bit slower. And so far, that's proving to be true. Day one, especially the beginning of day one, a lot of draws. A lot of action in the middle and the end. But we're starting out day two with quite a few draws as well. And check that out. Marcin sitting in first place right now with 11.
Yeah, we're not done yet, but the point's always a factor here at PGF. And $100,000 on the line, 2 points separate First Form and New Hope Regeneration. So we'll see.
And Team Constellation, they scored 3 in that last team matchup, so that actually pulled them up into third place.
All right. Time for our action to continue here at match day 2. We go back out to Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our next athlete to make his way to the mat. Representing First Form, give it up for Paul Ardilla.
Paul Ardilla back on the mat for match day 2. He was the first man drafted on Sunday, also the first man to score some points on match day 1. We'll see what he can do in his first match here on match day 2. Back to Stephen.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Here comes Ernesto Rivera. After a solid start to his season, we'll see what he can do on his second day of action.
Couple of teammates about to square off here. Ernesto slid in at the last second.
Guys, I know your teammates, and I know you're going to put on a match, but if it starts getting too slow, we're going to penalize you super fast, okay? Make sure when I say stop, we freeze, so we get an easy reset. Couple steps back for me.
Interesting note that they are teammates, P-Mac, but got to let it all hang out when you're in the mix for $100,000.
Well, Ernesto was petitioning me to try to get into the bracket. One of the things he said to me is like, you don't have to, oh, hey! Take down by Ernesto. He's like, you don't have to worry about me and Paul scrapping. When we get out there, we're going to go at it.
Supine standing. Stop, 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 stop. Supine standing, no connection. Closer, closer, closer. Supine. Supine. On your back.
I don't know what that
Just
means.
your
You're a
back. Supina, espalda.
Yeah, you can see right away these guys are, they're going to scrap. Oh, hey, wrestle up.
Supine, Paul.
Jesus.
He's like, if you say supine to me one more time.
Stop.
Just past 1 minute of elapsed time.
Oh, big takedown.
No, not supine.
Your head lower.
If Nunchuck Alex is watching, I just need a meme with Weird Al that says supine.
Guys getting after it on the feet. 90 seconds down.
Come on, Paul, let's see some more action.
Ooh.
Stop. Good job, Ref. Your head a little back.
Every inch of this mat getting used from these guys here on the feet as they're trying to get to the floor. Rivera takes a seat.
Yeah, there's been a couple of great highlights out of this match already. There's a couple of great wrestle, like that wrestle up that Paul had. Ernesto had a good takedown. And look at that. They're teammates, but Ernesto tried to kick him in the face.
I mean, that's the thing about teammates. Sometimes when they square off, they're so familiar with one another that, you know, they get after it and they can nullify each other, but they can also, you know, get a bit aggressive.
Well, you know you're still going to be homies when it's all said and done. Like, we're both out here to do a job.
Right.
And if I have to kick you in the face, that's just the way it plays out sometimes. If me and Keelan had to get out here and have a match, I'd try to rip his neck off.
Of course you would.
Yeah, shout out to Weird Al for the ref. Heath Masery. We all been calling him Weird Al, though. I just feel like it's the right thing to do, TJ.
Yeah, he's the Weird Al of Jiu-Jitsu. Asked if he could play the accordion. He said no.
I hate to hear that.
First record I ever bought, Weird Al Yankovic's Bad Hair Day.
That was the first record
First
you
record
ever
I ever
bought?
bought, yeah.
Dude, can we get somebody else on this broadcast? Get me somebody else.
Come on.
I'm done.
Jason Anik probably bought that same record. Jason, what was your first record you bought?
He's not even, he's not even going to
no
address
answer.
you, bro.
He pleads a fifth, maybe. I'm sure I'll have something to say about it later. 2.5 minutes remaining in the match.
What a scrap. I mean, these guys are working.
Yeah, there was that warning at the beginning of the match by the referee going, like, I know your teammates, but just make sure we don't stall. Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Paul stepping around for the arm lock.
Oh, Rivera wise to it. Wouldn't that have been something?
I like that aggression out of Paul, though. You know what? We saw Paul, yesterday we commented on it a couple of times. Paul just playing like a really calm, efficient, really measured jiu-jitsu. But he gets out here against his teammate, Ernesto, and he's trying to murder him. And I'm here for it.
Supine, supine. Keep holding.
Supine.
I love these guys, dude.
Big shot there by Ardilla. Wise to it, though, was Ernesto Rivera.
Circle in. On his head, on his head. Get your collar tie on those things. You don't have to go anywhere. Just get your collar tie. On his head. There you go. 1 minute. For 1 minute. Bring that fight down. 1 minute. Bring that fight. Let's do this 1 minute.
Ardilla takes a seat.
Yeah, Paul pulling guard. Less than a minute to go. He's going to have to try to get something cooking right here. Oh, this is a good spot here for Paul. He's got a grip on the ankle. Uses it to wrestle up. That was a really great play by Paul. Go back and study that one. Really nice work.
Now inside the final 30 seconds of the match. Rivera able to make some space, trying to stand up.
With him.
Get back your collar tie. 20 seconds in this. Let's do it. 20 seconds.
Ardilla just staying right on top of him, not
I love it.
making any space.
I love this match. TJ, I love this match. This has been awesome. And knowing that they're friends, like that they're really close friends, makes it even better. Like the tension of it is even better that way.
On a takedown.
Oh, watch out.
Oh, wrapping up the neck. And Rivera able to get free as time expires. What a fun match over the course of 6 minutes between two teammates that were very competitive in game in this one. Wow.
I'd love to talk to these guys right here.
All right, we will see if we can get Bobby, both of them, on it. Stephen A. can take it away.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Fun match over the course of 6 minutes.
Definitely not a fake
Teammates turned competitors there in Ernesto Rivera and Paul Ardilla. See if we can get a word with either gentleman.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to these guys here.
Stephen Aiken doing his part in giving
Stephen,
both of them
Stephen
a
going to get him a coconut water.
well-deserved once upon a coconut, as those guys were getting after it here in their match. And just about ready.
They're over there
all right, guys.
chumming it up with Hodger Gracie right now.
Let's just do this
Takes
together if we
precedent.
can really quick. That was really fun to watch. You guys tried to beat the shit out of each other the whole time for our entertainment, and I really appreciate that. Is this how it goes down every day in the gym?
Not every day, but if we had like a bad day of work, very likely, yeah.
When you came out here today, did you expect to put up some points on Paul?
So, in Spanish, there's this term called referencia. It's like a reference in life. That's Paul, and it's beautiful because if I win, he's happy for me, and if I win, he's happy for me. So there's no losers, you know.
That's what's up, man. You guys put it down today. It was really good. What can we expect from you the rest of the night?
Well, I think most people here know that I like playing on bottom more than anything, but I try to do something different. So, 'cause, I mean, he knew my game on bottom pretty well, so I try to do something different. But the rest of the tournament, back to guard. Let's get some quick subs, if at all possible. Thanks to my team, Coach Roger, First Form, and Once Upon a Coconut for the energy for this last 6 minutes against Ernesto.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate it, man. Ernesto, we appreciate it. How many points for you the rest of the night?
At least 7.
At least 7 the rest of the night. Thank you, Ernesto.
Thank you.
What a match between two teammates here B-Mac, we're looking at some of it. A lot to pick through in
I
this replays.
love that wrestle up. Look at that wrestle up. That was awesome. Boom!
Ooh.
Clip that one for the gram.
What a match. Teammates and competitors, that one in the books now. They will move forward in their own campaigns, and we're going to move forward with our night, which is powered by Once Upon a Coconut. You're feeling powered by Once Upon a Coconut right now?
I mean, I've probably drank 40 of these so far in the first couple of days of the PGF.
Oh, can you steal that one from Keelan right there? It's chocolate. I really want it.
I would never take that from
Come on,
Keelan.
please.
Oh, we'll take one from Keith, though.
Yes.
Irish Keith, he can't stand a chance.
Dude, how hard are these to find here?
Those are gone instantly.
Yeah, they are. No, it's fine. All right, this next match is yours. Let's go back to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
All right, here we go. Bame coming up against Brad Schneider. If you're playing the fantasy, you definitely had this match circled. Kyle, one of the favorites coming into this season, and he's going to be taking on Brad. Brad had a very rough day yesterday. Got dunked on 3 times, got subbed 3 times yesterday. So you're definitely circling favorite versus a guy who got beaten 3 times yesterday. You're definitely trying to pick Kyle up for your fantasy team. But, we expected Kyle to have a big win against Davis, and he wasn't able to make it happen.
All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
You mentioned the rough start to Season 7 for Brad Schneider. Well, match day 2 doesn't start any easier as he draws the big man in Kyle Bame, but there's a reason they fight him, and we'll see what happens here.
When I say stop, freeze, so we get an easy reset, couple steps
It is
back.
Schneider versus Bame. We are underway. Down to the mat goes Bame.
Cannot let Kyle get on your legs. Absolutely not.
Ooh.
He's already got the grip that he wants. Powerful outside heel hook. Well, he's got a power grip on the opposite side there. Switching off to the straight ankle.
There
He's got it.
Nicely
4.
done. Inside a minute, 4 points for the break in the elbow genie point. Nicely done for Kyle Bame as he puts some points on the board for him and First Form. To make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
Your winner with a 4-point break representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
Kyle Bame getting it done in a very big way. He was a big favorite in this match, and B-Mac, he looked it.
I mean, quickly getting into the outside heel hook position, but it wasn't the outside heel hook that finished it off. It was actually the straight ankle. Look at that extension. Oh, my gosh. Actually, let's go back. I want to see that just a little bit. Watch this, man. Watch how much bend is on that foot. Oh, my gosh. That was terrible. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to draw on the screen this time, guys. Don't worry.
All right. Let's go back out to Stephen Aiken, who's standing by with Kyle Bame.
I'm here with Kyle Bame. Big win, putting 4 points on the board in your first match of the night. How are you feeling after getting that win?
Finally on the board. Thank God, man. I was pretty disappointed in my performances yesterday. And I knew that I had to get some points on the board today. So I'm glad that I was able to do it and also able to get that extra point for the first minute.
Yeah, man, that was really impressive. You have 2 more matches today. How do you feel about those matchups?
Next one, man, that guy's pretty scary. But I'm going to come out here and, try to take it to him, try to finish him. So should be a great battle.
All right, Kyle, we look forward to it, man. Thank you.
Kyle Bame on the board with points, 4 for his troubles as he got the break inside a minute with the elbow genie point. And, First Form got to be happy with their representative putting team points on the board for him.
Yeah, team points, because that guarantees that Constellation is now out of the team point running for this block, because they won their matchup against Entrana, but they only scored 3 points to win that matchup. Kyle comes out, not just gets the 3-point break, gets it in under a minute, so he scores 4. And as long as they stay out in front of New Hope here, they're going to win the team point.
All right, we'll see what happens. More action up next here in Las Vegas. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form. Make some noise for Dory Aum.
Dory Aoun ready to get back to work here on match day 2. He represents First Form. Stephen Aiken will welcome his opponent.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken, the last man drafted in that number 20 spot. Definitely a front runner here, though. In PGF Season 7, the CJJ and EBI champion wants to claim a PGF World title, and now he's ready to get his match day 2 underway.
And this is actually a rematch. They just had a match not too long ago at AIGA. They went a full 15 minutes, 3 5-minute rounds. Ryan was not able to submit him. He's only got 6 minutes to make it happen here. Dory really tough. I think a lot of people were surprised that Elijah was able to get that sub over him yesterday, that 6-pointer with the triangle choke. Everybody was surprised except Elijah. Elijah knew. He said that coming into the match that he knew by the style of passing that Dory has. That was a great wrestle up and sweep by Ryan, but Elijah said he knew by the style that Dory has in his passing that he was going to be able to find that triangle eventually because he likes to pass with those double unders.
Going to get a reset here in the center of the mat. We were talking about the style of Ryan Aiken. You know, a patient grappler, doesn't force anything. You know, but with this PGF format, it's a lot of, you know, sprinting in the 6-minute matches. And yesterday, I think we saw a very aggressive and motivated Ryan Aiken. His style, it's proven to be solid for this PGF setup.
He's in a, oh my gosh,
Wow.
Step straight over into the mount. Fantasy points for him. Dory recovering out of it. Ryan keeping him in this dilemma between the pass and the leg lock. Steps back out. It's gonna be a leg lock attempt. Hey man, you don't want this big strong boy on your legs. Switches off to the outside Ashi. Check out how he puts his right hand back behind the knee to help secure everything. Oh, Ryan looking to set up this outside heel hook. We already know he's got a dangerous one, switching off to the straight ankle. He's got to pull that left leg of Dory out of there so he can get the attack that he wants. He's switching off to the outside heel. He's got the grip he wants. He's going to break it.
Dory hanging tough for the time being, but in a precarious situation.
Oh,
He
no.
taps. It is done. Ryan Aiken with the break. 3 points added to his total. 3 big points for New Hope Regeneration. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Egghead, what was the time on that match?
Right now, it looked like it was 4:35 left. So,
okay.
125. So no elbow
Past
GD
the
points.
elbow GD
Yes,
point, though.
yes,
That's
and
what I really needed to
yes. So just 3.
3. Okay, so that makes this the team score then. First Form sitting at 4 and New Hope sitting at 3. So this one not over yet. Bradley and Thomas coming up next.
B-Mac, walk us through the end here as Ryan Aiken takes home the break.
Well, this is one of Ryan's signature plays. Check this out. He switches off to the offhand, what you might consider the offhand on his grip. You see that? It's hard to get a look at it there. Well, we can rewind it here. It's this arm that's hooking the heel, not what you would traditionally consider the dominant hand on a heel hook. He likes that power grip to finish. I'm going to erase that and rewind it just a little bit so maybe we can get another good look. See that? Okay, pause right there. Just a little bit forward, right there. Well, never mind. You know what? I'm learning to use the telestrator, guys. Back off.
All right, back to the mat with Stephen Aiken as he's standing by with Ryan Aiken.
All right, I'm with the winner from this match from New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken. Ryan, big win against someone that you just recently had to go 15 minutes with and wasn't able to secure the victory. We heard that was one of your signature finishes right there. That's not true?
No, that's just that Chase Hanna outside heel hook with the reverse grip. That's all.
Oh, okay. Big points tonight. You put yourself and your team in a position to maybe secure the block points right here. If you can get the win, your teammate can get the win in the next round. How are you feeling going into the rest of the night?
Good, man. I got another tough match coming up in a few rounds. That was Dory. If you don't know, I just had a match with him a few weeks ago. That was much improvement since then. But so I know I had a lot to prove with Dory tonight. So props to him, much respect. He's got good passing, and I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
All right, Ryan, I'm sure your New Hope Regeneration teammates appreciate those points.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Aiken getting it done, submitting Dory Aoun, and they mentioned, they just went 50 minutes where there was no submission. What was it about that match that led Ryan Aiken to getting the submission, do you think?
Well, if Ryan can find a way to get onto the legs, it really doesn't matter who you are. And we saw that in his matchup at ADCC against Pedro Mourinho. If Ryan can get on your legs, you can be one of the best guys in the world. Nobody is one of the best guys in the world when Ryan Aiken has their leg. And let's take a look. That win there catapults Ryan back to the front. And right now, it's just him and Marcin going back and forth, switching between that 1 and 2 spot. Elijah missed out on points in his first matchup. Paul missed out on points. Marcin, Ryan, both capitalizing on the opportunity. I'd like to look, can I see the team standings? Where are we right now in the team standings? There we go. New Hope still sitting at the front over this First Form team with 15. First Form right behind them with 13, but still anybody's game in the team standings. And remember, the team standings, this is the $100,000 prize here. Right. The individual athletes, they're definitely trying to get into the playoffs. Top 8 guys, of course, go to the playoff on Friday, exclusively on UFC Fight Pass. But it's the $100,000 play is the team play. Still anybody's game right there.
Absolutely. We're talking about a 4th place team sitting there with 9 points. A kill under a minute for those guys would put them into first place immediately.
And that could happen right here. Travis is a guy who can do that to anybody on the roster. Adam Bradley traditionally comes out a little slower. He plays like a little more of a reactive game. I think we'll see Travis come out really aggressive in this match and try to come out here and score this big, not just win for himself, but win for Team New Hope as well.
All right, it's match day 2 here in Las Vegas for PGF World Season 7. Time for our final matchup of this first block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
For our final matchup of Block 1, making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley representing First Form, this being his first match of match day 2 as we close out block number 1. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Here comes Travis Thomas, the Mantis, looking to get his match day 2 started.
And this is a big matchup for Travis, not just for the PGF, but for his career. Probably one of the most highly touted guys he's ever had an opportunity to have a match against. Win here for him would look really good on the resume, but he's going to have a tough time putting Adam Bradley out of here. Adam, notoriously very hard to submit, and Adam getting into his deep half guard, going to this waiter sweep early. Adam has a fantastic deep half guard, awesome waiter sweep. Watch out, he's trying to get onto the leg on the other side. Awesome sweep. Finds himself in a triangle choke, though. Oh, navigates it. Great counter by Travis.
All action here to start this match. Adam Bradley tangling with the Mantis, Travis Thomas, TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine, live here in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
That was my favorite sequence of the event, the whole event really so far. Deep half guard to the waiter sweep. Success on the sweep, but oh, look at that. Travis going to the can opener. You love that, don't you, TJ?
If it's Chef Boyardee, I do.
Of course you do.
What? Talk about the amount of mat time Travis Thomas has. Still relatively new to jiu-jitsu, but incredibly accomplished. And sometimes I wonder if that works to his benefit to not get nervous. You say this is one of the bigger matches of his career. He just seems to be in the moment, doesn't psych himself up too much, and almost like he doesn't even know enough to get nervous. He's just doing his thing and doing it relatively quickly here in this Submission Grappling world.
Well, he has just such a tremendous sense of self-belief. He really believes that nobody can beat him. Whether it's true or not, doesn't matter. He believes it's true. And that gives him the confidence and I guess the power to go out there and do whatever he wants to do. He's not scared to take risk. He's not scared to try things. Adam has a pretty good grip underneath the leg on the far side. Wants to enter the legs. Travis staying low and trying to prevent that, though. Now slicing the knee forward. Bradley got to be careful here, but he doesn't get his guard passed. Nice job of guard retention by Adam Bradley.
Now Bradley coming up in top position. Here we go, get a reset in the center.
A lot of people really believed Adam Bradley was going to be a lock for the playoffs coming in. And, you know, he didn't have the day that he wanted yesterday, but he did end on a pretty high note, did end up putting some points on the board. And he's got to be looking at Travis Thomas right here and just mouth watering like I have to score on the young kid. Travis with a grip behind the knee. Good passing position by Bradley, though, in this headquarters spot. He's got that left leg stapling out the right leg of Travis Thomas, squatting down on the butterfly hook. Travis pushes away, makes a little space. Bradley closing that space masterfully. Great connection by Adam Bradley. And Travis stands right up. Good technical stand up. Travis pushing forward. Arm drag. Bradley quickly retreats back to his closed guard.
We talk about the fast progression of Travis Thomas. What is it about him that has made his rise so rapid in jiu-jitsu? I mean, obviously he's a good athlete, but I believe BMAC, when talking about Travis Thomas, this wasn't a guy who was really familiar with combat sports or anything of that sort prior to getting involved in jiu-jitsu.
Travis now standing to try to open the guard. Bradley keeping this closed guard together here, kind of slowing the game down against the big, strong athlete. Bradley got to be careful that he doesn't get a warning from the referees, maybe get called for stalling here.
Back to that can opener.
Action, let's move.
Gonna ask that question again of you, BMAC. What is it about Travis Thomas that has made his rise in jiu-jitsu so rapid?
Well, he's probably the most talented natural athlete that I've ever seen step out on the mats. You know, the hardest part about jiu-jitsu is learning, I guess, the connection and the flow, the sensitivity of the game. That's the part that it doesn't take long to learn the moves. It takes a long time to get a sense for the sensitivity.
Right.
Travis had that on the first day that he stepped on the mats. And he was able to start turning that into tapping black belts in competition before he ever even got his blue belt. I mean, he was 3-4 months into the game and he was tapping black belts in competition. That's what's so
That's
crazy.
insane.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, I didn't even tap a black belt until I was already a purple. Oh. Travis rolling through, attacking the front head. This is a very strong position for him now, switching around to the back take.
The Mantis trying to make something happen here inside the final minute of the match.
There you go. Step him down. Hey, step him forward. Step him forward. Keep his weight on his head.
Precarious position for Adam, but Travis has got to get busy.
30 seconds. Do something crazy. 30 seconds.
Travis going to have to take a risk here and open up.
Trying to take the back here is Thomas.
And he does.
Short time action here on the edge of the mat.
Go get it. Arm. Stay aggressive. Go get it. Arm.
That's a wrap.
I'll tell you, not the points that Travis wanted on the board, but he does walk out of there looking like he belongs on the mat with the best in the world in this weight class.
Absolutely strong
Look
showing.
at that. Adam just gets up and shakes his head like, whoo, what is that? What is this kid?
All right, to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded, but a big statement by the Mantis, Travis Thomas. He was in business, full body triangle there, trying to get something out of nothing, but ultimately no points awarded. But again, you know, there aren't many moral victories here in PGF, but that was a breakout performance, I think, though, for Travis Thomas.
Yeah, there's not many
right
moral victories. There are no moral victories.
True.
None.
True.
So, you know, draw. That's zero, dude. That's nothing towards the playoff. That's nothing towards your team. But I tell you what did go towards your team. 4 points from Kyle Bame. 3. Listen, Ryan got 3 with an outside heel hook for Team New Hope. But Kyle got 3 plus the bonus point for finishing under a minute. He wins the block for his team with the outside heel hook. Kyle Bame, big win for Team First Form. They needed those points because they're chasing New Hope still.
Absolutely. That $100,000 prize is on the line for the regular season team winner. And then don't forget, we've got an 8-man playoff bracket headed your way Friday exclusively on UFC Fight Pass, where those athletes will go to war for another $20,000. You can bet that many people are expecting Kyle Bame to be one of those players in the playoff. We'll see what happens, but right now he's standing by with Alex Winley.
Yes, I'm standing by with Kyle Bame, and he is very happy because he just took that block win for his team. You got the extra point, the elbow genie point, and now you're on the board for yourself. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty relieved to finally be on the board. I had no subs yesterday, and fair enough, you know, it was my toughest day as far as actual matchups go, but I was pretty disappointed in my performance yesterday, so I'm really happy to be on the board and looking forward to the rest of the day.
Yes, 3 draws yesterday, but then immediately on the board today. When you saw that you were being matched up with an alternate who had been finished, were you like really zoned in on attacking the legs as quickly as possible?
100%, yeah. And trying to get that first minute bonus point as well. You call it the elbow genie point, is that what it is? Yeah, trying to get the elbow genie point. So my team could get that extra point and I could get that extra point.
Yes, and now we're looking ahead. You have Marcin next. So what is your mindset going in? He has been the Polish power, getting finishes left and right.
Yeah, it's a pretty scary guy. Definitely one of the scarier guys in the division, but I'm a pretty scary guy too. So I think we'll go out and we'll have a great leg lock battle.
Yes, and you're representing Team First Form. So how has it been being coached by Roger Gracie?
It's been amazing. I'm really enjoying the experience, trying to soak up as much knowledge as possible.
What do you think about this whole event? The chandeliers you guys are competing under, this type of vibe. It's kind of exclusive a little bit, so different from some of the bigger platforms that you've been on, but probably a great experience?
Yeah, a little bit more of an intimate setting. You know, everybody's just kind of conversing with one another. So yeah, it is different than things I've experienced before where the competitors just have their headphones on and are in their own world. You know, we're just back there chatting it up, so it's a little different.
So are you living with everyone in an Airbnb?
No, I'm actually in a hotel room with Kamoy. Yeah.
Well, enjoy the rest of the season and keep on getting those elbow genie points. We can't wait to see it, Kyle. We'll send it back to you guys.
Kyle Bame doing big things
Congrats,
here
Kyle.
on match day 2. But he's got the Polish powerhouse coming up and the Polish Punisher, Marcin Masulovic. And
Ooh, I like Polish powerhouse too.
Yeah, I like that too, yeah.
Polish Punisher, like, sounds cool.
Right.
But, you know, it's like expected. Powerhouse, that felt good when
He's
it
a
rolled off.
powerhouse, yeah.
Yeah, that felt good when you said it.
He's also Polish, so it makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right?
that does make sense.
Yeah, all right. I know that Jason Anik and Egghead were standing by earlier. I think Jason wants to say something poor about my music taste. I don't know.
I hope he does.
Oh,
Please
no.
roast him.
No, I got nothing for you, TJ. Now,
Really?
exciting block, though, out of the gate. A little more activity, more finishes than last night. You alluded to Nathan Haddad sort of scoring some fantasy points out of the gate, right? Anyone else score some points that didn't maybe get a finish?
Well, really, the big thing there, right, is Travis Thomas did get it back, so he got 2 points for his team. Caleb Crump, who's just been killing it out there. He got a mount, so he got 2 points. Then Paul Ardilla got a takedown for 1 point. But other than that, it's just the rich getting richer. I mean, you got Marcin with his submission, Calvin with his submission, and Ryan Aiken with his submission. And so they all got the majority of the points, other than Haddon, who's just killing it. I mean, again, eight fantasy points in one match. But just to answer Calvin, yes, it is the Elbow Genie point. It was named after Jonathan Roberts, who halfway through season 1, he was just breaking everyone's arms, but he wasn't going to make the playoffs because back then a kill was worth 7 points and a break was only worth 3, and so he just didn't have the numbers. And so to even things out, later on the commissioner made kills just 6 and made breaks still 3, but gave you that extra Elbow Genie point. So if you made a quick submission like Elbow Genie used to do, good old Jonathan Roberts, that you could have a chance at the playoffs as well. And so that's why we call it the Elbow Genie point.
So Nathan Haddon gets Brad Schneider coming up here, so maybe an opportunity. I hate to throw Brad under the bus, maybe an opportunity here for a finish. I do believe, and we are the injury update for you, I believe Andre Porfirio will compete tomorrow. So Abe LaMontagne, the boogeyman a little bit. He does get Ryan Aiken. Fascinating to see that in block 2, but may not be able to continue to compete if Porfirio comes back.
Yeah, Porfirio, he said, hey, he iced it up. He got to get some good rest. He said, you know what? I'm going to let Abe, he got a chance to get points yesterday. I'm going to let him have points today, and he's going to rest up. But Porfirio is expecting to come back tomorrow.
Anything for you, Egg, in block 2 that's jumping off the page to you?
I gotta think Ardilla goes off against Fyodor. He's highly touted coming in, but he still only has 1 submission. I mean, he's got to start putting points on the board because everyone else on the top touted guys are putting points on, and he's kind of falling behind. I mean, he had a great match against his little brother there, but not his real little brother. He's actually in the front row. But a training team, again, he needs to put points on the board.
Yeah, and you talk about putting points on the board. Your guy Travis Thomas, BMAC, looking great, but 4 draws, no points on the board there. So can't wait to see block 2. TJ, back to you.
Thanks, guys. They bring up a great point, BMAC. I mean, we're still, early in the season, if you will, on match day 2, but we're starting to see, some big names with not many or no points on the board, and now each and every match that goes by without scoring, they're starting to feel that pressure, I think.
Yeah, and they should be starting to feel the pressure. But listen, it's not over on day 2.
Right.
And especially with the small amount of scoring that's happening. One big match, like Egg, you'll remember this. Remember Noah Randolph? He came in and scored. I think at that time we had four matches in one day, and he came in and he out of nowhere he goes bang bang bang. He ended up getting like 6, 8. I think he ended up scoring 18 points that day or something crazy like that. It was insane. So it's never over in the PGF because you're going to get 3 matches. You come out and have the best day you've ever had on the mats. You walk away with, potentially, dude, you can walk away with 21 points in one day.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plus the team points.
Right. Yeah, so go get them. They're out there. These guys are going to try as we continue here on match day 2. 1 block down. 2 to go. We're running the gauntlet, and I believe we're going to run to break here real quick as our night in Las Vegas continues. You're watching PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Critics ranked in rows fill the enormous plaza full, but only one is there who really knows, and he's the one who fights the bull.
The Door Traffic Miner is a simple way to earn crypto. There are 3 easy steps. Step 1, buy a DTM. Step 2, place it in a doorway at a home or business. Step 3, collect rewards in crypto for the data you provide. Join the revolution of datapreneurs mining real-time foot traffic data around the world.
Brought to you by Door Technologies, made possible by...
New hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive, people with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you want it to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
John Jones is the greatest of all time. He's beaten every human being he's ever competed against. He's the GOAT.
You cannot deny the greatness, taking out champion after champion.
Most championship wins in the history of this organization.
Avoided no one, dominated everyone.
The greatest of all time and the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. That certainly lays the foundation for a bout against the consensus greatest heavyweight of all time, Stipe Miocic.
The knockout power is phenomenal, but it's the heart that this man has.
He really wants to go down as the best ever. Stipe Miocic, come get a taste.
John Jones is back! The greatest mixed martial arts athlete we have ever seen. Stipe Miocic.
His success in the octagon has been nothing short of extraordinary.
I'll see you at the top. Iron Michael Chandler.
He is an absolute animal. This guy has power for days.
Charles Oliveira. The most decorated finisher in the history of the UFC.
Such a destructive force.
The world's most famous arena. Here we go.
We got to press a button. There we go. Hi. It's match day 2. PGF Season 7. TJ DeSantis, PMAC, Brandon McCatherine. We are set to kick off block number 2. We'll go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for block 2 tonight. Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Quick turnaround here for Ernesto Rivera. Was just on the mat with his teammate Paul Ardilla. Now ready to take on another opponent that's not a teammate, here to kick off our second block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Caleb Crump.
Caleb Crump representing Intrana. Here we go, our first matchup of this second block. TJ DeSantis, along with a man many people are familiar with, Master Eddie Bravo, kind enough to join me. How are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Watching a ton of jiu-jitsu action, and we see Ernesto Rivera on the floor. A very aggressive Ernesto Rivera scooting towards Caleb Crump.
Very aggressive.
We saw him just take on a teammate. Always tough to battle against a teammate. Probably tough for you when we got 10th Planet guys squaring off against one another from time to time here in this PGF format.
Yeah, I'm not into 10 on 10 crime, but we got so many competitors, got to get used to it, you know. Oh, damn, he's caught.
Yeah,
got
he
him in a
is.
triangle.
Crump in a ton of trouble.
This could be over here.
Trying to wrap it up here within this first minute. 15 seconds left for that bonus point. This would be huge for Ernesto Rivera.
I'm predicting he's not going to get out. That thing is tight. Oh, now,
Pulling down the head.
Now it's, if he grabs his left ankle and pulls it down and cinches it back up like that, oh, it's over. That's a wrap.
Trying to put in the finishing touches here is Ernesto Rivera. There's the tap. It is done. The kill for Ernesto Rivera. Does not get it in the first minute, but 6 big points for him and Team New Hope Regeneration. Nicely done, Ernesto Rivera. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner, representing New Hope Regeneration with a kill, Ernesto Rivera.
Well, he wrapped it up. Eddie, you said it looked like he was not going to get free. He did make the proper adjustments, and a statement made by Ernesto Rivera. 6 big points here with the kill.
Yeah, I'd never heard of this kid before, man, but he's left an impression on me. This guy is going to be one of the top 10 guys in his weight division for sure. He's light. He's not a 205er. That guy probably can make 170 easy and be a serious problem.
Right now, he's trying to be a serious problem for everyone here at PGF World, and some big points for him and his team. Again, $100,000 on the line, plus another 20 with our 8-man playoff coming up on Friday. Ernesto Rivera hopes to be one of those gentlemen that you'll see live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. All right, time for our next matchup. We go back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider hopes to reverse his fortune here thus far at PGF World Season 7. He's back on the mat for the second time tonight in Block 2. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Nathan Haddad.
Nathan Haddad knows what success is like here on the PGF stage. He took his part of $100,000 home last season, and now he hopes to pick up some points here in his second match of the night in Block 2.
Apparently, he burned through that money within like a week. I'm just kidding.
TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo live in Las Vegas. Eddie, you're a big fan of this PGF format, week-long jiu-jitsu. You're actually stealing the idea a little bit with Jiu-Jitsu Overdose.
Yeah. PGF proved it. I wanted to do EBI all like in 1 week. I just couldn't get the funding for it a few years ago. I wanted to do a show at noon and a show at 6 or 7 for 5 days straight, every weight class done. But it gets expensive, so we couldn't do it. But then, you know, BMAC, he got the funding and he did it, and it's awesome. That's why we're doing.
Armbar
it's a
had
wrap.
it in trouble. Schneider trying to make something happen. He got it. Wow. Nicely done, Bradley Schneider with the break inside a minute. 4 big points for Bradley Schneider. Huge win for himself and New Hope Regeneration. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
Your winner with a 4-point break for New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
What a win for Brad Schneider. Huge victory over Nathan Haddad.
Very impressed.
Look at the replay here, Eddie.
Man, the way he had like a wrist lock or something initially, and then turned it into a swim move, right into spider web, and bam. That was excellent.
Haddad trying to hang out as long as he could, but that arm was bent in the wrong direction, forced to tap, and Bradley Schneider picking up 4 points, 3 for the break, 1 with the elbow genie. He's now standing by with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Brad Schneider. Brad, huge win for your New Hope Regeneration team. You put 4 points on the board against a very, very tough opponent. How are you feeling after that win?
I mean, great. I have to shake off all those other matches I had so far. Thanks to my team for being patient with me, New Hope Regeneration. And thanks to all the sponsors here today, Epic Roll and Once Upon a Coconut. You should see me hitting some more submissions from here out. You know, I had a few tough matches to start, but I have a really dangerous guard and a lot of traps that a lot of people won't expect, so. Yeah.
Yep, we're looking forward to more of it, Brad. Thank you, brother.
Brad Schneider in impressive fashion. 4 big points for him now on the board. And New Hope Regeneration firmly in the mix here for this 100 grand. They're very thankful of his performance. All right, Block 2 continues here live in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7. We'll go back out to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ryan Aiken.
Ryan Aiken, a big factor here in PGF Season 7, coming off a huge EBI victory earlier this year. Yep. This kid is a fighter to be feared, someone that not too many people willingly want to step on the mat with, and for good reason. He's a problem.
2-time combat jiu-jitsu world's champion and our latest EBI absolute champion.
Time for his opponent to walk, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Abe LaMontagne.
Abe LaMontagne started this season as an alternate, and it was Andre Porfirio that came up hurt in just his first match, and Abe went from being an alternate to a real factor on the board here at PGF, and now he takes on the top-ranked guy in Ryan Aiken. We'll see what happens here. TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo live in Las Vegas. It is the site of PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Aiken takes a seat. You mentioned those combat jiu-jitsu and EBI titles that Aiken owns. The question for Aiken was, what was his style going to be like here in PGF, where everything is amped up? It's very much a marathon all season long, but these matches, they're sprints. And so far, Aiken, he's used his style well. He's been very aggressive and has been getting submissions.
Yeah, so far he's the leader, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's him and Marcin, and that's what most people expected. I mean, he's coming in here as the favorite with all those titles. And, I mean, his leg lock game is about as high level as you can get. It's going to be interesting, this matchup, though, because Abe is known for his donkey guard, also known as reverse close guard, and he's gotten like 70 of them in competition. It's super, the craziest, most unorthodox leg lock out there. He hasn't been able to set it up so far in PGF, but I expect him to at least get one.
This season all about the 205-pounders, and these guys, two of the biggest men in this field. Ryan Aiken, a really big guy, and Abe had to cut the most amount of weight among the competitors to come in at that 205 limit.
Yeah, he's a thick boy. He's got tree trunk legs. His back is giganti.
Shot clock here on for Abe LaMontagne. See if he can do something here halfway through that shot clock. Shoulder crush here attempt by Aiken, maybe?
That's what he's trying.
Oh! Trying to make something happen here is LaMontagne. Aiken wise to it. Nice sequence of action here.
Yeah, he almost had it. That was smooth.
2 minutes in. Eddie, it's got to be crazy for you to see how much the sport has changed, especially over the last 10 years or so. The EBI came in and really kind of took jiu-jitsu to this fight show type of feel with a one-night tournament, and now we get this week-long thing with PGF. I feel like jiu-jitsu is really starting to get its recognition that other combat sports do as far as like the entertainment value is concerned.
Yeah, definitely. Jiu-jitsu shows are bigger than ever. And although EBI was the first show on Fight Pass, the first jiu-jitsu show on Fight Pass, I mean, we had Metamoris before that. And, and even Hickson had a show called Bushido. Rico Ciparelli had a show called Professional Submission League. There was a couple others. They didn't last long, but EBI wasn't the first. We're just probably the first successful one.
It's baby steps, you know, for many years to level up to what it's at now, and pretty exciting to see Jiu-Jitsu take center stage in the combat sports capital of the world here in Las Vegas, PGF World Season 7, the second PGF here in this calendar year. Seeing Ryan Aiken work from bottom position, double butterflies.
And we're seeing, you know, jiu-jitsu as a whole, in regards to the sport, it's kind of taking the same route as the UFC, because the UFC blew up, you know, when billionaires took it over and blew it up, and you know the Fertitas brothers. That was the big change in the UFC, and in jiu-jitsu you're seeing that too with CJI. You know, although we don't know who the billionaire is, you know, there was a guy with a lot of money. They threw $1 million grand prize for 2 weight classes. And then, you know, PGF got some a force behind it as well. So we just need more billionaires to fall in love with jiu-jitsu, and then we'll start seeing it on CBS and on Fox.
There you go.
ESPN.
Any billionaires want to get involved, I guess maybe they should reach out to Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, oh yeah, I would love a billionaire to do a CGI type event at T-Mobile, but combat jiu-jitsu, imagine that.
Oh man,
imagine that. Combat jiu-jitsu, $1 million prize.
I would love it.
At T-Mobile. Maybe Jeff Bezos will get behind it.
You never know.
Elon Musk, maybe. You never know. Zuckerberg's all into jiu-jitsu. He might take it to the next level. He could single-handedly and then put it all over Facebook and Instagram. Are you kidding? Zuckerberg?
LaMontagne back to his feet. Coming up on the final minute here of this match. Grueling match between these two big men. Aiken scooting forward. Now into the final 30 seconds of the match.
Good match, Ryan. Come on. Easy going. Lock in. Grab that short arm on the far side, too. 18 seconds. Good.
Yeah, this one's a wrap.
Two of the biggest guys here in this PGF Season 7 field. They go 6 full minutes, nullifying each other. And that's a wrap. No points. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
We go the distance. Ryan Aiken, Abe LaMontagne. Hard-fought battle, but again, no points awarded, and our night continues here as we are in Block 2 of Match Day 2, PGF Season 7 in Las Vegas. Back out to the mat, standing by, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing New Hope Regeneration, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
Travis Thomas back out on the mat for his second match of the day. He represents New Hope Regeneration. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, Chris Olivo.
Chris Olivo making the walk in alternate. He's now in for Davis Asare, who had to pull out after his last match. Many people expected Davis to pull out yesterday after a disgusting sounding crack in his leg. But
did you hear it from up here?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was right. It was right in front of me. That was disgusting.
I was surprised he was able to make it back for his third match. Surprised he made it back today, but now he gives way for Chris Olivo to hit the mat, see what he can do.
Yeah, it takes a day for you to really feel it. First day, you don't really feel it that much.
Right. Adrenaline's still going in the moment.
Next day, you can't walk. But he showed up. He competed, so.
He did.
Got a lot of heart.
So now Olivo ready to make his PGF debut against Travis Thomas. A lot of talk about Travis Thomas being so new to jiu-jitsu, kind of a phenom in a lot of ways. BMAC was talking about how he's tapping black belts in competition, technically before he was even a blue belt, and he likes to showcase his skills. He's getting to do that here in Las Vegas at PGF Season 7. Oh, goes flying there.
Yeah, Travis hasn't been training that long. What did B-Mac say, like 5 years, 4 years?
Less, yeah, 3.5, 4 years.
Oh, yeah, it's incredible how far he's come in such a short time. He's got a football background. That translated, as he's super strong. He's got a great top game, great guard. His passing is phenomenal. He's going to be a big force in the Brazilian jiu-jitsu scene coming up over the next couple years.
Oh, climbing up on this guillotine is Olivo. Going to his back is Thomas. Trying to make the adjustment here is Chris. Thomas in some serious trouble.
His shorts came off.
They did.
He got pantsed.
He did. Wow. He's still hanging tough now. Trying to switch to possible triangle. Referee's putting the pants back on Travis Thomas. What a sequence this is, Eddie.
Crazy. He's going to be all right. He's all right.
Back in his pants and onto the submission. What just happened there?
Yeah, if you know, that's the true test. If you can't fight naked, your jiu-jitsu sucks.
Briefly undressed and undeterred is Travis Thomas, reset in the center of the mat. Olivo getting busy early as the alternate is now a factor. Thomas almost trying to take his back there. Going inverted here was Thomas. Olivo fails out of it.
Keep the pace on this guy. Smash it down.
2 minutes down here in regulation.
Keep the pace on him, Trav. Mix up the passing, mix up the passing. Don't get wide knee cuts, wide knee cuts. Your arm, top arm inside. Your knee below the knee.
And the last time I think I saw pants fall off an athlete was Quentin Jackson in Pride when he was taking on Murillo Bustamante. He's locked in a guillotine and his pants came.
Do you remember in Brazil in the late 90s, Gary Goodrich versus the Pedro?
I do remember the
Remember he
Pedro.
put his foot in his little bikini shorts? Yep. And he made peanut butter. He said he smashed his nuts with his big toe and made peanut butter. That's what Gary Goodrich said.
IVC.
There you go.
Yeah.
No one has any idea what that is.
No, it's all right.
Oh, yeah. The Pedro. What happened to that guy?
I don't know.
Oh, there it is. That's deep. Oh, that's
goodness.
deep. Oh,
trying to straighten out this leg is Travis Thomas. Olivo
That's it.
in some serious trouble.
He's got
knee bar.
He's got it. Oh, great defense.
Wow.
Oh, he changed the angle on that leg. Nice. That was excellent defense.
That was a very serious situation there that Olivo was able to navigate. Action continues here on the feet. What an exciting match this has been. Olivo pushed into the couch, back on the mat now. TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo live in Las Vegas.
Flying.
Hey.
Triangle attempt. Now he's going to put the pressure.
Thomas just sort of threw him down to the mat.
Oh, that was nice. That's right into an anaconda. Let's see if he can finish it. Let's see if he can finish that. Right in, there it is.
Oh my goodness.
There it is, right into an anaconda. Oh.
2 minutes left to work here for the Mantis, trying to wrap up.
There it is. Darce.
6 big points here with
Change
the potential kill.
Oh, that's a wrap. He got it. It's over.
Olivo hanging tough.
Oh, yeah, it's over.
There it is. It is done. Travis Thomas 6 big points. Tarp comes off, and the Mantis rising up the ranks. And Olivo joins in on the fun. What an amazing match that was. Wow, to make it official, we go to Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a kill, Travis Thomas.
Travis Thomas able to survive a submission, a deep submission attempt by Olivo. Survived the removal of his shorts. Ultimately comes back, gets a submission of his own, and the points. He'll speak with Stephen Aiken.
I'm here with Travis Thomas from New Hope Regeneration. Man, that was a frantic match through the whole time you guys were throwing down. You secured 6 points for yourself and for your team. Tell me how you're feeling after that.
Man, I feel good. That dude's a stud for sure. He pulled down my pants, tried to change the party up a little bit. My guillotine defense is too good. Wasn't worried. The referee fixed me up and put him away with a good old arse.
Man, that was really impressive. He had you in a couple really bad spots. Was there ever a moment that you were thinking, oh, I might have to tap right here?
Nah. If you follow me on Patreon, Scaff and the Mantis, you'll see that we work on defense all the time. Thank you for New Hope, keeping me ready to go and sponsoring this event. Once Upon a Coconut and Bobby, both of them. He's always killing it on the mic.
Hey, we love you, Travis. Thank you, man.
Travis Thomas with a win that many of you remember for a very long time. Eddie Bravo, the amount of things that happened in that one match, it was all over the place.
Yep. The pantsing was, you know, not as exciting as the finish, but it was a close second.
You can see that Anaconda wrapped up here. You knew pretty early on that it was just a matter of time before the tap was going to come.
Yeah, this is his shit. And as soon as he hooked that leg right there, that's a wrap right there. You're pretty much done.
Forcing the tap with the legs was Olivo, and might I just say the pants came off of Travis Thomas, and he was wearing red boxers. So, you know, red panty night for Travis Thomas and the Mantis fans everywhere. He gets points on the board here. All right, let's check in with our guys over at the Fantasy Quarter. Anik and Egg standing by. Guys, take it away.
Oh, dude, how about Eddie Bravo, right? Like telling us twice in a row,
Making
10
his way to
seconds
the mat,
before it being a
representing
wrap.
New Hope Regeneration, Cam Hurd.
Well, Bobby, both of them, doesn't care what you have to say. Jason Anik and Cam Hurd making the walk, getting ready for his second match of the night. He represents New Hope Regeneration. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Elijah Carlton.
Oh, shit.
Here comes the most decorated man in PGF history, Elijah Carlton. Closed out night one with a big kill. He hopes to pick up another one against a fellow veteran in Cam Hurd. Here we go, the jabroni, Elijah Carlton against Cam Hurd. TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo, live in Las Vegas. It's the site of PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
When you got that kind of flexibility, when you can get your knees to the ground while you're laying on your back, it's just almost impossible to pass.
If I control one ankle always, I can never get triangle. Always controlling at least one.
Cam Hurd coming off that last match where he had a hard time really solving the riddle that was Kyle Chambers. Now he's trying to solve the riddle that is the jabroni.
Very similar guard flexibility and guard retention between Elijah and Kyle Chambers. Very similar games. Elijah's a little more into triangles than Kyle maybe, and Kyle more into leg locks, but they both have great triangles and both have great leg locks. Super flexible. It's kind of a prerequisite when you're playing leg locks. If you're not flexible, you probably shouldn't be playing leg locks. There it is. That's close.
Oh, there it is. Potentially trying to attack that arm now, switching off the arm bar was Carlton, but Hurd wise to it. We saw these guys tangle last season. It was Carlton that framed up a triangle then. trying to have history repeat itself here tonight.
That was close. He had a shot at the arm there.
Grabbing a hold of that head there is Cam Hurd.
There it is. Got 2-on-1. You can suck him in.
Slow and steady. Push the ankle down. 4 minutes left. Keep finding the outside of his knee. Keep flanking side to side. Yeah, when he sits up there, you can snap it.
A little over 2 minutes of elapsed time in this match.
Keep doing it. He's going to get tired. He's making huge movements here. Keep it moving.
That flexibility is just, it's just a puzzle.
Oh, now isolating a leg here is Carlton.
Oh, it's deep. It's deep. Maybe not deep enough.
Nicely done by Cam Hurd to navigate that.
Hurd's got great leg retractions. Like anybody that jumps on his legs, he just, whatever muscles those are that pull legs out, I mean, they are well trained.
A lot has been said about Cam Hurd as the most improved grappler here season over season at PGF. And right now, he's tangling with the most decorated grappler in the promotion's history.
His defense has improved vastly. I mean, he's super athletic, explosive, and just really hard to finish now.
Yeah, B-Mac talked about when he showed up the first time for PGF, he was pretty much just a D1 wrestler, and now much more well-rounded jiu-jitsu player.
I feel a stalling call on its way. I feel it.
Carlton, for his part, trying to scoot forward, trying to bait Hurd in. Here comes the warning and shot clock.
Who was the warning on?
It is on Cam Hurd.
Yeah.
10 seconds through that shot clock. Oh, Hurd did just enough to avoid that shot clock from going off. 90 seconds left in the match.
Looks like he's down. It's only 60 seconds. Let's go. Stay disciplined in your position. Push the legs down, keep him inverted. Open him up. Open him up. Keep circling.
2-on-1 from Hurd on that leg, trying to clear.
Keep opening him up. You gotta catch him. He's leaning in towards you like that. Off his hands.
Carlton coming forward.
Head and ankle, head and ankle, head and ankle, side to side. Come on. 1 minute left. Lock the foot. Push the ankles down.
Now pinning that leg to the mat is Hurd. Puts the shin across the calf. Amazing flexibility on display here from Elijah Carlton. Jabroni works back to his knees. And grabbing a hold of the leg is Hurd.
20 seconds, Cam. 20 seconds. Let's send it. Let's send it. Let's send it. Fuck it. Push the ankles down. Hold them down. Hey, hold it down. Keep it right there.
Coming up on the final 10 seconds of the match.
Watch for the last minute, anything.
And Elijah Carlton biting on his own shin. And that's a wrap. 6 minutes in the books. These two veterans go the distance. No points awarded. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded between two PGF veterans. Cam Hurd goes the distance with Elijah Carlton. Your thoughts, Eddie, on that match?
That's one of those matches where, you know, you're going against a guy whose guard is pretty much impossible to pass. So there's two basic ways to get around that, is pass his guard in the takedown, or from the bottom, pass off a sweep. But since Elijah's not going to wrestle with him, he's going to sit down, Cam's really, his only choice to pass that guard really would be to pull guard and see if Elijah will come on top. And if Elijah doesn't come on top and they both just sit on their butt and play footsies, he would have to pretend he got swept by Elijah. And then when Elijah would sweep him, gather up whatever you need for a sweep that includes a pass. That's the kind of shit I play.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Halfway through the second block and halfway through our night live in Las Vegas, it is PGF World Season 7. TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo. I think we got Jason Anik and Egghead standing by. Maybe we'll check in with them. We tried to a moment ago. Jason, you there?
Oh, we're here, yeah. I was just saying, I wish I could live bet on this stuff. Eddie Bravo saying that's a wrap, and then it happens 10 seconds later. But yeah, halfway through, New Hope having a big night, huh?
Oh, good Lord. 2 kills and a break within 1 minute, so get the elbow genie point. They've added 16 points to their total. They now take a commanding lead. New Hope Regeneration has 31 team points.
Wow.
Putting First Form in second place, way behind. Less than half their amount of points. First Form has 14. Constellation has 10, and Trana has 9. Again, with this block, New Hope Regeneration takes a commanding lead, trying to get that $100,000 for their team at the end of the season.
Yeah, and Thomas, with the finish, avoids Davis Asare there and gets the alternate and capitalizes on it, TJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And how things change in just one block. We were talking about how it was anyone's game a moment ago, and now New Hope jumping out to a big lead. And let's not forget, Eddie Bravo, $100,000 on the line for these teams, and New Hope sitting pretty as they hope to cash in.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, in jiu-jitsu, no less.
Does the coach get any money?
That's a great question. You'd have to ask the commish, BMAC.
Yeah, maybe the coach should get a little cut, $5K or something.
I don't know.
Nothing too crazy.
All right. All right, let's go back to the mat. Stephen Aiken standing by to get our second team match of Block 2 underway. Stephen.
We're ready for our next team matchup. Making his way to the mat representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Here comes a man you're very familiar with, Eddie Bravo, Kyle Chambers.
Yes, we were just talking about Elijah's guard. Very, very similar. Almost impossible to pass. I mean, their guards get passed occasionally, but very rarely from scratch. You gotta pass in some kind of transition with these guys. They're so flexible. Kyle Chambers is about as flexible as you can get. He can put both his legs behind his head, and just as high level as you can get with leg locks. His leg locks are supreme.
All right, back out to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Drew Dyer.
Drew Dyer coming in, an alternate. He represents Dean Lister and Constellation Network.
Who's he replacing?
He is replacing Kamoy Anderson.
Oh.
Interesting developments here. This is the first I'm hearing of it. See if we can get more information on that. But now it's Drew Dyer taking on Kyle Chambers. TJ DeSantis along with Eddie Bravo. It is PGF World Season 7 powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Appreciate you joining us as we're live in Las Vegas. Drew Dyer in the black with blue, Chambers in the black with red.
Just got word that Kamoy Anderson's back is injured, so he's out.
Try to find out more on that, see if he's out for the season, just for the day. But right now, these two going head-to-head. Dyer trying to make the opportunity count.
Oh, that was deep. That's deep.
Chambers trying to make something happen here.
Super deep.
Get up to your knees. Get up to your knees. Get up to your knees right now.
It could be over here.
Trying to get the grip. Still within a minute.
That doesn't look good. Oh, shit.
Listen. Turn it down, bend it down. Turn your foot if you can. Turn your foot. Slow. Wiggle your foot. Wiggle your heel. Wiggle.
Kyle's so deep. He's not going to give up on that. He's right where he needs to be.
Big movement there by Dyer trying to move and get free.
He tried to retract his leg for a second, but it didn't go anywhere.
A lot of time here for Chambers to try to make this work.
Hey, Dyer's doing a great job of staying on top and basing out.
Hold the wrist, hold the wrist, hold the wrist.
Oh,
Now cross
oh,
cross your feet.
double outside.
There we
He's in
go.
big trouble
Good
here.
job. That's fine. That toe's not there, okay? You're fine. Relax. Now climb up a little bit. Wiggle, wiggle. Relax. You're fine. The other foot's the priority, okay? Now that toe, just be careful about it, but it's not a big deal, okay?
Chambers patient here with his attack.
If he gets out of this, I'll be shocked.
Just be aware of it.
This is Kyle's world right here. Right there.
Stay there. Stay. Hips down.
Dyer figure fouring his legs.
Cross his leg to his head. Okay, do it again. Cross your legs. Get up on your knees. Get up on your knees. Get up on your knees, goddammit. Now stay
A
there.
frantic Dean Lister trying to navigate his
he's almost there.
charge through it.
Knee bar.
Knee bar coming here for Chambers.
Oh, he's about almost out. He's almost out.
And the knee looks like it's just about clear.
He's almost out.
That's fine.
Oh, wow. Nicely done by Drew Dyer.
Wow. Damn.
Slap bump there and a smile from Kyle Chambers. He acknowledges his opponent's ability to get through that.
Push him down. Push him to his back.
A lot of time left.
To his back. Now settle down your weight.
He got in pretty quickly, like his first attempt. So that tells me that he'll probably get another deep bite eventually.
Just pass. Take your time. You're doing great.
Approaching the halfway point of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Watch the triangle. Hey, okay.
Now working a rubber guard as the 10th planet product.
Put pressure forward. Do not make space. Pass over that knee. Hips down now. Hips down. Hips down. Put your ass to the ground. Your ass to the ground. There. That's why you let go. It's listening. Incredible. Okay, now hips down. Press that to your head. Take it off your head. Take that off your head.
Now trying to pin down the right arm of Chambers with that shin is Dyer.
Sprawl your hips down. Keep your hips down. Hips down. You're doing great, brother. Keep your arm there. It's fine. Now watch your left leg. Your left leg. You're looking for your left leg right now.
Kyle wants to get under that left leg bad.
Action on bottom. Action on bottom. You're doing great. You're doing great. Keep your left knee down. Hips down.
Warning issued for action for Kyle Chambers.
Cross face. Left hand to his neck. And now push him
Now
back
Dyer
on the ground.
stands.
Push him back. Put us back on the ground. There we go. Now hips down. Pass.
Shot clock's on, Kyle.
Now the shot clock is on for Kyle Chambers.
Cross face. You're doing great. Okay, now watch this. Watch this. Hug that leg. Hug that. Listen.
No.
Right forward.
There it is. Another attempt. Going for that go-go. Going for that Omo or go-go.
That's
See what happens here. He's got to keep that foot in front of his head.
That kills that shot clock warning. And now trying to
There it is.
get that shit into position.
He's in a good spot.
Under 90 seconds left in the match.
You have a minute, 20 seconds left. You're doing good.
Dyer was able to survive a precarious situation earlier in the match.
Warning on top. Warning on top.
Okay, listen. If you get the warning, it's okay. Hey, stay there. Elevated.
And the omoplata attempt here. Rolling through is Dyer.
Grab your right leg with the right hand.
1 minute remains. On the hunt here is Kyle Chambers.
Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Less than a minute. Less than a minute.
Stop moving your hips. Move your hips away. Elevate.
You're doing fine. Hey, watch it. Watch
Oh, wow.
Push him down right there.
Put your hand on the foot.
Push him down. There you go.
Pull down.
Trying to put on the finishing touches here is Chambers now sitting back
Cross your feet.
for that leg inside the final 30 seconds.
Cross your feet if you can.
Grab his head and pull his head.
20 seconds left.
Tied in a knot here
20
is
seconds
Drew
left.
Dyer now trying to go for this
Cross your feet. Cross your feet.
almost a knee bar.
You're fine. You're flexible. You're fine.
Dean Lister telling Dyer that he's fine, he's flexible.
5 seconds.
Doesn't look like he's fine, but the clock is gonna expire here. Wow.
That was incredible.
He went through hell and then some, did Drew Dyer.
It's like, damn.
Wow. Kyle Chambers had him all sorts of twisted up, but unable to get the sub.
I need to coach the next one too.
We'll let you out of here. We'll find somebody. Eddie Bravo. Stephen Aiken right now. Take it away.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points there, despite a valiant effort from Kyle Chambers. Literally had Drew Dyer in all sorts of knots, but unable to do so in regulation, and time expires. So no points awarded, but wow, credit to Drew Dyer for coming off the bench and then finding himself in danger real quick. Oh, look, it's B-Mac, Brendan McCaffrey.
Was a crazy sequence, dude.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was insane. I loved that. That was madness.
Phenomenal stuff, to say the least. All
I
right.
missed a lot of action.
You did? What happened?
I don't know. I got up, and then everybody just started going crazy, dude.
It's all right.
It was like 140 points scored when I walked away.
know.
Eddie's like a good luck charm.
It's a different world now that we live in here with the standings since you've been gone.
I heard Eddie trying to coach a little bit from the commentary.
Oh,
booth.
he wasn't trying. He was coaching.
You know, he's not in here in an official capacity, so we'll allow it. I can't do it.
Of course. Taking a look at our leaderboard now. Ryan Aiken still out in front. Marcin Masulovic in second. Just 2 points separate those two gentlemen. Ernesto Rivera
popping in to the third place position with one big submission. Got him where he needed to be, man. That's big.
Absolutely. All right. Time for our next match. We'll go back out to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Paul Ardilla.
Here comes Paul Ardilla, representing Roger Gracie's First Form. Second time out on the mat tonight here in our second block. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
The Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov, making his black belt debut in this PGF Season 7 campaign. He represents Dean Lister's Constellation Network.
All right, guys. When I say stop, with the whistle blows free, so we get an easy reset, a couple steps back.
And here we go underway.
Low. No, that's not low enough. Cross face. Keep your feet in. Keep your feet in. Push him down.
Paul definitely got to be feeling like he needs points right here. And Fedor, for sure, feeling like he needs points. He hasn't gotten a submission yet. And we're already in block 2 of the second day. If you're thinking that you want to be in the playoff, I mean, we're getting into the time where you've got to start putting points on the board. You can't go into day 3 with no points on the board.
Push it down. Don't let him sit up on you. Cross face him. Okay, watch your feet now. Press your game.
Action. Action on top, action on
Push
top.
him to his back to pass. There we go. Good job. Do it again. You want to stand up, do it, just watch your legs. You want to stand up, do it, watch your legs.
Past the first minute in this match.
Push him down. Don't let him sit up on you.
Paul looking for a wrestle up here. Oh, Fedor tried to jump straight past his guard into the mount.
Press that. Pick it up your head. Push it down. Now push it down, and then just pass after. Okay, now it's the pass. Paul, he's gonna bring it slow. Pass. Come up, and then off the come up,
Fedor just having a rough time with Paul's guard. Paul very relaxed and comfortable with his game. It looks like a totally different Paul than the one we saw fight Ernesto.
Absolutely.
This is the Paul we saw on day 1. The match that he had with Ernesto, he's a different human being. He tried to kill that guy.
But he tried to do it with love as well, you know, respect between those two. But now, standing over the Russian Nightmare is Paul Ardilla. Two minutes of elapsed time.
Paul into this headquarters split pass. He wants to stuff that knee and hop over.
Action on top, action on top.
But he's got to be careful. He's getting warned from the referees. There's the pass. Quick shuck of the legs all the way into side control. Fedor pushing, framing, able to recover though.
3:30, Fedor. Él no tiene ningún ataque que te preocupe, así que vamos, atacamos, vamos.
They're telling him that you have no attack and
Vamos.
and they're telling him that there's no attack you have, okay? Attack him.
Nico fuerte también.
No, you are, he is strong.
Action on top, action on top.
Nice pass. That was gorgeous. What a pass by Ardilla.
We're at the halfway point.
3 minutes left. You're halfway done.
Check out how Paul pinning that arm here.
Action on bottom.
Fedor trying to shake that arm out of there, but Paul hanging on to it. Fedor's going to have to take a risk here. Nice, and he's able to recover.
Go. Arm drags. Grab a leg. There we go. Grab a leg, sit up. Attack
Man,
him.
Paul had a great attacking position, ready to go. He had a good isolation on the arm. Fedor moving a lot, though, to try to get out of that position, able to get back to his guard and now into his knee shield once again.
Push him away. Pressure back on him. Put pressure on him first.
Action both, action both, action
Put
both.
pressure on him. Push him back.
Call to action for both competitors. 2 minutes left in the match.
Referee's really starting to push on these guys now. Shot clock is out on both guys. Paul up, changing positions.
Grab his leg. Go forward.
Shot clock expires. Waiting for clarification on who's getting the warning.
Down facing camera.
So stalling penalty here on Ardilla. We're going to get a restart here in the referee's position. Fedor on top position.
I'm working. Behind the elbow. Behind the elbow. Fedor, behind the elbow. Guys, I got it. I can do this, all right? All right, knee right next to the knee. Here. Right knee, left knee up, up. Behind the elbow. Fedor, you gotta do what I say or I'm gonna switch you guys. Yes, it has to be behind. If you don't, I'm gonna give you one more chance to listen to me and then I'm gonna switch the position. All right, yes. Here.
Well, okay, so action. Another whistle. We're getting a coach's challenge. This
Okay.
is interesting to me. B-Mac, tell me about a coach's challenge.
Roger Gracie is approaching the head referee here. And we'll get the camera in over here. Let's be quiet and listen to what's going on, TJ. Well, I was hoping we would be able to hear what was happening over there, but we're just able to get a good look at what's going on.
Yeah.
So I think they're trying to determine who the stalling call is going to be on.
So I've yet to see a coach's challenge here in PGF. Can you just walk me through that?
Well, I've yet to see a coach's challenge as well. So be honest with you, I'm wondering what's going on and why they're doing that, TJ.
Are you allowed to challenge?
But I'm not involved in the officiating anymore, and so I'm trying to let them work this out.
But in the rule book, is there a section that says a coach can challenge a call?
There's not.
Okay, so this is just sort of, I'm going to do something, and I guess the officials are going along with
but we won't have that in play tomorrow. I'll have a talk with the referees, and there won't be any of that tomorrow.
Understood.
I'll tell you that.
All right. Still discussion taking place Matt's side here.
So it looks like they're going to take a look at the replay.
There's a minute 38 left in regulation. These guys trying to sort it out. And I guess it sounds like they're looking at the video to challenge the double shot clock violation.
I guess so.
All right. TJ DeSantis along with B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, live here in Las Vegas.
Well, I'll tell you, this is the thing. There shouldn't have been a double shot clock. That should have never happened. There should have been, you know, being a referee is an unpopular job.
Right.
What should have happened, though, is that they should have made a firm stance. This guy is going to get, is on the clock.
Yep.
There shouldn't be a situation where this should never be allowed to happen, right?
Right.
They shouldn't throw a shot clock on both guys at the same time, because then if it runs out, then you end up with something crazy like this.
Right.
That's why in the rules, I don't have a double shot clock in the rules. You make the choice. One guy is getting called for it, and if it's an unpopular call, then it's an unpopular call. You're the referee. It's sports. The referee's the most unpopular guy on the field. If you make a call this way, Team A is mad at you.
Right.
Team B loves you. You make it the other way, Team B loves you. You know what I mean? Like, there shouldn't be a situation where there's a double shot clock, but it's playing out this way because they made that double shot clock call. That will never happen again in the PGF, I'll tell you that. But it's happening in this one, and it's too late for me to roll it backwards, so I'm going to let them sort it out, and then I'm going to yell at them later.
But I think about, you know, the closest analog to, you know, what PGF is mixed martial arts, and how many times have we seen rule changes happen in the UFC over the years? I mean, it's the unified rules have been around for 25 years, and they just made changes 2 days ago about, you know, 12-6 elbows and
yeah, but you know what they
so.
didn't do is they didn't do it in the middle of a match.
Oh, they've done it plenty of times in the middle of the match.
Okay, I have
beforehand.
seen in the old times, I've seen some pretty crazy stuff happen in the middle of a match. I saw a guy in Alabama before there was a fighting commission. It was just the Wild West in the state of Alabama when it came to MMA. It was just NHP back then, right? But I did see a dude get called out of the audience in his blue jeans and cowboy boots and jump in and fight somebody in a cage in his blue jeans with his belt on.
Yeah, I'm from the Midwest. Plenty of dudes went to an MMA show, got too drunk, and went home with an 0-1 pro record. But all right, so
hey, you know, I would like to actually. This is a good chance for me to talk to the chat. Chat, tell me, what do you think? Double shot clock or no double shot clock? To me, honestly, I hate this, and I think it's dumb, dude. Like, that should never happen.
I mean, I think you said it best. When you're the referee or the timekeeper, the official who's calling this out, you're not going to make everyone happy. And,
yeah, you're going to have to make an unpopular call.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, believe me, TJ, they're going to get an earful from me when this is over.
I'm not going to be around for that because I don't want to hear that. I don't want you to. I don't like when you're mad, B-Man.
I don't get mad too often. You know what I mean? And when I do, I don't let it. I don't let it linger.
Right.
But it would be unfair for me not to say my piece. That wouldn't be right.
And we're going to come out the other side of this better for it. Like you said, this is never going to happen again.
Yeah, well, so in the chat, he's saying, I don't see, if both guys are stalling, I don't see why not. And this is the reason, because a double shot clock is impossible to navigate. And Fedor moving towards the back. I mean, I don't even know how they came to that decision. Like, okay, this is what happened. This is the guy that's stalling is getting called on. So, yeah. Anyway, here we are.
Action back underway. Ardilla trying to work a leg here, but the action leaks off the mat. They're still going off the mat.
And see, there's no submission on. They should be back on the mat right here. I'm going to sit down with the referees after this, not after this match, after this evening.
Right.
And we're going to discuss it. All right. That's what I'll say. We'll discuss it.
Now we're going to get a restart here in the center.
There should really only be action allowed to continue at the edge or off the mats when the submission is on.
Right. And
that's the rule.
There was a clear moment where there was no connection really to any sort of submission. But we are back underway. Touch over a minute remains here between these two gentlemen.
Yeah, the chat said B-Mac's going to discuss it with a belt. Yeah, somebody getting whooped after this, that's for sure.
45 seconds remain. Nikolov back to his feet, now back to the floor. Oh, now trying to attack that leg of the Russian is Ardilla. Nikolov able to get free. 30 seconds left. Now again on that left leg, but Nikolov able to get it back. And regulation expires. No points awarded. Some lessons learned.
They're going to be some lessons learned, TJ.
Absolutely. All right, to make this one official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
You know, in season 6, PJ Barch came in as the #1 ranked guy and found himself on the outside when the playoffs rolled around. Worked his way in because we had a Ben Eddy ended up withdrawing himself from the playoff. So PJ did end up in there in that 8th spot. Paul Ardilla coming in arguably as the top ranked guy. Could he be this season's PJ Barch?
We'll find out. We've got a lot left to go.
We got a long way to go, but it's looking tough for Paul out there. I'll be
Absolutely.
real.
Yeah. Points are hard to come by this season at PGF World Season 7. The action, though, it continues, so maybe some more points to be added right now. We will find out. Back to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Bame.
Ooh, this is a killer match here, huh? Bame versus Machulovic.
Kyle Bame got on the board for the first time earlier tonight. He hopes to put some more points up, and as you mentioned, the Polish powerhouse stands in his way, Marcin Masulovic. All right, back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, the Polish Punisher, Marcin Matulovic.
Here he comes, Marcin. In that second place spot right now in the overall playoff hunt.
All right, guys, make sure when you hear stop or a whistle, freeze. So we get an easy reset, couple steps back.
And here we go underway. TJ DeSantis, B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine. Live in Las Vegas, the site of PGF World Season 7. It is powered by Once Upon a Coconut.
Low. Not so high. Push it down. Stay low. That's fine.
Marcin very aggressive. And these guys are both doing really well, both scary leg lockers, but a really different way of approaching the game. Marcin very aggressive, high energy. Kyle likes to sit back, find his moment, and then really explode when he finds it.
We saw him last night in his match with Davis Asare putting that.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Almost got through the guard. Kyle notoriously has a very difficult guard to pass.
Smart now. Remember, push it down first.
As I was saying, one of the lasting memories of this season will be Bame putting the squeeze on Davis Asare, just squishing his face in and wasn't able to get the sub. Now he's out there with a very powerful Polish grappler in Marcin Masulovic.
The Polish powerhouse, you dubbed him.
I like it. I like that name.
Okay, do it. Keep doing what you're doing. Push it down again. On his shoulders. His shoulders. Push his shoulders down. Push his shoulders down. Yeah, there we go. Oh, keep that. You're doing fine.
Oh, sits back on the leg.
Do it again.
Kyle extracts.
Action on bottom, action on bottom.
Keep doing what you're doing. Push it down again. Pass again. Push it down again.
Marcin
Push it down again.
feeling the momentum turn his way when they said action on bottom, calling for action against Kyle.
Okay?
How fired up is his coach, Dean Lister, right now?
Dude, he was getting after, who was the last guy that was up that he was yelling at? Drew Dyer.
Yeah.
He was like, poke your knees on the mat.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Reset here, back in the center. Bame shooting, and Marcin going, no, sir.
Marcin doing a great job listening to his coach, Dean Lister, as well. Dean asked him to do something. Marcin delivers immediately. See Dean calling, push him down again. There he goes. Shows him down and passes the guard.
Nicely done by Marcin.
Hips down. Hey, remember the move we went today? He goes to his back. You have a good move from today, a secret move.
Oh, dang. Dean's got a secret move?
Apparently.
There we go. Oh, yeah, hips down. Hips slow. Hips slow. Pass again. Push him down. Push him down. Keep doing that. Do it again. Again. Push him down.
Marcin, a very intense individual, and I don't think there's a more intense coach this season than Dean Lister.
Marcin really putting the pressure on, but Kyle staying cool. He's not allowing it to affect him. But he hasn't really been able to find any kind of offensive movement at all. Marcin fell back for a leg, nothing there.
Yeah, keep doing that. That's what I'm talking about. Now pass. Push that again.
Bame, one of the biggest men in this field, but Marcin bullying him, pushing him around.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's big, but Marcin's big too. There's not that much size difference in these two guys. Marcin, he's built like a, I mean, he's a man.
He's a powerhouse.
He's a man, dude.
Keep him right there. Keep him right there. Don't let him stand up. Don't let him stand up. Okay? Pass. Keep him right there on his back. Keep him on his back.
Touch over 2 minutes remain here.
Shot clock's gonna happen soon. Outside. Warning, shot clock. There we go, shot clock.
All right, they put Bame on the clock.
You can, but hold him. Don't let him stand up. 2 minutes. If he stands up, you lose your shot clock. You have 10 seconds left.
Halfway through that shot clock for Bame.
Bame comes up. He made a move, but the referees didn't really deem it to be a meaningful move, and it's going to be a shot clock violation. So Bame.
Wrestling up doesn't stop the shot clock? It's got to be a deep shot, Kyle. You got to connect your hands around.
Referee telling Kyle.
And that's a great point, and I think that was the right call by the referees, because what happened was Kyle, he made a movement, but it wasn't, in the rules, it's a meaningful attempt. Like it's a deep shot is what we have it defined as. So just moving and changing the position is not enough.
This is
because otherwise he would have gamed the system, which is what he was trying to do. He was trying to game the system by pretending to wrestle up. He didn't actually wrestle up.
It's like in basketball, the shot clock, you got to hit the rim.
Dude, great analogy. And I heard Tim say that last night on the post show. By the way, those guys on the post show are fantastic. They had us rolling last night with that jiu-jitsu court segment. Did you see it?
I did.
It was awesome. Marcin moving towards the body triangle. Not able to lock it, though. He's got a minute left to cook right here.
One round the neck. Go for it. Go across the face. It's okay.
1 minute remains here.
Go across the face. He's tough. Come on, do it.
Marcin here, almost getting that body triangle. Trying
to trap the arm.
Not going to lose his modeling career. It's fine. Okay. Pass again.
Nice escape by Kyle.
Same thing. Good job. Yes, push him down again. Again.
Center. Good job.
And see, that's the way that that's supposed to be handled. The action was getting close to the edge, but there's no submission on. Move him right then.
Push him down again. Trust me. There we go.
Inside the final 30 seconds.
Very good.
Action, Kyle Bame. Action on bottom. Action on bottom.
Kyle, you got to move. Take a stance.
Get around the guard. Go for a leg lock. Do something. Get 10 seconds left. Go for a leg. Go for a leg. Go for a leg. Go. Do it. Go for it. Go. Go. Turn. Put your pressure in right now. Go.
Trying to make a run at this is Marcin. Short time, though.
Oh, he actually made a pretty good shot right there. He went all the way belly down with it.
Time expires. We go the distance, no points awarded. Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
We can angle in the back.
6 minutes in the books between the Polish powerhouse, Marcin Masulovic, and Kyle Bain. No points awarded. Still here inside block number 2 on match day number 2. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey.
Hey, throw me over to that fantasy tape. I want to ask him a question real quick. So I had to step out. Eddie Bravo steps in.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Tell me about that Ernesto versus Caleb match. I know we had a finish. What was the finish?
That was a triangle.
Oh,
He got
yeah,
him with a
triangle
triangle.
choke. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking my notes over here. So triangle choke for 6.
Check.
And then the next match I also missed.
Bradley
that
Schneider
was
got an
Schneider
armbar.
and Haddad.
Schneider got an armbar within 1 minute, so we got the elbow genie point, so that's 4.
Inside a minute?
Yes, sir.
Off the Schneid. No
Come
pun intended.
Yeah,
man, Brad, so tough beginning, but he comes up with an elbow genie point.
There you
Let's
go.
go, Brad. Finally on the board.
And then Travis Thomas got that Darce for
That
another
one,
6.
that one I saw all of. That was a crazy match.
But that's the crazy thing.
You almost saw all of Travis Thomas, too. The pants came off.
Dude, I know. That's going to be the best clip of the night for sure. That's going on the ground. All right, thanks, guys. Just had to ask. How are y'all doing over there? Everybody
Oh, we're
good?
doing great. You know, it's interesting when Fyodor was fighting, having Eddie Bravo and Dean Lister sort of both going at him, giving him feedback. We have a Dean Lister doing a little stand-up comedy on the side, too, right? Talking about going across the face, don't worry about his modeling career. No, Lister's pretty quiet during the draft, not so much. And you notice more noise in the building, things getting a little more intense night 1 to night 2. Let's go.
Hey, just a quick note here. Because we've had 3 draws in the second half of this block, right now New Hope Regeneration has secured the team points for this block. They have 16 points. They doubled their team points overall, but there's no way with only 2 matches left in this match that either one of these remaining teams can get that team point, can win the block.
New Hope coming out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah, big night for New Hope Regeneration, and we're not done yet. Still to put the finishing touches here on block 2. You can see the schedule of tonight's action still yet to come here. And let's get to it. Let's go back out to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Dory Aoun.
Here comes Dory Aoun, making the walk for First Form. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
Nope. Chris
Nope.
Wojcik. You read the wrong name, player.
All right, here comes Chris
Wojcik. Chris Wojcik.
Had me a little nervous there. It's like, did I have the wrong thing? But
lots of moving pieces here at the PGF.
Yeah.
All right, it is Wojcik and Aoun. Action back underway here to start this match.
You know, I thought that coming into this season, Dory was going to be basically impossible to submit. But he's gotten submitted twice so far. And he's got his hands full right here with Wojcik for sure. Wojcik, definitely a finisher. And I think a lot of people were really expecting Wojcik to be up near the top of the leaderboard already by the end of day 2. How many points has he got on the board so far?
We'd have to check in with Egg, you know?
Wojcik has 0 submissions so far. He only has 1 team point.
That has to be probably one of the biggest surprises of the PGF Season 7 so far, is that Wojcik is halfway through day 2, no subs on the board yet. He's got a grip here on the leg, has the bell on it. Dory jumping on the straight ankle. Just controlling right now, no submission in play. He's going to try for it, though, but he just doesn't quite have the angle that he needs. See how Wojcik keeps his knee turned down to the inside.
Now stay right there, establish position, okay? Listen, take your time. You're doing great. You have lots of time. You have 5 minutes now. Grab his leg. Get on top. Get on top. Push him down. Stay there.
Now Wojcik here in top position.
Hip slow. Okay, now posture up.
Close guard for Aoun.
Let's open this guard. This is for a leg now, okay? Grab a leg.
Uh-oh, this could be trouble here for Dory. Chris, very dangerous once he gets into that spot. Man, Dory just slipped it so easily, though.
Hey, get back on top if you have to. That's it. Get on top. Get on top. All right, do it again. You're fine.
Dory circling, controlling the leg. Presses through, gets into his double underpass. Wojcik hooked around the leg, or around the arm, excuse me. Back to the center they go.
Your leg off is good, okay? Play it. Get on top. Grab his leg first if you can. Grab it first. I know it's under your head. Disregard his arm. Grab his leg. Grab it. Grab it. Grab his leg. Commit. Take a chance. It's fine. Do it again. Do it again. You're fine. You're chasing him. You're doing great. Do it again. Sit up and grab. Okay?
Here's that double underpass again.
Press that. Press it.
Tries to lift the hips. Wojcik did a great job keeping himself heavy.
Do it again. Yeah, chase him. There we go. Keep doing what you're doing.
All right, referee's going to start pushing on Dory to be more active, to do something more meaningful. Like, Dory's moving a lot, but they don't feel that he's really doing enough to make forward progress.
Right.
Rest that. Sit up and grab.
Now at the halfway point of the match.
Rest the head. Get up. Grab his leg. You're doing great. Keep that pace.
Reset back.
You're doing good, okay? Don't let it get under your legs, though.
And Dory keeps a great pace, though.
Grab his leg first. Go for it. Okay? Go for your foot is fine. Go. Let him go for it. Let him go for your foot. Let him go for it. Let him go for it.
And I actually think that's pretty good instruction off the sideline by Dean Lister. He's telling Chris, let him go for your leg, because he knows that Chris is the superior leg locker in this entanglement. And a lot of times the best leg locks are counter leg locks.
Right.
They come off of the other guy attacking you. And if you're the superior leg locker, somebody in the chat said, Dean is coaching like my dad. Get him, get him.
Scoot after him. Scoot after him. Scoot after him.
Dory hanging on with both hands to that right leg of Wojcik. And another restart here.
Watch out. Chasing him. Chasing him. Okay? You're doing good. Sit up and grab a single. Arm grab, single. Arm grab. Take the arm grab. Take it. Take it off.
Action on top, action on top.
There we go. Keep doing what you're doing.
Another warning called out for Dorian.
And again, they're calling for action. They're not calling for him to move more. He's moving plenty.
Right.
But he's not creating anything meaningful, and that's the problem. They want you to create, oh, there's a wrestle up from Chris, gets on the legs and drops him down, and that's what Dean Lister has been calling for out of him. No! Oh, that was a brutal, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Once Chris grabs onto a straight ankle lock of any variety, oh my gosh, that was so brutal.
And so fast, Wojcik getting 3 big points.
And that's his Aoki lock. And I want to take a look at that one, fellas, after this is over.
All right, let's go ahead and make this one official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
Chris Wojcik getting it done. He submits Dory down. Dory's
Sorry,
still
TJ, I
very
interrupted
ginger
you.
on his feet. All right, let's take a look at this, B-Mac. Walk us through.
All right, so let's go back and have a look at that wrestle up first, because it was so beautiful. Here he goes. So, boom, up off the knees, behind the knees with both hands to the wrestle up. And now watch this. This is nasty. Look at the angle. So this is not a straight ankle lock. Look at this here. This is not a straight ankle lock. This is an Aoki lock. The heel, we don't have the angle for it, but I think I'll be able to walk you through it. The heel is actually on the inside. It's sitting right on the chest of Chris Wojcik. And he's driving his pressure. It's more like an inverted heel hook. You see the bend in the leg here? Okay. It's more like an inverted heel hook. So he's pressing. Dude, watch one more time, TJ. Look at this grip. Here we go. I'm gonna get better at the toe straighter, I promise, but I want to see. Yes, there it is. It's that downward pressure to the side here.
Right.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, the foot's going
Oh,
outward.
see, look at this
Yeah.
angle that's coming up here. Not a straight ankle lock. That's an Aoki lock, and that's one of his absolute best plays. We can throw it back to you guys, but look at the pain on the face of Tori Allen right there.
Yeah, nicely done. Chris Wojcik standing by with Stephen Aiken for a post-fight interview.
All right, I'm here with Chris Wojcik. Chris, big win, 3 points on the board for you here in Block 2. You've been battling all week long so far. First 3 points for you there. How you feeling after that win?
Feeling good. You know, Dory's super tough. Big shout out to, first of all, to Coach Dean for, yelling at me to keep wrestling up, because I think I got to believe in that more. Also, shout out to, Constellation for sponsoring us. Once Upon a Coconut is delicious. That's the reason I haven't cramped up yet.
Cool, man. Yeah, like you said, we saw that you finally wrestled up, grabbed like a double leg, and then as he hit the ground, that's when you attacked the foot with the Aoki lock. Is that one of your favorite setups for that move?
Yeah, I think one of the best times to attack it is when you get them, going backwards. And so definitely once I get the grip, I feel like I can break it from anywhere. And if you want to learn how to do that, my BJJ Fanatics instructional is dropping soon.
Enough said. Thank you, Chris.
Attaboy. Go make your money, Chris Wojcik. You deserve it.
Points on the board for Chris Wojcik, complimentary of his coach and Dean Lister about that wrestle up, and that's really where it all started, B-Mac. Without the wrestle up, we probably don't see a submission there.
No, we wouldn't have seen a submission there for sure, and he's right. The chat was kind of having a good time with Dean, being persistent, saying the same thing over and over, but that same thing over and over is what led to the finish right there. And man, I hope Dory is okay. I said that's an Aoki lock. It's not a straight ankle lock. Straight ankle lock, you can kind of walk off a little bit. I mean, there can be some pretty bad ones, let's be honest. I've been in a couple. Mike DeWitt put me in one time that I thought ended my life. But, you can almost walk off a straight ankle lock, even if you do get tapped with it. That Aoki lock ends up putting pressure on the inside of your ankle and on the inside of your knee. So it feels a lot more like an inside heel hook than it does a straight ankle. It's a much more serious lock. And, man, I hope Dory's okay. I'll have to go check on him here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to make it for his third match of the night. All right, we are ready to continue our night here in Las Vegas. We go back out to Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our final matchup of Block 2. Making his way to the mat representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley, ready for his second match of the night. We await his opponent. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
Sebastian Attard walking with his coach, Dean Lister, right behind him. Final matchup of Block 2.
All right, guys. Guys, when the whistle blows or I say stop, freeze, so we get an easy reset. All right.
And we are underway. Adam Bradley in the black with red.
Oh, look at this. False reap attempt early by Attard, and he's into a pretty good position here. Bradley, very good defensively, and he'll navigate this well, most likely, but this is a great open to the match by Attard. Bradley driving his head into the chin. Check that out. That's awesome. Making Sebastian very uncomfortable. He's going to make him want to let that go. Yep, check it out. Very uncomfortable.
You can't be stated enough. You're not allowed to headbutt really in any combat sport, but the head can still be used as a weapon, as is this. Leg attack.
Oh, what an upset this would be. Bradley trying to slip this knee line, starts to get out of here. Man, nice defensive navigation by Adam Bradley, but a good opening attack in the first minute by Attard.
Right hand, grab his knee. His other knee. His other knee. Right hand, grab his other knee. You can pass this way closer. Right hand, grab his other knee. You're fine. He doesn't have a heel up there. He doesn't have one, okay? Right hand, disengage. Grab his knee, other knee. Okay, yeah, you don't, okay. Yes. Right hand, yes. It's too shallow now, okay? Yes. Fix it. Okay, grab that one if you can.
Two men separate. Now we're going to get a restart.
Standing supine. You know supine?
Beautiful, Sebastian. Keep it up. Same game. Next time, grab a leg. Let's do it sooner. Okay, grab it again.
Attard's going to have to be very careful right here. Bradley had a really good look at a guard pass right there. Didn't ultimately capitalize on it, but he threw Sebastian's legs off to the side really strongly on that redirect. Just didn't change the levels and close the distance with it. Attard looking for a calf slicer maybe. Sits up, tried to hit him with that dummy sweep. And here we go into the false reap once again. Peels him out. So all the offensive attacks really coming from Sebastian right now.
Action on top, Adam. Action on top.
Yeah, and that's right on cue.
Now go for it. Now go for it. Now. You have to do something now.
Bradley now starting to get a little more active.
Hey, Sebastian, scoot after him. Grab his leg. Grab his leg. Scoot after him. Now do it. Keep going.
Heavy pressure.
It's gonna get stronger.
Dean telling Sebastian, scoot forward, move after him. He wants to give the appearance that Sebastian's the aggressor and that Adam's running away from him. Here's this false reap entry again. Oh, this is a pretty good entry here. Nice. Again, though, man, Bradley is just so hard to deal with. He navigates the submission attempts from every position so well. Sebastian taking the double wrist grip.
Under 2.5 minutes remain.
Bradley into a pretty good knee cutting position now. Bradley's got to step on the gas.
And grab the other leg. Sit for a single and grab the other leg. If you have that, you have that. If you know what you do. If you have it, take him over now. Cross your legs. There we go. Now go.
We're trying to
Now cross your legs towards the heel.
isolate that left leg of Bradley. Here is Attard.
But he's got to be careful with both his legs on the outside. This could be a really good back-taking opportunity for Bradley. Oh, he navigates through, passes the guard, now the knee on the belly. Attard very easily, though, bumps him out of that position.
1 minute 40 left, okay? That's it. Listen again, sit up. Listen, do the same thing, but next time you cross your feet, take them down, okay? Do it again, yeah. Grab that leg, grab that leg, grab it.
Action on top, action.
Grab it, sit up, grab it.
Another warning issued for Adam Bradley.
There we go. Now listen, get under the other leg. Now, scoop the other leg, scoop it. Yeah, he doesn't like that. Grab the other leg, grab it.
Shot clock's on, Adam, shot clock's on.
And now the shot clock is on.
Yes. You have a minute left.
Yes, sir. Good, yes.
Get up, grab his leg.
Halfway through that shot clock.
Grab his leg. Sit up. You're still on. Do it. You're doing great. Come on, man. Sit up.
They reset the shot clock. They felt like Adam made a significant enough offensive attack. And I agree with that. He almost passed the guard, threw the legs by. But he's back into that same game again, and they're putting him back on the shot clock again.
Sit up. Jason, go get it. Take him over. Do your thing. Do it. Go. Take over now.
Another false reap attempt by Sebastian.
You're right. Scoot to me. Scoot to me. Take it to your right. Scoot to me. His head back. Or go under. Yes, sir. Take his leg. Go straight. You have 50 seconds.
Sebastian has a bite on a leg. Oh, Bradley counter leg locking maybe.
Inside the final few seconds. Bradley sitting back for a leg again. No time. No points. Fun match, though. Trying to make things happen. We're both gentlemen, but both evading. And now we'll make it official with Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
And there we go. We are through our second block on match day 2 here in Las Vegas. It is PGF Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis along with B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, and man, what one block can do for the overall landscape of our season. Block 2, man, it kind of turned everything upside down, and we see New Hope really running away.
Yeah, they put up 16 points. That's more than any team had already collected through the entire event so far.
Yeah.
They did it in one block. And actually, they did it in 4 matches. 3 out of the first 4 matches all ending in sub. Rivera with the triangle for 6. Schneider with the arm bar with the elbow genie for 4. And Travis Thomas with the Darce choke for 6. Serious points put on the board by New Hope. And TJ, walk us through that leaderboard right there.
Yeah, we see Ryan Aiken in top position. Trailing just behind by 2 points is the Polish Punisher, Marcin Masulovic. Ernesto Rivera on the board with 9 points. Paul Ardilla, he's got 6. Kyle Baim scored his first points of the night. He's got 6 now. Elijah Carlton, the jabroni, he's in that number 6 position. And of course, don't forget our regular season. It gives way to our playoffs coming up here on Friday night, live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass. Another $20,000 is on the line. That in addition to our $100,000 regular season team prize that is up for grabs.
And speaking of that team prize, dude, can we throw the team points up there on the board? I'd like to take a look at that. There we go. 31.
Wow.
Dude, all of a sudden they're just running away with it.
Yeah, New Hope lapping the field at this point, more than double the points of the second place first form. So yeah, they're the team to beat, but hard to do so, to say the least. All right, Alex Wendling standing by on the mat. We're going to go to her. Alex, take it away.
Standing by with the Mantis, Travis Thomas, and we were just talking about how yesterday you were having such dominant performances but not able to get the submission, and today you're on that scoreboard. So how's it feel?
Man, it feels really good. I want to thank New Hope and everybody out here for just helping out and supporting the PGF. But yeah, it feels good to finally get on the board. I know that I've been working a lot on my jiu-jitsu, and I knew that it would just take something to put it together, and now I'm on the board, and I'm super excited to see what comes.
And a lot of people have been putting up points for you guys. You guys are coming off of the best block that you have had so far. Your team's really in the lead. So were you expecting for your team to be in the lead this much?
Man, I think in the beginning when people seen our team, they thought that, you know, we didn't have the most spectacular team, but at these team training events, or like when we come and practice, we've really had like a lot of team chemistry and morale. And I think that our team looks the best in here. Our coaches are doing a really good job of getting us motivated and keeping us on game. So, man, I feel great about our team.
Yes, I heard a little bit of the talks after your guys' last block. So how are they keeping you motivated now?
Man, they're just really telling us professional things, staying off our phone, keeping our energy on the matches and staying warm. And then just like keeping a team, looking out for each other, warming each other up, and like giving insight to our next matches.
And for your upcoming match, what are you looking to do?
I'm looking to dominate, looking to be exciting. I want to be exactly what the PGF wants, and that's a marketable athlete, whether it's on the mats or off the mats.
Yes, you said you came here to be an exciting fighter, and you've definitely done that so far. Good luck on the rest of the tournament, Travis. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. Appreciate it. Travis Thomas, the Mantis, doing phenomenal stuff here on the mat, and very complimentary of his team, you know, managed by Pedro Sauer. It is very much a team-based week here, and doesn't get any better than New Hope right now.
I mean, they're running away with it.
Yeah.
And this sort of happened with X-Marshall last year, too. They had a team that not everybody, you know, they didn't have the big superstars on their team. Now, New Hope does have Ryan Aiken on their team, and a lot of people felt like he was going to be the #1 guy, and he's definitely delivering points. But, man, it was Brad Schneider coming out and putting points on the board.
Yeah.
Ernesto Rivera coming out and putting points on the board. A lot of people thought Travis was going to put points on the board, but Ryan didn't put points on the board. You know, so in the last block at least, he's leading the dance right now with 13. Marcin coming in with 11. This top 8 here. This can change quick, especially the last. Let's call it the last 7 spots, right? Or I guess 6 spots can change pretty quick. It's those top 2 starting to drag away, pull away from everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And the bubble, you know, becomes more and more important. On the outside looking in, that's not where you want to be. And points just more and more important as we progress through our week. All right, hanging out in the fantasy corner all week long. It's Egg and Jason Anik. Let's go to you guys. How you feeling after our second block is in the books?
Feeling great. You know, it's real interesting with New Hope Regeneration, right? They took Travis Thomas in the draft early on, and then it was sort of crickets for a while. All those other teams sort of lapping up. They were sitting on Ryan Aiken, and now on paper just looking so solid. And when you get that win from Brad Schneider like you did in that spot, I just think it's huge. And Ernesto Rivera going against his teammate and good friend, sort of once that was over with, he looked like he was ready to kill.
This is wild because, you know, a week and a half before this season started, both those gentlemen were on the outside looking in. They're both going to be reserve players. Maybe they get a match, but both had their names called, and both have answered that call, especially tonight.
Anything in Block 3 coming up that has your interest piqued?
Well, you know, we've talked about Paul Ardilla, pardon me. He has one submission. Man, we're almost done with day 2. We're almost 50% done with the PGF. If he wants to make it to that playoffs, he's got to get some more subs on the, you know, happening there. But of course, Marcin versus Ernesto. Ernesto, as we said, has had a big day today, had a big day yesterday, but he's going up against somebody else who's made a real name for himself here in Season 7, Marcin. I'm really interested to see who wins that one.
Couple matchups I'm looking at: Kyle Bame, Abe LaMontagne coming up, and then Adam Bradley, Elijah Carlton should be interesting. TJ.
All right, thanks, guys. We are 2/3 of the way through match day 2 here in the PGF. P-Mac, anything you want to say before we throw to break and get ready for block number 3?
Yeah, I'm looking at that Constellation New Hope team matchup, and I'm seeing Travis Thomas, but he's supposed to have Kamoy Anderson right here. Kamoy out, Drew Dyer in, so Travis going to be taking on one of the replacements. Travis, one of the big point scorers, choke-heavy game. That's looking like that could be pretty serious.
All right, that is coming up after this. We are live in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7. Block 3 coming your way next. For the second time in 2024, PGF World is back inside the combat sports capital. We're at a secret location in Las Vegas where 20 grapplers are said to be drafted upon one of 4 teams, all with one common goal in mind. That is cashing in on a potential $100,000.
26, first one.
Thank you for what you've created and really, truly the future of what I think the kids will be.
Welcome to the PGF world, where the art of jiu-jitsu meets the thrill of competition. The returning warriors are here to reclaim their thrones. Multiple-time PGF world champion Elijah Carlton, Season 5 runner-up Kamoy Anderson, PGF veterans Travis Thomas, Fedor Nikolov, Cam Hurd, and more, all back and ready to leave their mark in Season 7. And don't forget the top scorer from Season 6, Davis Asare, is hungry for more. But this season begins a new weight class. 205 pounds brings new athletes to the PGF proving grounds. Ryan Aiken, CJJ champion, ADCC veteran, looks to prove why he deserves PGF gold. IBJJF silver medalist and CJI veteran Adam Bradley joins the fray. And ADCC, CJI, and EBI veteran Kyle Bohm booked his ticket in the Nashville qualifier. And we can't forget about jiu-jitsu standouts Kyle Chambers and Paul Ardilla. These athletes are ready to shake up the league and leave their marks in the PGF history books. It all goes down in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, starting November 3rd. The world's first professional grappling league, PGF World. It's everything you love about sports, plus jiu-jitsu.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
New Hope is there for fighters and their families. You are not your diagnosis. New Hope is changing the fight game. Heal faster, fight harder, compete for longer. New Hope Regeneration. Hope lives here.
10,000 hours is a steep mountain to climb to become a master, especially when the task at hand puts a relentless demand on your body. There is nothing casual about this sport. It's all in, all effort, all focus. It takes a lot from you, but the reward is unmatched. Mastery of oneself, an acute understanding of your weaknesses with an explosive sense of your strengths. Being able to complete the climb to mastery requires the proper nutrition. This is why it's important to take in a potent blend of electrolytes that is in tune with your output and brings strength to your goals. This potent blend is only found in Salt Electrolytes. Salt targets your depleted electrolyte levels with a boost of hydration and health. It gives your body the baseline recovery it needs.
The world is ready for a change. It needs people like you. People with drive. People with ambition. No matter how hard the road, no matter how long the journey, no matter what storms come our way, we cannot quit. It's going to be hard. It's going to take much longer than you want it to. But if you don't quit, if you persevere, if you push through, it will be worth it. The world needs you. The world needs your story.
So the PGF is just like any sports league. We just do it with jiu-jitsu. Everything starts with the player draft. We take 20 world-class athletes and we split them up into 4 teams. Each team is led by one of the most legendary athletes in jiu-jitsu history. Once the teams are established, the regular season begins. Every athlete gets 12 regular season matches. The matches are 6 minutes long, and in the PGF, you can only win via submission. If you win by choke, which we call a kill, you get 6 points towards the playoff. If you win with a joint lock, we call that a break, you get 3 points towards the playoff. If the match goes to a draw, both athletes get 0 points towards the playoff, and any submission that you land in under a minute gets an extra point. The team that accumulates the most points during the regular season splits $100,000. The top 8 scoring athletes advance to the PGF playoffs, where they have a chance to become the PGF champion and win an additional $20,000.
2 continues here in Las Vegas. 2/3 of the way done as we are about to head into block number 3. TJ DeSantis along with the commish, BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey, everyone chasing New Hope Regeneration, and the time is now to try to get back in the mix here as it's the final time to score points on match day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though, because I think New Hope's going to have a pretty solid block right here. Travis, he may have a dunk coming his way. That matchup is super interesting to me. I'm going to have my eyes on that. So they could put some points on the board right here. First form, they look like they could have a strong block as well.
On the first form tip, Dory Own, he is down and out for the rest of the night.
Own is down.
Yeah, Davison Souza, he's down to grapple.
Oh, man. Hey, listen, okay, check this out. That dude's been chomping at the bit. He participated in the Nashville qualifier, and he had a play that was, it just went ultra viral on like multiple platforms, over 1 million views on like 3 different platforms. That kid is serious. I'm very excited to see him. I got to make some changes to the bracketing then, because that's the first I learned about that. So.
All right, well, you do that. I'm going to throw it to Stephen Aiken to get block 3 started here tonight. Stephen, take it away.
We're ready for our third block of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Kyle Chambers.
Here comes Kyle Chambers representing Roger Gracie's First Form. He's back on the mat for the 3rd time tonight. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, making his way to the mat, representing Intrana, Caleb Crump.
Back once again, representing Intrana, Caleb Crump. Ready to go to work to kick off our 3rd and final block of the night. Match day 2 in Las Vegas. It is PGF World Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. Appreciate you joining us here. We are underway. Crump in the black with green. Kyle Chambers representing First Form.
Chambers got to be chomping at the bit right here. Got to feel like he can score on Caleb. But he's going to have to be aggressive. Kyle has shown that he has a really like counter-fighting leg lock style. Crump lifts the leg. Oh, I like that. And that's a way that you can attack the Connie Basami style entry without jumping at the leg. Get that hand back behind and roll through. Crump has to be very careful approaching Kyle's guard like this.
Good job, Caleb.
Calling Kyle back out to the center.
Close guard here for Chambers. Action get moved back to the center.
Open up his elbows, bring him down. Stretch him out, stretch him out. Bring your leg up, bring your leg up. Your elbow short, bring it up.
Pushing on the face here is Caleb Crump.
Kyle almost moving into a body triangle.
So long with those legs.
And Caleb's going to have to be very careful. Kyle definitely wants to enter the legs. He's going to use that underhook that he has on his left side to try to dig under the legs. He'll wait for Caleb. Okay, I was going to say he'll wait for Caleb to try to posture up first, and then he'll open the guard and move explosively with an inversion.
Reaching up to grab the head here is Chambers. Rubber guard now.
Do a little gag reflex, cross your ankles, gag reflex, cross your ankles. Down, relax, yeah, keep the weight forward. Good.
Kyle had a crazy rubber guard play in his last match against Drew Dyer. I don't know how Drew survived it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that was crazy. He was tied up in all sorts of knots, but no points.
Good job, Caleb. Back up.
Now Crump finds himself here in this rubber guard position at the halfway point here of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Kyle looking to clear the head with his same sidearm. Oh, Crump finding himself a little bit deeper now in this rubber guard play in the chill dog position.
I need some action, Caleb, action. Action on top. Action top. You're good, Caleb. Give that pressure.
Crump forced to be defensive here, and he's being called to action.
He's stacking in.
That's recover. Good. Keep that pressure.
Kyle going back to his rubber guard once again.
Now the shot clock comes into play on Caleb Crump.
They want to see him do some big offensive move to try to make something happen. Kyle's got him locked up in this rubber guard, and Caleb's just pressing into it. You see, he's got his hands locked around the waist. He's trying to protect himself because he knows that this is a dangerous position, and they're going to put him out into this referee position now.
Just under 2 minutes remain here as we're going to get a restart from the referee's position.
Immediately re-engage. Hey, protect that leg.
Oh, finds himself
wow.
back on the top position. Kyle has a good angle for an arm lock here, though. He's going to try to switch to the legs. Triangle choke. Caleb slips out and survives. That was a strong attack, though, by Kyle Chambers.
Left or right, left or right. Right and left. Come on, get stretching. Push him down.
Now standing and free here is Crump trying to circle past those long legs of Kyle Chambers.
That's right, watch that leg.
Kyle has the underhook on the left side with the half guard. Bails on the underhook, wants to get back to his rubber guard again. Closed guard now, clears the head. Chill dog position. He's going to look to get that foot over in front of the face, and this is very similar to the play that he just made against Drew Dyer. Against Drew, he he got into a go-go plata, and then, oh, nice job here, clearing the leg, winning the inside space. What a play by Chambers, exposing the arm. Oh, Crump's a survivor,
Wow.
man.
Yeah, able to get free and clear is Caleb Crump. 45 seconds left in the match.
Left right, Caleb. Come on.
Getting aggressive is Crump, trying to do that cartwheel pass.
That's okay.
Unable to pass the legs of Chambers. 30 seconds left.
Keep your leg away, Caleb. You're good, man. Great dog count. 30 seconds, Caleb. Just push him down, push him down. Push him down. Keep pushing back, Caleb. Watch that leg.
Oh, this could be trouble. Outside heel.
Short time here for Chambers to make something happen.
Just a little bit of time. He could do something, but he's got to go quick.
Tick-tock goes the clock.
Crump surviving.
Wow.
Straight
Another
ankle
shot at
lock.
it.
Belly down. It's
Very
powerful.
short time.
He
That's a wrap.
survives.
Wow. Playing with fire was Caleb Crump, but he's able to get through without getting burned. No points. 6 minutes in the books. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Got to be a bit frustrating for Kyle Chambers. Didn't get any points in his last two matches, and very close to
Despite
doing
some
so,
really
right?
strong attacks and really creative attacks as well. You know, again, using the rubber guard to get into the heel hook against Dyer, using the rubber guard to get into a really, really cool arm lock triangle sequence there against Crump, but no points on the board. This one was really cool, but man, Crump's, he's a survivor, dude. This guy's here for a reason. Look at that. That was awesome. I thought he had the straight arm lock right there with the arm, the hand kind of caught in the armpit, that shotgun style arm bar.
Then here was the end of the match.
Powerful. Man, I think if Chambers had maybe 5-10 more seconds right there to really drive his hip all the way in, he could have found the finish, but he did not have that.
All right, third block underway. Continues now here at PGF with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Paul Ardilla.
Here comes Paul Ardilla for the final time tonight.
How many points does Paul have on the board right now? Where's he sitting at in the playoff race?
We'll find out in a moment. Back to Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent making his way to the mat representing Intrana, Nathan Haddett.
Anytime you ask me about numbers, I like to go to the man who's an expert with numbers. That man is Egghead. Egg, can you help us out?
Yeah, currently Paul Ardilla has 7 points. He's tied for 5th with 3 other people, tied with Elijah, Brett Schneider, Kyle Bain.
Thank you, sir. Here we go, Haddad and Ardilla.
Haddad circling on the outside.
Trying to clear those legs is Haddad.
And Paul's guard, though, just looks impenetrable through the first half of this PGF season.
Keep moving, Nathan. You need to move as much as possible. I need you moving as much as possible, Nathan. Carry the legs. Nice.
First minute of elapsed time gone by the wayside.
They call for action against Haddad. They feel like he's just circling too much, not engaging in an actual pass. That forces him down. Paul tries to put some grips on him. Nathan steps out. Haddad on the clock now. And man, while he's on the clock, he stands, backs out in circles. He's got to be careful here. He's definitely, there's a double underpass, and that was a little more meaningful there.
Was it enough?
We'll see.
Not enough. Shot clock violation here. Warning, penalty for stalling. So now Haddad gonna go on bottom referee's position. Action back underway. Ardilla getting high on that back ride, falls off, but he's on a leg, and Haddad able to retract.
Haddad's going to have to be real careful right here. They're trigger happy over there, and I don't mind it, to be honest with you.
Come on, Nate. Good job. Going to a draw. Get the face.
I went over there and got after him a little bit.
I mean, the commission's got to do
in my
commissions.
own way.
Yeah.
I was still pretty nice. I still told him I loved him.
You're pretty nice all the time.
I like this grip that Paul has here. Nathan sits to avoid the leg exposure. Paul ends up on top position. Let's see what this passing looks like against Haddad's guard. And look at the difference in the way that Paul approaches the guard pass versus the way that Nathan approached it. And, oh man, Paul really starting to drive some pressure, and now putting himself into a good position. Nathan flattened out on his back. Here's good grip, and this is good jiu-jitsu now by Paul Ardilla.
Great shoulder pressure there on top.
Nathan recovers back to his butterfly guard, though. Nice job. Now kicks off. He kicked Paul right in his guts.
Paul with a bit of a smile as they reset here in the center of the mat, halfway down.
Right, left, right. Come on.
Now Ardilla content to take a seat once again.
Right, left, right. Come on.
Let's get a little bit more on the pass.
Good job, Nate.
Haddad stands, separates in circles.
Good job, Nate. There you go.
He goes to highs, the waist starts against his lows. Two and a half.
Ardilla trying to grab Nathan and pull him in.
That's okay. You've done that. Good job. You gotta keep the pressure, though.
Haddad disengages, and it kind of draws the ire of Paul Ardilla.
Good job, Nate.
I mean, Nathan's got to be really careful right here. He's going to end up with another stalling call. Nice play here by Paul. Moving forward now. He's going to wrestle up with that. He's got a good grip, left hand around the shin, driving forward. That was really nice work by Paul. Just solid, clean jiu-jitsu. The thing is, Paul's jiu-jitsu just never looks rushed. there's 6 minutes to play, so you
Right.
almost have to have a bit of a. I mean, you got to have a sense of urgency about your game to do well in this rule set.
90 seconds left.
Good knee cut position. Paul really doing a nice job with this pass, but he's got to do more than just pass.
Don't let it control the head. That's good. Keep your shoulder off the ground. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Kimura locked up here by Haddad. Okay, oh, look at that. He tried to spin. You know who that looked like. Go ahead and say it, TJ.
Matt Hughes, George St. Pierre.
My man.
Yes, sir.
Match number 1. I felt your old school MMA knowledge like bubbling to the surface, and you couldn't wait to say it.
I was like, let me say it, let me say it, let me say it.
I held back just so you could say it.
Appreciate it. 45 seconds left in the match.
Where could somebody see that match? They want to see an example of that.
This is a great service called UFC Fight Pass. It's also where we're going to be on Friday night for our playoff.
Hey, we're on the YouTube right now. Everybody's watching on the PGF YouTube, but we're also out there on the UFC Fight Pass YouTube. Okay. Haddad ends up with his second penalty, dropping fantasy points over there.
Just 22 seconds remain in the match. See if Ardilla can make a run at his back.
Oh, that was beautiful. Not a lot of time to work though. He's got a good play on this Kimura. He's got his weight down on the elbow. Nathan scrambling. He not accepting it.
Time is going to expire. We go 6 full, no points. Both guys working hard, though, for it. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points between Haddad and Ardilla. It is block 3 of match day 2, PGF World Season 7. TJ DeSantis, BMAC, Brandon McCatherine. Appreciate you watching wherever you are, whether it's on the PGF YouTube or, of course, the UFC Fight Pass YouTube. We're going to go back to the mat for our next introduction. We go to Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat representing First Form, Kyle Bain.
Here comes Kyle Bain. It wasn't for lack of effort yesterday. Bain tried to score his first points of the season, but match day 2, it's been a fruitful one for him. He hopes to close out his final match here on day 2 by getting some points. We'll see if he can do just that. Time for his opponent's walk. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Abe LaMontagne.
Abe LaMontagne. It's hard to even call him an alternate at this point, BMAC. He's only missed one possible match, and that was the one that an injury occurred, causing Abe to get into the regular season, and now he takes the mat for the 3rd and final time here on match day 2.
Kyle sits guard immediately. LaMontagne grabs the ankles, tries to throw Kyle flat to his back. Abe pretty aggressive with his passing strategy right now. And I think he probably wants to get into his body lock pass, but his body lock pass is it's like a slow grinding style of pass. That's tough when you got such aggressive stalling calls, but it's also tough when you only have 6 minutes to work. By the time he does make it down into a position where he could work that against Kyle, he's not gonna have that much time left to work. Kyle pulls him into the closed guard. Abe immediately stands. And I like the action that Abe is bringing into his passing here. And this is the Elijah Carlton triangle setup. Leg draped over the top. Abe trying to win that inside space on the knee. Not able to do it so far. Underhook by Kyle is locking his hands together. He may be thinking about switching off to an arm lock on this near side that we're looking at here. Abe avoids the danger, backs out, and then re-engages quickly.
Action on top, forward.
Kyle pulling into the rubber guard, and so it's going to be rubber guard versus body lock. And now check this out. You see, Abe has his hands locked around the body lock, but he's not making any progress forward at all. And that's going to end up with, he's going to draw the ire of the officials like that. Just, there you go. He's on the shot clock now.
Let's see what LaMontagne can do here is we're at the halfway point of that shot clock.
Starting to win the inside position, though. But it's just, he's not, I don't think he's going to make it.
There comes the flag.
This is a very dangerous position to find yourself in. Kyle Bame, close to a back take just to start the reset.
And a lot of time here, 3.5 just under remains in the match. Action
This is
back
dangerous,
underway.
man. Kyle is very, very good right here. He could put 6 on the board and put his team right back into the running. 6 still goes a long way on day 2.
That right hook of Bame is in.
And he's got a lot of time to work. Over half the match still in his favor.
Doing good, dude. Doing good. Doing good there. To your right shoulder, Kyle Bame. Plenty of time, Kyle. 3 minutes. Shoulders to the mat. Yep. Big turn to the right shoulder. Yep. Now top leg in. Top leg in. Leaving that bottom leg. Hey, stay on it. Stay on it. Don't let go of the hand. Yeah, big bite. Now puts it. Good. Keep on. Step that hip out.
LaMontagne trying to fight that left hook off. So far, it's not sunk in.
Good job, man.
2.5 minutes remain. He's also got to worry about that forearm getting across the face, though.
This could be a real problem. Kyle is incredibly strong. Abe survives it. Single leg or single hook. Kyle moving into the Nelson now, going to try to drag Abe back. Abe could be in trouble here if he doesn't start moving. He just turtles up and shells up. They're not going to let him do that either. They want constant action.
Bame trying to get that right arm across the face. No hooks in here.
Left shoulder. We're not going to jump on it. We need to left shoulder. We need to get his hip on the floor, Kyle. Got to make something happen, Abe. 90 seconds, let's go. We can do the far side. We can play the far side. You got to turn it up. Pull him back.
Abe really just shelling up, not doing much. I'm surprised they haven't pulled the trigger on him yet.
Bame getting that position a little high here to make sure he doesn't fall off. Touch over a minute.
Go forward for you can quad pot. 1 minute, Kyle. Here you go. Quad pot is going to fall right over. There you go. Fall right over.
And Bame falls off the
Abe
top.
survives. That was a bad spot for him, man. He took his time, got out of there. I think he got lucky that they didn't pull the trigger on him. Oh, I'm being told that they did call the penalty. They just didn't stop it because he had the position that he wanted. They let him keep going, and that is a rule here in the PGF. I missed the call, but as I look at the scoreboard there, it does have 2 penalties on it, and so that was my mistake.
He needs to make sure he avoids a third, but short time left.
Yeah, and the way he's moving and doing his passing on the outside here, I don't think he's really in danger of getting that 3rd penalty here. Kyle scooting forward, though.
Oh. Interesting. I didn't know the shot clock was on.
Not after the first penalty, there's no shot.
So.
Oh, that's interesting.
So we're going to get a restart here. Referee's position, just 2 seconds left.
So now, TJ, here's something. This will be a PGF first.
Yeah.
Since we've instated this stalling call, this stalling rule, if the match goes to a draw, but one of the athletes has 3 or more penalties,
right,
the other guy ends up with 2 points. So Kyle is actually going to end up with 2 points here. Match goes to a draw, but Kyle's going to end up with 2 points.
All right, so
that is very interesting.
We go 6 minutes, but still 2 points headed
they
the way.
They didn't put the shot clock on at the end.
I know, it's true. Stephen Aiken to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw, but due to the fact that Entrana had 3 stalling calls, 2 points will be awarded to Kyle Bain and Team First Form.
Thank you, bro. Pretty sure they just announced it. It's over.
2 points for First Form and Kyle Bain.
2 points for Kyle Bain, and sounds like there's.
And I also want to say, now earlier when we had the discrepancy and there was the double shot clock, which doesn't exist, we had the coach's challenge, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is a coach's challenge.
Oh, there is a coach's challenge.
There is a coach's challenge.
Okay, well, I believe there's a challenge right now.
So that was put in
Okay.
play. That was put in play.
Okay.
And it was in the rules. It was in the rules that they talked about.
Nobody's
And so
perfect.
I messed that up.
It's all right.
I'll take the heat on that one. So they got to screw up. I got to screw up.
So right now, I think that the challenge here is probably coming down to the fact that the shot clock wasn't called out.
And to be honest with you, I agree with that. I think the shot clock wasn't on, so he didn't really know.
Right.
Because on the screen at home, I don't think that you guys can see the shot clock. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Can you guys see the
cannot.
shot clock? I don't think they can. But we can here in the secret location.
Right.
We can see the shot clock, and it's really big and very clear right over there. You can see exactly what's going on, how much time's left, how many penalties there are.
And we were talking about the shot clock and the 2 penalties already racked up with about 22 seconds left. And we basically said that he was circling and doing enough to avoid that all-important 3rd penalty, but ultimately did come on. And I think it's because the shot clock, while it wasn't on the screen, according to the judges' table, they felt that it was on. So the more you know. All right. I believe Kyle Bain's hanging out on the mat with Stephen Aiken, so why don't we go over to Stephen.
I'm here with Kyle Bain from First Form. Kyle, PGF first here where 2 points are awarded after 3 stalling calls in the regulation. Do you think that was justified after that match?
I mean, I'm obviously biased in this decision. So, yeah, of course, I'll take the 2 points anyway I can get it.
Well, it seemed like you had a lot of good attacks at stuff, and he was, disengaging and getting away a bunch of times. So I think that's where the referees were coming in on that. You did get 2 points on the board for your team. This is your last match of the night. How are you feeling overall?
I feel good. It's a marathon. It's all about managing your resources well. And I haven't gotten tired, really, other than 30 seconds after the match. Now I feel like I can go again. So I'm doing well. But you haven't seen anything yet. My easiest matches are going to be tomorrow and day 4. And I promise I'm going to get some finishes for you guys there. Shout out to First Form. Thank you guys for taking care of grapplers. We genuinely appreciate your support.
Appreciate you, Kyle.
Kyle Bain getting 2 points. There was a bit of a coach's challenge. We'll update anything should it change, but right now 2 points put up for Kyle Bain.
Yeah, and so I guess the challenge that they were issuing was that there was no shot clock.
I think that would be the only thing that I could see the argument being made for.
Maybe, and I'm just making something up right here, to be honest with you. Maybe there was an error over there, and he missed it with that, and so they were keeping it manually. I could see that.
Right.
But anyway, here we go. Ryan Aiken's our #1 guy right now. Marcin Machulovic coming in at 11. Where's Kyle Bain? Those 2 points really important right now for him. That puts him up into the 4th position, and that kind of gives him a little bit of space to a little bit of breathing room, you
Right.
know?
Yeah, absolutely. Every point matters in 2 points. No one's going to argue with it. I mean, Steven asked Kyle Bain, do you think you deserve those 2 points? And Kyle, very honest. Yeah, they're my points. Of course I want them.
Yeah, he's like, I'll take them however I can get them.
Yeah.
I'm not here to argue with somebody trying to give me points.
Exactly. All right, more points up for grabs as block number 3 continues here live in Las Vegas. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our next match. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form. Give it up for Davison Souza.
Davison Souza replacing the injured Dory Aoun. We will see Souza take them out for the first time this season as he comes off the bench. There's Davison. And he's ready to go. Time for his opponent's walk. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing Entrana, Chris Olivo.
Chris Olivo back for the second time tonight. We saw him come in off the bench earlier. Was very aggressive, very game, but he ended up running into tough Mantis and Travis Thomas. We'll see what Olivo can do here for his second match of the night.
Two of our alternates squaring off against each other here.
And we talked about it at the beginning of the season, B-Mac. You know, when you're an alternate here and guys are running the gauntlet, there are going to be injuries. And we've seen a lot of the alternates here in Season 7.
Start on the whistle. Stop on the whistle, all right?
And here we go. We are underway.
Sousa's a very and Olivo's exciting too. That's how both of these guys ended up here. They're very fun to watch. Sousa, he looks way bigger than Chris too. Oh, and man, he's ready to go. He's been sitting on the sidelines. He's bringing that big day one energy out here. Hard collar time. We saw in Chris's matchup with Travis, he's very, very aggressive. You know, he ended up losing that match, but not for lack of trying. He got out there and attacked Travis Thomas. Ended up getting caught in a Darce choke towards the end of the match. Look at that. Davison, big movement to try to get around the guard. Olivo looking for a triangle. Souza trying to weave into the double unders here. Heavy pressure. Another triangle attempt.
Olivo still fishing for it, posturing up though. Souza out of danger.
Yeah, I mean, that was, I would say that was pretty close to a slam. It definitely, I looked around the room, I saw it, a couple of people kind of looked like, was it? But it really wasn't. It was just he shook him off and it just.
It looked violent.
It didn't look violent.
It looked impactful.
It looked like he meant to shake him out of there pretty seriously, but I wouldn't call that a slam by any stretch.
Let's go, buddy.
2 minutes of elapsed time. Olivo takes a seat.
Watch your hands. The hands. Go engage, guys. Engage.
Just waiting for you, Chris. Just waiting for you. Stalling.
Chris going for the wrestle up.
Good job, Crystal. Do your game. Not going anywhere. Do your game, Crystal. Good job. Do your game.
Oh, nice. Oh, I thought he had that pass for sure. Chris working his top knee back inside, and here comes the pass. Chris inverts, saves it with the inversion. Very nice.
Trying to clear those legs as Souza action leaking off the mat. We get a Reset here at the halfway point.
On your side, on your side. On your side, you got an underhook under his leg.
Good. You know what to do.
Yeah, stop moving. Stop moving.
Action back underway.
Action, attack, guys. Guys got engaged. Guys got engaged.
Action on bottom.
Call to action for Olivo.
Go for it. Go for it. Go for it, Crystal. Good job. Come on, let's do it. There you go, Crystal. There you go. Get up.
Souza stands. So does Olivo. Now in on a takedown.
Nice, drives through. That'll get him some fantasy points if you happen to pick up Davis and Souza for your team. That's going to give you 2 for the fantasy.
Get up, get up. Good job, good job. Come on, Chris, get up and do the same thing again. Come on, come on, come on. Get up, get up, get up. Come on, you gotta get up, get up.
Shot clock here in play for Olivo. He tries to stand. Souza staying on him, pushing him back to the mat.
Yeah, Souza definitely pushing forward here.
And there comes the flag.
And Chris just framing away right there at the end. Knew the shot clock was on, but really didn't change up the game that he was offering.
You're good, bro. Just do your game. Work your scrim.
95 seconds remain here in the match. We get a restart from the referee's position.
Both hands up, straight up. Don't move till I will.
Back underway and rolling to his back is Olivo. Half guard here.
There's the pass.
Keep him there. Keep him there. He's flat on his back. He's still flat on his back.
Now 1 minute remains.
You have to go to turtle. Don't do anything silly.
Okay, so that's the second one. Okay, again, I didn't see the shot clock, so that's making me think that something's going on with the
same.
clock. So
I
that
agree.
makes me actually feel better about the last one.
Action back underway inside the final minute of the match. Souza here clearing the legs of Olivo.
Chris has got to do something. He's got to take a big risk here. And there he goes. He's doing it now. He's not just staying there flat. See, he popped. Good. That's how you make that happen. If you're Chris, you've got to stay on the move. You cannot stay there and get this third penalty. You got 15 seconds of going nuts, freaking out to get out of here. Davison moving to an Americana. I don't think we've ever had an Americana finished in the PGF, and we're not going to have one right now.
And there we go. That's a wrap. 6 minutes in the books between Souza and Olivo.
And while you talk to everybody right here, I'm going to go find out if there's some kind of shot clock issue. I'll be right back.
All right, you go ahead and do that. I'm going to talk for just one more second. Now I'm going to stop. Stephen A., can you talk now?
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points awarded between Olivo and Souza. B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, he's off to figure out if something's going on with the clock. You know, I might check in with the fantasy corner right now, see what these guys are saying. We're not seeing or not seeing things over here, right? The shot clock hasn't worked the last couple times, right, Jason?
Yeah, we're not too worried about the shot clock over here, right? We got a lot of other things to worry about. But next fight, right? Adam Bradley, Elijah Carlton, both guys finished last night. One with a break, one with a kill. But tonight, draws for both guys, so both looking to get on the board.
Yeah, right now, Elijah Carlton is tied in 6th place with a whole bunch of other people. Bradley's 1 point behind, but they're right all on the cusp. The bubble watch is going to start tomorrow, and there's going to be a lot of people on there. And really, they have to start getting submissions. I mean, really, Ryan Aiken, Ernesto Rivera, and Marcin have kind of separated themselves a bit, with Ryan a good amount more. But it's within striking distance of about anyone. So if you want to be safely in the playoffs, you need to start hitting submissions now.
Yeah, so Bradley and Carlton coming up, and then we do get Marcin versus Ernesto Rivera, match 27 of the night, TJ.
Thanks, guys. As we are rolling through Block 3, it is Match Day 2 of PGF World, Season 7, powered by Once Upon a Coconut. Strongly suggest you check them out, especially the chocolate. It's my favorite. B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine. He is off doing his business. Stephen Aiken, we can't start the next match because he's actually doing his business. He went to the bathroom, but I'm here. And I appreciate all of you being here as well. The Fantasy Corner guys, Jason, Anik, and Egghead, they're here for your benefit, filling you in on all things fantasy related, which reminds me to tell you to head over to pgf.global, get signed up. And this is what it's all about. Our team of athletes, $100,000 on the line for the teams, but our individual rankings here as well as our playoffs are scheduled to go down this Friday, live and exclusive on UFC Fight Pass.
We got it right.
What's that, Egg? I can hear you over there. What are you saying?
I'm saying everything is right on there. It's all 100%. Everything is correct. And like I said, you can see, there's not a lot separating, even, 4 from 9, or I'm sorry, even 10. I mean, any submission could drastically move you up on that ladder. And man, you said a lot of meat on the bone end of yesterday, not nearly as much meat on the bone today.
Yeah, very well put. And Marcin and Ernesto, right? Even both of them really up at the top. And as we see the team standings, right? New Hope, first one maybe closing a little bit, but New Hope pacing the field as we close in on the end of day 2.
Absolutely. It's all about that $100,000 prize, and New Hope Regeneration sitting pretty as we are heading down the stretch here of Match Day 2. All right, Stephen Aiken, he's back on the mat, so why don't we throw it back to him. Stephen, take it away.
All right, we're ready for our final team matchup of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network. Give it up for the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
There's still one more match in our final, it's Elijah Carlton that's ready to make the walk next. Jumping the gun a little bit is Stephen Aiken. We're just stalling to figure out what's going on with the shot clock, but I think Bobby both.
I thought that was the end of the last.
It's okay,
match.
Stephen, take it away. Do it again.
I'll do better. Making his way to the mat, representing First Form, Adam Bradley.
Here comes Adam Bradley, the final matchup between First Form and Intrana. We'll see what Bradley can do for the final time here on Match Day 2. All right, back to Stephen.
And his opponent, representing Intrana, Elijah Carlton.
Elijah Carlton had some magic in his final match of Match Day 1. He hopes to have some more magic up his sleeve here to end Match Day 2. We'll see what the jabroni can do against a very tough Adam Bradley. All right, here we go. Final matchup of the first team match of block number 3. Elijah Carlton, he takes a seat. Diving for that leg of Adam Bradley. TJ DeSantis, along with Tim Freeman, who's taking a seat with me now.
What's going on, TJ? How you doing?
I'm loving life right now as Elijah Carlton looking to put some pressure on the right arm here of Adam Bradley.
Bradley's been really hard to finish this last couple days here.
You gotta start moving here.
Carlton scooting his way back towards the center.
Yeah, he's trying to get up underneath Bradley, and then he's been switching up to that shoulder crunch. Bradley seems calm.
Bradley able to get free.
He had a little shake off right there.
Bradley trying to clear those legs of the jabroni.
Carlton's guard has been pretty difficult to pass today.
Now
And
he goes inverted.
Yeah, he's so comfortable with that inversion, and he's got an entanglement. He might go for the knee bar here. He might try to turn that into a heel hook. Looks like he might have had a Mikey lock. Bradley, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Bradley trying to clear that knee.
He's so good at that too. He rarely leaves his legs deep enough where he can't pull them out.
We'll see if Carlton tries to come up on top position here, if he feels so worth chasing.
I think he's going to stay on that leg. Carlton really hasn't come to the top much the last couple of days. He's been content to play on the bottom.
And it looks like that knee is free now.
Bradley escaped a precarious position right there.
You can see that shiner underneath the right eye of Elijah Carlton. He's showcasing why everyone calls this the gauntlet.
Yeah, and that really starts to show up on day 2. And day 3, I think, is really the make or break day for a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, popped his leg pretty good.
I'm always amazed at Elijah's ability to carry on a conversation with multiple people in the venue.
Shot clock now up for Adam Bradley.
Almost got a pass. I think he's just trying to hit the rim with that shot. I don't think he was trying to make it.
And it was enough to reset the shot clock. Here we go, halfway point of the match. 3 down, 3 to go.
Bradley's just trying to move enough to maybe find a pass or have plausible deniability if they try to fire that shot clock up on him.
Neither will result in points, though, so we got to see some sort of change of attack here from Adam Bradley if he wants to get some points here against Elijah Carlton.
Yeah, and First Form needs it right now. New Hope has kind of run off with it for a minute here.
The shot clock up again, the closing moments.
Are we going to get the flag?
There we go.
Come on, Elijah. He's done.
Elijah's saying that Bradley's hurt. He says that he popped his leg, and I mean, looking at Bradley, he is clearly in some pain.
I popped his leg in the first 30 seconds. Can you continue?
Bradley says he can continue, which is
That's a tap.
pretty impressive.
He stopped.
Well, we got some
Carlton saying that he stopped. I mean, the match was never halted. I mean, it's up to the referee's discretion if Bradley's continuing is against his better well-being.
The commission's telling him to run it. Elijah's not going to give this up too easy. Oh, they're going to give him back. Referee position.
He's done.
He's done.
What are you talking about? God damn.
To Elijah's credit, I don't think he wants to hurt him any worse than he already has. Bradley thought he could continue, but, I mean, the man can't even stand up right now. Not without help, so, all right.
Sorry, dude. That sucks.
I don't even know what happened. It wasn't even like a leg lock thing.
I was digging for the bite and your shit was correct. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
All right, so.
Good match, dude. We'll run it back. Promise.
Tim, I think this is a break, no?
Yeah, I think that has to be a break. Winner by break, yep.
All right, Stephen Aiken will make it official.
And your winner with a break, representing Entrana, Elijah Carlton.
Let's see if we can stay with Stephen Aiken and have Elijah walk us through what exactly happened, as he would know better than anybody. Stephen, take it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feeling good after that match?
About shit myself.
Literally?
Yeah, my anxiety just went through the roof when I broke his fucking leg. The whole time I was like, what's wrong with this guy? He's still walking. I knew it was fucked up bad.
You felt it?
Oh, yeah. For sure. I don't even know what was happening. I was digging the bite and I just heard it.
Ugh, that's pretty nasty. We saw him slow down over there at the end on the referee when they called that stalling call.
I'm about to shit myself, brother.
All right, we love you, Elijah. Go take care of that. Sounds important.
The jabroni on brand, Elijah Carlton, gets the break. You know, Adam Bradley helps off the mat. You know, it looks like he's in some serious pain. We'll see how that shakes out. But here's the situation. You can tell Elijah, he said he felt that leg go, and look at the jabroni's face. He's like, are you okay?
Yeah, he knew something was going on.
And, you know, looking at the roster here, we've already seen Dory go out for first form, so Sam Schwartzfeld probably sitting in the back going, all right, I think I might be needed tomorrow. Obviously, first form done here on match day 2 at this point, as the first half of block 3 is in the books. But if I had to guess, I would say Adam Bradley, the way he walked out of here, Tim, we might not see him back for the rest of the season.
No, that doesn't look good. I mean, when your opponent is arguing for you to end and then you actually do oblige and you tap.
Yeah.
I don't know what the position was. I think it was really just kind of a freak thing. I think he was trying to bite the heel, and there was probably some kind of strain put on Bradley's knee, and he had to give it up.
Yeah, all
Carlton
right.
just finds ways to put points on the board.
He does.
He just does.
I mean, that's the name of the game. It's all about points. And Elijah Carlton, he's got a whole trophy case of PGF accolades at this point, and more points for him to close out match day 2. All right, we are at the halfway point of block number 3. Time to get our second team matchup of this block underway. Back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
We're ready for our second team matchup of block 3. Making his way to the mat representing Constellation Network, the Russian Nightmare, Fyodor Nikolov.
Here comes Fyodor Nikolov, representing Constellation Network, coached by Dean Lister. We'll see what Fyodor can do in his final matchup of this match day 2. Back to Steven.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Cam Hurd.
You're yellow.
PGF staple Cam Hurd in his 3rd straight season. He's back for the 3rd time tonight here on match day 2. We'll see what he can do in his final matchup against the Russian Nightmare here in this 3rd block.
All right, guys, bring in.
Cam's had some exciting matches the last couple days here. He had a banger of a match against Kyle Chambers earlier tonight. Fedor's been extremely hard to kill.
Just kind of tossed to the side.
That's kind of how you push your kid out of the way when you're barreling through the house.
Exactly.
See Cam almost hit a duck under there. He's trying to get to the back, get a takedown of some kind here. Looks like he'd like to wrestle with Fedor.
Trying to sweep out that leg is the Russian.
I don't think Fedor really minds if he gets put on the ground as long as he's got a good connection. And we just had another couchable. That's 2 now.
It's known to happen here, PGF.
Yeah.
These guys grappling for position here, and they go off the mat once again.
I really love the PGF couches. It's about my favorite thing.
I mean, it's definitely a signature style here of PGF World.
It's sure. I don't think we can get rid of the white couches now.
Most sought after seat here definitely are those couches. You got to be somebody to sit in those couches, Tim. They won't let me sit in them.
You know, if you're dressed right and you're nice enough, they might let you fill a seat if it's open, but as soon as the actual guest arrives, you're promptly removed from the scene. Cam's been hitting this style pass all day today. He's been looking for the far ankle head control. Fedor's pretty content to play off his back. We've seen he's playing a high guard game. He's looking for rubber guard entries. And Cam's got the pass. That's nice.
Nicely done by Cam Hurd, who sets up inside but almost loses it just as quickly as he got it.
I think Fedor's going to push the pace here. And he sits down promptly.
We need to see more action.
Hurd trying to circle, trying to clear those legs. Nikolov back to his feet. 2 minutes down of elapsed time.
You know, Fedor kind of sat weird on that. Left his right leg extended back kind of deep. The challenge here is it's all well and good to pass guard, but it really doesn't get you anything besides fantasy points.
Right.
That just translates into fantasy money. You can't eat with that. These guys need to put real points up on the board, get a crack at that $20,000 prize. Almost again, Cam almost seals that pass off.
And right now, Cam Hurd, a part of a team that has a huge lead. New Hope having a big night on match day number 2.
Yeah, I think they put 16 points up in their block.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, from the end of block 1 to the end of block 2, we're talking about 2 different worlds. And it's ran by New Hope Regeneration.
Yeah, and I think First Form was kind of looked at as the favorite on paper.
Right. I mean, Egghead said the season was over draft night.
Yeah, he did. I like to remind him of that too, by the way. Cam is still staying on this pass, and it looks like he finally did hit it. Fedor's so good at regarding.
2.5 minutes remain.
I'd like to see Cam maybe attack one of the ankles of Fedor from the top when he tries to hit that pass. Just to give another look, even if he's not really intent on getting it, just to establish there's a threat there. We saw Chris Wojcik doing a lot of that the last couple days.
I pointed this out earlier in the season, and I'll point it out now. Normally, Tim, when I call jiu-jitsu, it's quiet. This room is not quiet.
No. There's a couple times during the day today that it's gotten lively. This is one of them. Caleb Crump's first match.
Oh, yeah.
That was a banger. Had the crowd on its feet for that one. I think Crump is emerging as the dog. He's doing a real nice job.
Let's check in with Egg and Jason over there in the fantasy corner.
Yeah, I mean, Crump pretty valuable to his team, right? If you don't get finished, right?
Yeah, it's a classic stopper. We've talked about that at least since season 6. That's what Nathan Haddad did for Chicken Mex Marshall. He just denies points from the other teams, and that's what you need. Especially as we're starting to see more and more bench players come in. There's going to be more opportunities to be able to take advantage of them and get some points for your team. That's why that stopper and being a healthy stopper is so important.
Yeah, especially with a big lead, too, right now, you know. Keep the other team's points off the boards.
I mean, it was wild. In that one block, New Hope Regeneration made more points than any other team has. Well, actually, they're tied what First Form has total.
Thanks, guys. You know, looking at that New Hope run, that might be the run of the season. I mean, more points than anybody has scored all season long, done in just one block. I mean, we might be talking about how that was the $100,000 run, if you will, but still a long ways yet to go. New Hope would love to score some more points before this night is over. Cam Hurd doing his part, but only 30 seconds remain for him to get something away from the Russian Nightmare.
He is on that pass today.
Shot clock here called, but I mean, there's 1 second more left in regulation than there is in the shot clock, so.
Yeah. It's just about as inconsequential as it can get on that.
Yeah, time expires.
Draw.
No points. Cam Hurd and Fyodor Nikolov go the distance. Stephen Aiken will make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
First match of the second team match of our third and final block in the books. PJ DeSantis along with BMAC, Brandon McCaffrey. Did you get things sorted out?
Yeah, yeah, I think we got it. I think we got it under control. You want to talk about it?
I mean, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, but tell me.
Yeah, you guys can go ahead and run it, and we'll talk.
Okay.
We'll talk as they get the next one cracking.
Take it away.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Marcin Marchulovic.
Here comes Marcin, ready for his third match of the day.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Ernesto Rivera.
Here comes Ernesto Rivera. He, of course, part of that league-leading New Hope Regeneration team. TJ DeSantis along with BMAC Brandon McCatherine. Again, this is our second matchup of our second team matchup of this third and final block.
All right, guys, bring it in. Guys, we hear the whistler stop freeze, so we got an easy reset.
Here we go, underway.
Play your game, bro. Play your game.
Rivera standing over. Now goes to the floor with Marcin.
Ernesto got to be super careful right here, man.
Yeah, play your game. Watch, okay, turn your foot inside to his ribs.
Ernesto getting a hold of that right leg of Masulovic. Able to clear it. Whoa. Now back on the feet with a good little push there from the Polish powerhouse.
Hey, play your game. Relax. Be aggressive, relax. Stay aggressive. Hey, no more jumping. No more jumping, okay?
Marcin sets guard, and honestly, this is where he does his best work from.
5 minutes left. Give you a game. It's fine. No more jumping. Watch your right foot.
Marcin leaving his legs behind, spins through, ends up on the top position. And now Marcin pressing forward.
You work your leg out, step one, okay? But pass the guard if you can. Either one. Put them both back. Do not let your
Looking for that row drag, trying to pop the frame off.
Push his face to the ground.
They got to reset him right there.
There we go.
Yeah, action leaking off the mat, but they're still letting him work.
What did I say? Exactly, right? Exactly. Clear those positions.
Marcin putting that knee on the side there
Take your time.
of Rivera.
4 minutes left. You're fine. Take your time. Breathe. No rush at all. Take your time.
2 minutes of elapsed time.
Oh, Marcin weaving that left hand around the head and through the armpit.
Hey, don't let him use his frames. Listen, let's work on his left arm. There we go.
Now look at the back here for Marcin.
Clear the hands like that around. Hey, you're great, Machado.
Unable to put in the hooks thus far. 3.5 minutes remain.
Pull on top of you right now. Pull back and pull on top of you right now. Pull. Yeah, there we go. Clear it. That's good. That's good. Stay tight there.
Marcin, and Dean gave him the right advice. Fall back and pull him on top of you. And he should have taken that advice. That would have been good.
Get a reset here back in the center on the feet.
Ernesto coming at him aggressive. Cracked him with that collar tie. He's not scared of Marcin.
Keep that pace up. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes.
Now at the halfway point. Marcin takes a seat.
Listen, hey, look for his front leg and grab it. Here we go.
Very competitive match here. You have Rivera, who's a part of that New Hope team, leading the league, and Machulovic, who's sitting in the #2 spot when it comes to the playoff hunt.
know what he's looking for. Stay aggressive. You know his game here. Go for your game. Your game. Do it. Do it. No problem. No rush. Good. Yeah. Way to hustle. Way to hustle.
Back up on the feet. These guys are just getting after it.
He's not bitching about it. I'm not. No.
Oh, geez.
Oh, here we go.
Getting fired up.
Stop.
Hey, 2 minutes. Stay tight. Stay tight.
Your game.
I love Marcin's energy, man.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of my new favorites for sure.
Yeah, you're both tough. It's fine, okay?
Inside the final 2 minutes, Dean Lister telling these guys, yeah, we get it. You're both tough.
Sit up, get it under hook. Grab his first leg. The first leg is grab it. Grab his leg. Grab his leg. Screw it forward. Grab his leg. Grab it. Watch, okay, watch that.
Let's keep circling.
Screw it forward again.
Oh. I thought that was a dangerous spot for Ernesto.
Able to evade now inside the final 90 seconds.
All right, Ernesto, if I have to tell you to circle again when you're on top, passing the guard, I'm going to give you a negative. All right, sorry, penalty.
And that was a good admonition from our referee, letting him know what it is that he's actually looking for. It's not just action.
Right.
Here's the violation that I see you committing, and
Right.
I don't want to see that.
Marcin coming on top. 60 seconds remain in the match.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Exactly. That's right.
Good. Stay tight.
Clear in the guard is Marcin.
Ernesto, 50 seconds. You're going to start in the middle again.
Stay tight.
Stop, hold.
Exactly. Hey, Marcin, awesome job, okay?
Going to get a reset here as the referee takes a look at what position was earned and how to put him back correctly in the center.
All right, near side hip frame. Cross face. This hip on the mat.
You have your right hip on that, yeah.
Ready? Hip slow. Hip slow.
Back underway.
Go for what you want, okay? Yeah. Fight for inches here.
Marcin all the way around the guard, knee on the belly. Really knee
in the hip, thigh.
Yeah, just knee on it.
Surfing.
A little surfing moment.
Stay tight, buddy. Stay tight.
Yeah.
25. 25. Stay tight.
Marcin hunting for an arm, head and arm here. Trying to punch through for the Darce. Oh my gosh, he's getting close. Ernesto with a really good, strong posture though.
Short time. Able to survive is Rivera. Marcin keeping the pressure on though in the closing moments. And that's a wrap. 6 minutes in the books. What a match.
No, come on, man.
Stephen Aiken to make it official.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
No points, but a lot of aggression by both men. And like Dean Lister said, we get it. Both of those guys are tough.
They're both tough, and that was a pretty fun match,
Yeah.
man. There was a lot going on there. Ernesto, man, look at that. He's got 12 points on the board.
Oh wow.
He's in second place. How'd that happen? Where did he score his? He got with the triangle. He had 6. Where else is Ernesto's
Team
points
points.
coming for?
Team points, I'm being told.
Got the ankle lock for 9. Okay. Wow.
Let's go over to Egghead in the fantasy corner. He can tell us more about where Ernesto's points are.
Stop scratching your head over there in the telestrator. We got Egg over here for you. Talk to him.
Yeah,
We're curious
definitely.
where Rivera, how he climbed his way up there.
So he did get that break, and he got that kill earlier in block 2. And then right now, New Hope Regeneration has 3 team points. And so the 3 team points made him get 12.
Wow. I mean, Ernesto out of nowhere, huh? 12. That puts him in second. Can I see that
Yes.
player graphic one more time?
He's in second, and Marcin is now in third.
Let's take a look at it one more time. Ryan Aiken leading the field, but yep, Ernesto Rivera.
Dude, I like the body language out of Ernesto Rivera. Reminds me a little bit of Dustin Poirier, the way just confident kid, man. I like his physicality.
Yeah, no
I'll be looking
kidding.
at him tomorrow.
And then Elijah, we gave Elijah 3 on that last play. Did you guys note that was 3? Because
Yes.
it was the inside heel hook. Even though he didn't end up tapping to the inside heel hook, it was the inside heel hook that finished the match. And Elijah was telling me that was gnarly, that he felt his leg break in the first 30 seconds. And if he would have quit in the first 30 seconds, he would have gotten an extra point. But, you know, I can't remember ever having seen Adam Bradley tap in competition. That's the first time I can ever remember seeing that.
Well, I don't think we did technically see him tap tonight. He wanted to keep going, and then he just, referee just kind of crumbled.
Well, he wanted to keep going, but he didn't.
Right.
That's a submission.
It wasn't a tap from being locked in.
Okay, he didn't tap.
Let me say this,
but he
though.
got submitted.
There was a replay that we saw where Elijah Carlton, had Bradley get away, and on Elijah's face, you could tell that something was wrong. He's like, "Are you okay?" And clearly, Bradley was not okay.
And I'll tell you another thing here. Now, check this out, Egg. You're going to need to hear this.
All right.
Because the referees did not initiate the shot clock. This is in the Kyle Bain versus Abe LaMontagne match. They didn't initiate the shot clock before they threw that final flag. I removed that 2 points from Kyle Bain. He didn't get that 2 points, so that's going to be a big factor. And Kyle totally understood. He didn't protest it at all. He seemed to agree with it, to be honest with you. And so he actually loses that 2 points. That is not 2 on the board for Kyle Bain.
So does First Form, so now they're down to 14 points.
Okay, so the points that we just saw for the playoff hunt, were those updated with those points?
No. I'm breaking that information on you guys for the first time right now.
Okay, so we'll get that
So
tallied
Kyle
up.
Bain versus Abe LaMontagne was a draw, not a penalty.
Understood.
Over DQ. So we still haven't had one of those in the PGF.
All right, so we'll take a look at the rankings a little bit later on, but we've got more business to get to on the mat, so we'll go back to it with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Chris Wojcik.
TJ, did Tim try to run my telestrator?
No, I don't think, no, he definitely knows better than that. Is something wrong with it?
No, I'm just
Okay.
making sure. Man's got to have his boundaries.
You really did sleep with that thing last night next to you in bed, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, that's weird. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Travis the Mantis Thomas.
Here he comes for the final time tonight, the Mantis, Travis Thomas.
All right, guys, make sure when I say stop, we freeze so we get an easy reset, couple steps back.
Here we go underway. TJ DeSantis along with B-Mac, Brandon McCatherine, live in Las Vegas. We are into the third block tonight, second team matchup. Travis Thomas here on top of Chris Wojcik.
Travis has to be really, really, really careful with Wojcik. We already saw earlier tonight how dangerous Wojcik is with his Aoki lock. And if you had to have one criticism of Travis, one, I would say, weakness in his game, you would have to say it's his leg lock defense. Even though he's done really well in the leg lock game, especially in the last, several competitions, 6 months that we've seen him, he's done a lot to shore up that deficiency in his game. It's still the only place where I would think that there's any kind of purchase that you should gain on him. So reset back to the inside. Travis choosing to stay low to pass, and he's going with these double unders. Gets a lift on Chris, but Chris does a good job. He reaches for the heel there.
Thomas back to his feet.
Oh, hard, fast knee cut. Travis almost made it through.
Don't let him connect. Good.
Travis staying low, not giving Chris an opportunity to get underneath him. I think that's the right strategy. It's really the only way to approach a guy like Chris Wojcik. He's just so dangerous, and he doesn't need that much Just a little grip around the outside of your ankle. He can find his way in. Oh, careful if you're Travis. He's caught in a triangle here. Oh, man, he just bullies his way through. Excellent work navigating that triangle choke. And Chris recovers. Travis passing. Man, Chris so good with his guard recovery, just finding a way back in with that knee.
Interesting sequence there, and we will now get a reset. Just past 2 minutes down in the match.
Be careful of that. We're at a fantastic pace. Keep your breath. Good. Okay? Good. On your back. We're okay with the low in the action. We're in a safe position. This is fine. Pressure it down. Cut the clock. Good. Settle in. Face him. Good. Face him. Again. Don't get discouraged by his recovery. His guard is good. That's okay. We keep going. Watch him to attack. Don't let him attack. Don't let him attack. Everything inside.
Chris trying to set him up for that Jet Thompson style armbar. We've seen Jet hit that. We've actually seen Travis hit that armbar on Matt Elkins during season 5.
Keep working that angle. Keep working that. It's okay. Keep working that angle. 3 minutes. We're halfway through. We're halfway through. Good.
Hard collar tie by Travis.
Good. Keep it up again. Keep it up.
Halfway point of the match.
Action on bottom, Chris.
Calling for action from Wojcik. Oh, look at that side switch there. And a great recovery again by Wojcik. It's not over yet, though. Travis pressuring. Man, Wojcik's guard retention is so good.
230 left, okay?
That was a sequence that would have passed almost any guard in the world.
Right, yeah.
That was really nice work by Travis. But
Wojcik incredibly comfortable and calm, maintaining his guard. And now
look
trying
at this
to get
wrestle up.
Up in top now, rubber guard in play here for Travis Thomas.
Oh, and he's punching that fist into the throat. And that's gonna force Chris to move. Now into the closed guard. Travis, very long legs, pretty dangerous right here.
2 minutes remain in the match.
Good. Good. Make him uncomfortable. You have a minute and 45 seconds, Travis. Keep working. Keep working.
Warning called on Wojcik.
Cut it angle, Travis. This is fantastic. Minute 30 left, okay? Listen. Cut the angle, cut the angle, cut the angle. Hey, minute 30.
Now inside the final 90 seconds.
Wojcik keeps trying to trap Travis's foot every time he gets on the hip. Oh, man, Wojcik fell back, looking for his Aoki lock. And he's definitely looking for that Aoki. He's definitely looking for a leg, looking for Travis to push on him.
Wojcik trying to pass, unable to do so. Now in the closed guard of Travis Thomas.
We have 50 seconds, Travis. We have 50 seconds to work. What's your arm position? Get that rubber guard. Take that off your head. This is fantastic.
There's the rubber guard now for Wojcik, or for Thomas. Wojcik framing away.
Okay, there we go. Control his hands. Control his hands.
Oh, this is a dangerous spot here for Thomas.
Control his hands. Turning knees inside. Get the fuck out of
30 seconds left in the match.
Oh, man. Dangerous spot.
Thomas recognized it, was able to get free. 20 seconds. Thomas trying to get up in top position. He does.
Keep that head low.
Now closing in on the final 10.
Good.
Travis acting like he might fall back on a leg here.
5 seconds. Stay right there. Stay right there.
And that's a wrap.
Great match. That was a really, really fun match.
We go 6 minutes full, no points. Stephen Aiken, take it away.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Fun competitive match between two really dangerous men, Travis Thomas and Chris Wojcik, unable to submit one another, but yeah, that was fun throughout.
Yeah, that was a good match. Travis did a great job. There was a couple of moments where Chris fell back, and I thought he had a leg wrapped, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be where it goes down. But Travis navigated very well. You see Travis sitting there in 5th place. Wojcik hanging back after he's completed his day 2 run now. 4 points. I think that would be surprising to pretty much anybody. But here you go, TJ. Tell us about this.
New Hope running away with it, 31 points, more than double the points of First Form, who finds themselves in 2nd place. 1 point behind them, Constellation Network, and then just 1 point behind them is Intrana. We've got 2 matches yet to go here in match day 2. So back to the mat with Stephen Aiken.
Our next athlete making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Sebastian Attard.
Back for the final time tonight here on match day 2 is Sebastian Attard, representing Constellation Network. Now Stephen Aiken for his opponent.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
It's Ryan Aiken.
Oh, Ryan Aiken.
Here comes Ryan Aiken. He's done his part in helping New Hope Regeneration establish their lead. See what he can do for the final time tonight here on match day 2.
All right, guys, bring it in real quick. Machado. Couple steps back, guys.
And we are underway. Attard taking bottom position.
Ryan hoping that he can extend the lead for Team New Hope here. And you got to think he's a pretty heavy favorite in this match. He's one of the top scorers in the league right now. His team's in the lead right now. And Sebastian hasn't put any points on the board, I don't believe, in terms of like actual submissions. So, oh, this is interesting though. He's attacking the arm. Ryan just shucks him off. Ryan very aggressive now. He's past the guard.
Nicely done by Aiken.
Passes the guard. And he's got Sebastian locked up here. Let's see what he chooses to do. Ryan pressing in heavy. A nice bump with a guard recovery by Sebastian. That was a really good job. Waited for a moment when Ryan tried to make an adjustment, unlock the hands for a split second.
Trying to clear those legs is Aiken. 90 seconds down. Fantasy Corner chiming in. Egghead, what do you got?
Right now, we only have 2 matches left, and if neither of these teams gets any points, Intrana is going to steal the block with that one break by Elijah Carlton. So Intrana might be able to make a way back for some of their players to get up in the rankings.
Good to know.
Yeah, and even if one of these teams ends up with a 3-pointer, they're still going to score right there.
That's right, it'd be tied.
Because it'd be tied, yeah. Good looking in, Egg.
Attard right now has got a shot clock on him. 10 seconds remain on it. Was that enough to reset it? Nope.
Looks like a no.
There's my answer.
Facing the camera?
Not an ideal situation to get restarted here.
No, not with Ryan Aiken in this position. It's not.
3:33 left here in the match as well.
Quick
Ooh,
move.
wow.
Nice timing on the reset by Sebastian.
Now push his face away from you. His face, push it away from you, okay?
coming up on the halfway point. Still a lot of time left for these gentlemen to work.
Grab his leg. Grab his leg. Grab his leg. Grab his leg right now. Grab it. Grab his leg. Grab the ankle. Circle. Go.
Sebastian attacking the head. That's going to end up, that's going to get his guard pass, though. Ryan now locks the hands together. Sebastian does a really good job of like bumping and kind of shaking his limbs into just the right position to save himself out of these bad positions sometimes. Not this time, though. Guard pass now for Aiken. Plenty of time to work from side control here. Let's see how he chooses to play this. Sebastian doing what he can to keep moving here, and I think that's good. Because he's got to keep these stalling calls from coming his way. He's already got one in the bag, and with 2 minutes left.
Back to north-south here for Aiken.
Warning on bottom, warning on bottom.
Nice job, and look at that. The warning comes in from the outside and forces Sebastian to get active, and he does. Big bump, overreaction, but it was enough in this case to get Ryan to have to bump out of there and go back into his guard passing sequences. Atard has been really tough. I think he's been a really good surprise for a lot of people. I know for sure, just from some of the chatter that I was hearing, that a lot of people thought maybe Sebastian won a weak qualifier and he's going to come in here and he's going to get kind of dunked on and he's one of the dunkables or whatever. But one of the guys who really believed in him, sitting right over there in the fantasy corner, Egghead, he saw something special in this kid.
1 minute remains here in the match. Aiken.
Again with that bumping, kipping style guard recovery.
Yep. Well, looked like Aiken was going to try to attack that right leg of Atard, but Sebastian able to get it back and free.
Ryan he was in a good position to pass, but a nice pummel back in with the outside leg by Sebastian. Uh-oh. There's a problem here if you're Sebastian.
Inside the final 30 seconds, Aiken trying to take the leg home with him to end his night number 2.
Hey, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. On the ground.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Sebastian just decided to sacrifice his leg and just explode and turn, and it worked. That was kind of crazy.
He gets free. We go 6 full. No points, but a nice performance and defensive performance from Sebastian Atard against a league-leading Ryan Aiken. To make it official, Stephen Aiken.
After 6 minutes, this match finishes with a draw.
Thanks, Brad.
There we go. 29 matches have transpired before us. One more left to get to. It's match day 2 here in Las Vegas. BMAC Brandon McCatherine. I'm TJ DeSantis. Back out to the mat, Stephen Aiken.
All right, we're ready for our final match of the evening. Making his way to the mat, representing Constellation Network, Drew Dyer.
Drew Dyer coming back after taking the mat as an alternate. I think it was his match with Kyle Chambers that was just absolutely insane. So he was tied up in all sorts of knots, but was able to get free.
Yeah, that was crazy.
We'll see what he can do here in his final match of the night. Stephen Aiken.
And his opponent, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Brad Schneider, proving that you have to have a short memory here in PGF. He had a very tough start to his season and then came back with a huge upset tonight over Nathan Haddon. We'll see if he can get some more points for himself and New Hope Regeneration.
All right, guys, bring it up.
So Brad
As in the whistle blows or I say stop,
ended
please,
up
so you
having
get
a
an easy
pretty
reset, couple
tough,
steps back.
or a really tough night number 1, and it was looking like a tough night number 2. But he ended up picking up a big win And this could really turn the tide here for Brad if he can find a win. And, I mean, you know, you want to be out there against an alternate if you want to have a great shot. That's probably a good way to do it. Dyer, though, came here from the Vegas qualifier where he finished second to Dory Allen. And I think he finished everybody in the qualifier except Dory. I think he finished every match that he had except Dory.
Keep playing your game, bud.
Uh-oh, this is trouble. Brad is so unorthodox with his attacks. He's going to try to move into a crucifix position right here. Watch this. See the way he's got that arm tied up, a 2-on-1 on the far side?
That is very unique. Bails on
Oh,
it.
look at that. Bails on it to go to the legs. Going for the knee bar, and he got it! Wow! And he got it! Oh, just past the minute mark. Hey, Brad Schneider going from dunkable to hero in one night. Just missed it. Minute and 7 seconds.
Wow, what a tale of two halves of the first half of the season here for Brad Schneider. He ends night 2 with a huge win to make it official. Stephen Aiken.
And your winner with a break, representing New Hope Regeneration, Brad Schneider.
Hey, Stephen, let's talk to Brad, man. Let me talk to this guy. He finishes Drew with a leg lock, and then one of the greatest leg lockers in this weight class in the world, Cal Chambers, not able to finish him in 6 minutes. Brad comes out and just runs him over. It was the setup. It was such a strange setup. Steven, ask him about that setup. I want to know about that setup, man. That was awesome.
Okay, Brad, here with you from New Hope Regeneration. We're looking at this camera. Okay. Great match. They want to hear about your setup from that. You had like a 2-on-1 grip on the arm, and it looked like you were just trying to sit over to the other side, maybe to get to your crucifix play that you like a lot. How did you end up on the legs?
Two lanky dudes, so it's easy to find space under the elbow like that. It kind of just happened organically. I wanted to go in, try to get a choke, but the knee bar presented itself, and I took it.
Is that something you ever hit before?
I mean, yeah, knee bars are, for my leg lock game, that's a part of it, but I'm not much of a leg locker. Everybody knows that by now, you know. But, yeah.
Well, great work, Brad. I'm sure your New Hope Regeneration teammates are happy to have those points on the boards. Anything you want to say to the folks at home?
Thank you guys for the support. I've been ghosting everybody today because I don't want to think about yesterday, but I'll answer people today probably.
All right, Brad, we appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Man, what a night for Bradley Schneider. He mentioned his night 1 did not go the way he wanted it to, and then back in a big way here in night number 2. B-Mac, let's take a look at this sequence because it was really phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm on the rewind right here. I want to see the initial grip that he took. It's about to be, okay, this is it. So look, it happens during the guard pass. He's already got his first grip in place right here. You see that? Mm-hmm. And then he's going to weave through with this second hand and put a 2-on-1 on. So let's hit play right here. Watch what happens. There's the 2-on-1, and now the big back step over the top. Now what's happening here is watch the pummel happening in here at the legs. Brad's trying to step this leg all the way over the top so he can move into his crucifix position, but he's not having success with it. And so he decides to just bail. And I think the leg just presented itself. Let me rewind and have a look at that. I think the leg just presented itself based on the way that Drew threw it back in. Yeah, Drew throws his own leg back in. Watch this. Right there, boom. Drew throws his own leg back in between. And when Brad felt that, he decided, you know what? Bail on the crucifix, switch to the leg, roll through, change it. Good angle change with his own hip, and extends the knee bar, gets the tap. Man, awesome work, Brad Schneider. That was fantastic, man.
Yeah, phenomenal way to end match day number 2, and it shakes up the rankings here. Let's take a look where Brad Schneider's at, number 5.
Big shakeup in the rankings, big shakeup. Brad Schneider, in the course of just a couple of hours, moves from a dude who everybody's dunking on Brad Schneider. I thought Jason Anik was going to come off the sidelines and dunk on Brad Schneider. And it turns out Brad's dunking on you, Jason. He's dunking on everybody.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff. And then looking at our team stats here, New Hope, you want to talk about Duncan. I mean, man, they're dunking on everybody. They've lapped the field here at this point. 20 more points than the second place First Form.
This is crazy. So First Form's got 14. New Hope had 16 in one block.
Yep. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a strong
a lot of scoring tonight. You know, there was a lot of scoring tonight. Yesterday we were like, you know, kind of a slow night, easing into it. Even on day 2 today, block 4, this first block of day 2, I was like, you know, it's kind of slow. And then New Hope just starts blowing the doors open with the scoring.
Yeah, and you know that prize on the line, $100,000 to the winning team, New Hope, making a hard charge for it. We'll see what happens now tomorrow. 2 days officially in the books. I believe we're going to go to Alex Wendling, who is standing on the mat to get
I think she's got Pedro Sauer.
Pedro Sauer standing by with Alex. Alex, take it away.
Yes, I am talking to the man with a plan, Pedro Sauer, after a great performance from your team, New Hope Regeneration. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I think all the guys, they're so good. They are so talented. We didn't have to work too much with them. They all have like an incredible ability. The only thing we did is just basically clean up a couple of things here and there and give them some kind of motivation. And they are skillful guys, so we didn't have to work too much.
And at the draft, people were, you know, calling New Hope Regeneration kind of the underdogs, not anticipating them to have that many points on the board. But you probably knew that they were going to be able to get it done.
I knew for sure. I knew the guys was good, and I knew that the idea was try to work in the neck and be a escape masters for any kind of neck attack and not let people pile up points on them. So we just work in escapes and pretty much protect themselves.
And we saw an awesome video today on social media of one of your matches against someone that was much bigger than you, like 300 pounds. So you have a few team members that are a little bit on the smaller side, like Cam Hurd and Ernesto Rivero. They're not true 205ers. So have you had any special advice for them when they go up against the Goliaths?
Yes. Well, you cannot fall in those guys' game. You got to be very smart. When you play a game, you're very tight, and a small person doesn't have so much disadvantage as long as you know how to protect your hips area. So as long as your hips are being protected and you kind of don't let people kind of dominate you on the hips area, the size sometimes doesn't make that much difference. And those guys are, even though they're small, but they are studs. I can't believe it, how tough they are. Oh my gosh.
And we got to talk about Bradley Schneider, who went from getting submitted yesterday quite a few times and today coming in clutch with quite a few submissions. So PGF, it's such a gauntlet, and it takes a toll on you mentally when you're not scoring those points. But did you have a special message for him that really had him show out today?
Well, we had a breakfast together this morning, just me and him. And, you know, I think he was incredible talent. And leg locks was not his bread and butter, and they figured out that pretty quick. So he worked a few escapes and a couple escapes already. He already very, very skillful kid too. He's an amazing guy. So he came here with different confidence, and he's got back in the game. He's submitted 2 guys. So.
It is such an honor for you to be here because you are such a trailblazer and legend in jiu-jitsu. So what is it like to see jiu-jitsu be raised to this level with $100,000 on the line?
Oh my gosh, I love it because I used to fight for free. I came here to America, we fought for free, everybody. So when I see people are getting the money, it's not just money for, it's an incentive, and it's a matter of respect, because those guys, they put so much effort, they put so much trouble, you know, they sacrifice so much. And when you get paid for something, it's a good compensation for them. I think it's a very, very good, and I think the show's incredible too. I think it's going to continue to grow, because of what I see so far, from the prior, all the shows that I seen before, this show is getting better. The people is getting way better too. So imagine we're gonna have some monsters here pretty soon. They're already monsters, but it's gonna be more coming.
For sure. PGF is definitely blowing up. Thank you so much for the time, Pedro. And it is only day 2, but I'm sure your team is going to do even greater throughout the season. Guys, PGF Season 7 has been crazy so far. Pedro, thank you so much. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Alex. New Hope Regeneration leading the way. A very happy coach in Pedro Sauer in BMAC. New Hope, quite fitting name, especially for one Bradley Schneider. He's got new hope in this PGF season.
Dude, good call, TJ. Great play on words, but totally fitting, totally true. I mean, Brad's the MVP today.
Yeah.
In my book, Brad's the MVP. How about Elijah getting the tap on Adam, or getting the finish on Adam Bradley? Now, this is interesting. Elijah, during that interview, Elijah comes over to the booth and he says to me, hey, that should be 6. He quit. And here's why he says that. It was the heel hook that caused the injury.
Right.
But he didn't tap to the heel hook. I think it's worth a discussion. I'm going to go back. I'm going to review my team. I'll tell you where I stand right now. Where I stand right now was 3, because it was the heel hook that caused the end of the match, right?
Right.
That's pretty clear. But that's not what actually made Adam stop. He decided to stop. He's saying that should be a kill. I would love to hear what you think in the chat. I'm not saying I'll do what you say, but I would love to hear everybody's opinion on it. What do you think?
Well, you know what? I think that I should defer to...
No. You got to have an opinion. You got to have an opinion before you throw it over there.
I think
to
it's a
Jason
break.
and Egg.
I think it's a break. I think it should be 3 points. But, Egghead, what are you thinking?
I think we've known for a very long time that if you quit on the mats, it's 6 points. It's always been the call. Hey, if it had happened immediately, if he had the lock in there, okay, got it. But hey, he fought through it, but then he decided, nope, I can't do it anymore. I'm not going to do it anymore. I think that's a quit. I think that's 6 points.
Jason.
Well, you know, if B-Mac and Egghead are agreeing, TJ.
No, we're disagreeing. Me and Egg are in disagreement
Yeah.
here,
Oh, really?
actually. Yeah, Egg is saying 6 because he quit.
Yeah, so, Jason, are you team bald guys or are you team hair?
Oh, I'm team Egghead all day long. Isn't this? I mean, no disrespect to the commish, but you know, commish showing up, you know, underdressed tonight without the shades. I mean, come on, commish.
Wait. If I have the shades back on, does this change your opinion at all?
You know, maybe, but you know, I'm a little intimidated by this man to my left, so I'm not disagreeing with him yet. He's helped me drive the bus all day, but hey, I tell you what, Brad Schneider, right? The story of the day, just what the doctor ordered, that one-on-one breakfast with his coach Pedro Sauer.
Oh, what an interesting note there when he talked about, like, he took him out after the tough day, right? And then he fires him up, sends him out here ready to kill. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I just like it. You know, Schneider really sort of talks about his unorthodox game. Just happy to see a guy. You know, a lot of draws here yesterday, and Schneider was the one guy sort of, when we were talking about starting sit, you know, early in the day, I'm like, oh, well, sit Schneider, not so much.
Yeah, also not only just you know, getting 2 different subs, but also with key times. We talked about before those last 2 matches that one of these teams, if they got a submission, they would tie with Entrana and get that team point for all their team members. And not only did he, you know, give 3 points to the team totals, but he also got a team point for every one of his team members. Again, huge, big start today.
And a big spot for Travis Thomas, obviously eluding Davis Asare and then getting that kill over Chris Olivo. That sort of helped that team sort of build its lead. But what a day. Hope one of these other 3 teams can make it a little interesting tomorrow, TJ.
Yeah, 50% down, but don't let that fool you. We still got a long way to go. Anything can happen because BMAC, that lead was established by New Hope really in just 1 block. Anything can happen from 1 block to the next, and we still have a few to go here as we enter match day 3.
Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting to see how the matchups play out tomorrow. I'm looking right off the bat, block number 1, First Form versus New Hope, Chambers versus Travis Thomas.
Oh, wow.
You know, Paul Ardilla, you got to think he's got a shot against Cam Hurd, but Cam Hurd has shown that really nobody has a shot against him so far. He hasn't put any points on the board in terms of submissions, but he hasn't been scored on either. He's their stopper on that New Hope team. You know, Bame versus Rivera, that's a good Bame got a good shot at that one. And so maybe you're looking at a First Form victory over Team New Hope in the first block, and that could start changing things real quick.
Yeah, it's all about momentum and the ebb and flow. It is a marathon, so we'll see how it unfolds coming up tomorrow. Looking at our playoff rules, don't forget our playoff is headed your way on Friday. The top 8 team members going to get put into a one-night tournament. EBI rules with another $20,000 on the line. And we haven't even mentioned this. We got a title fight coming up on Friday. Vanessa Demopoulos, the UFC fighter, takes on the reigning defending flyweight and bantamweight champion.
Champion.
Yes.
Champion in 2 different weight classes.
Kaya Jackson. That's going to be a phenomenal match, to say the least.
Yeah, that's a super interesting matchup. Maybe definitely Kaya's toughest matchup that she's ever had in the PGF format. Maybe the toughest matchup she's ever had in any format. Vanessa, she's jumping in Joe Rogan's arms. She's thinking she wants to jump in TJ's arms after she beats Kaya Jackson out here. But Kaya, far from a pushover. I mean, she's the 3-time champion for a reason. We'll get to see her on Friday night, and I think that that's a fantastic matchup for the 125-pound belt.
Absolutely. It all goes down this Friday live on UFC Fight Pass. All right, that's it for us, for Egg, Anik, and BMAC. I'm TJ DeSantis. We'll be back tomorrow for match day 3. Now it's time to kick it over to the post show. Rafa Esparza, take it away.
And BMAC, it is great to see your faces. It was a rough day of competition, and something happened that caught our eye here at the bullpen. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at some of this footage that happened a little bit earlier today. One of the alternates, Chris Oliveira, was going up against Travis Thomas, and the pants were sagging to the point where normally you got the reverse bully happening here, as they, instead of pulling down the pants, helped to put them back on. The shorts were rescued, the play went on, but it definitely was one of the more unusual elements here at the PGF. And it was definitely for good shits and giggles. But guess what? You're here for the post show. You want to get to talking to us. So welcome to the official PGF post show. What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rafa Esparza, coming to you with another great installment of the Bullpen. We are here after the action has taken place at another day, day 2 of the PGF, and it was rough. We're getting to that part where people are kind of getting injured, and you start wondering if they're going to come back, and you get nervous. A lot of nerves in this air right now. But we appreciate you guys for sticking with us. We have a lot to recap here. We'll get to our co-hosts. First and foremost, one, Tim Freeman. Tim, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. That clip that we led off with, I believe, is the first time ever we have seen a tandem wedgie applied at the PGF. That could be under trademark as the safe wedgie. But don't worry, it's perfectly safe. Nobody was injured in the tandem wedgie that was pulled up on Travis Thomas. I'm pretty excited. Lots of firsts today, man.
Unfortunately, I just got this in right now. It does look like we got official word that safe wedgie was already trademarked by a Gracie.
Yeah, there could be some licensing issues there, but as long as no one was hurt, that's all we care about.
And indeed. Why don't we go to our next panelist here? One, handsome Kevin Sherrill. Kevin, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. I think Travis Thomas may have gotten a little excited. He's in line for that $100,000. Here we are, buddy. And I think he had a premature red panty night. That's not what that means, Travis. That is not what fight fans are talking about.
Everybody, please, please keep your pants on. Why don't we get to some topics to talk about before we get to our guests, who will be joining us in just a few seconds. All right. I'm glad that you guys are joining us. The assembly line is here, but once we get to this topic board, there's 3 things that seem to be sticking out to us. And I hope that you guys are ready and interested to talk about these 3 topics. But the first of which, I definitely saw one emerging today, which is who are emerging as contenders. And I'd love to put that to our group here. I'm going to go first to one Tim Freeman. Tim, who seems to be emerging as a contender thus far on day number 2?
Not just emerging, I'm going to say resurrecting. We saw Brad Schneider take 3 heavy L's yesterday, all breaks, turned it around today, and came back with 2 submissions, an armbar on Nathan Haddad, which is not an easy task. And then he turned around and pulled off a knee bar against alternate Adam Dyer. He's looking good. He's feeling confident. He's coaching. He's talking. He's pretty chippy today. Said he's going to go ahead and get back to his direct messages. So if you're waiting for Brad, thank you for your patience. You know how it is, man. You got to win. Otherwise, you don't want to talk to anybody. But he's emerging as someone who's in contention now. He's looking good. He's in the top 10. If the playoffs were today, he'd be in.
Not only that, but I love the fact that he took his TV time to let his fans know, hey, if I'm not back in the DMs at you, I am busy, which I think should be obvious. Like, if you're expecting to hear from him, I'm not sure you understand what the PGF is. It very, very rough to do. So very interested to see how that plays out in the next day. Kev, for you, who is emerging as a contender for you?
Well, you've got Marcin, who maybe was a little bit slept on going into this. Obviously, he won ADCC trials. He is a dominant competitor, but across the pond here, we weren't maybe super familiar with him, and I think he's made a statement in a big, big way. And then Ernesto Rivera, a training partner of mine who has really, really showed out. I expected him to do well. I expected people to become familiar and impressed, but he has impressed even me. He's really putting on a show.
Gentlemen, I'm glad that you brought them both up because Bradley currently stands at number 7 in the point totals, while Marcin is currently at a tie for number 2 with Ernesto. So it's a very interesting play, but as you may know, anything can happen. So keep an eye on who is going to emerge tomorrow, because I think we may have an idea of who may be going into the finals, at least for the top 2 or 3 individuals. Why don't we go to our next topic, which is 15 minutes and counting. Listen, we have some alternates who got their time to shine. More so, though, today. And we actually had our first alternate on alternate crime, which I found intriguing because in theory that shouldn't necessarily happen, and yet on day 2 it did. So I'd like to ask you guys what you saw today from those, and if you have any advice for those who are on their 15 minutes of fame, who, I know we say that, but they might get more than 15 minutes worth of competition time. I'll start with you, Kevin Sherrill.
Yeah, I think you have to make the most of it. I want to nod towards Chris Olivo and his LeBron-flavored walkout with his fur coat. He's got the cowboy hat, the cowboy boots, glasses on. Sunglasses inside is always a bold play, but your first match stepping in as an alternate versus a very tough Travis Thomas, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. It was fantastic. I was really impressed. I think he caught a lot of attention. Match didn't go that well for him. He did have a lot of shootouts. I think he maybe emptied the tank a little bit early. But, man, that attention you get off of really going out there and doing your thing, I think that's something to be emulated.
I see a note here from Jiu-Jitsu Panda that says, can we say Carlton is the Dennis Rodman of the PGF? It's kind of hard to say when Chris was the one who was actually walking out in the fur coat, which is 100% out of the Dennis Rodman playbook. So until Elijah Carlton steps out in a fur coat with no shirt, we will withhold that acronym. So I'm going to come to you next, Tim. Tim, what is your advice for those up-and-comer alternates who are just starting to get their feet wet?
Well, you know, they're in a tough spot. It's not easy to come into a starting position when most likely the guy you're replacing really kind of doesn't want you to replace him. So you got to come in and make an impact, make it positive. There's a couple ways you could do that. One is you could put points up on the board, any amount of points. 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 6 points, 7 points. That would be great. But you have to make a positive impact with points. If you can't do that, then you need to draw out a cat's game and make sure that you don't get scored on. You don't want to hurt your team. And thirdly, my partner Kevin referred to this. You got to make a statement. You got to do something, say something, put a cowboy hat on, dance around. You got to do that. You have to amp it up. Listen, Caleb Crump is here today because he made a case for himself in season 6, and he didn't even get 15 minutes. He literally got 0 minutes, but he still lobbied behind the scenes to make a name for himself and show back up. You're not just fighting for your team right now. You're fighting for your invite back to next season. So you got to do something. Put numbers on the board or be funny.
All right. We're going to go to our final topic before we get to our guests. And the final one here is one that was kind of the story of the day. They doth protest indeed, because we saw a very busy judging desk today. A lot of people felt like they could take their complaints directly to the judges and the referees table. And at times, there were some people crowded where I couldn't even move around here because they were kind of crowding our area. I guess the question I have for both of you is, what did you see And what exactly, in case people weren't aware what they were protesting or what they were challenging, what were the things that happened? And I'll start with you, Tim Freeman.
Well, it was pretty frenetic. There was a lot of movement and energy and questions and shouting back and forth. Elijah Carlton. Elijah, he pleads his case from the stands. He has no problem doing that. And look, some of these guys have relationships outside of this event. They have a history. They know each other. Some are on the same teams. But as we've seen, it kind of doesn't matter. The refs are making the call that they believe they should make, and the athletes are making the cases that they think they should make. We saw our first review today, had a whole posse of people come up to the table, knocked me over into my seat. They're like, get out of our way. We need to see this. And the refs had a decision, and actually the huddle moved up onto the stage. It got even closer to BMAC, the commissioner. They finally came out with a calling. But I think the athletes and the coaches and the alternates are feeling really, really comfortable getting up and close and personal with the refs. I don't know if it's a great idea, but it's happening right now. And this is the time to make your case. If you're going to make your case, this is the time to do it.
It's part of the culture that is emerging. So it is hard to say whether we like it or not. We do see it happening. And I do wonder if it opens the door for further discussions now, but that wasn't the only time it happened. Kevin, I believe it happened twice today at least where there was a crowd around. Was there anything that you saw from your side and perhaps in relation to the second time it happened?
Yeah, there were a couple of times. It was Abraham LaMontagne and Kyle Bain. There was 2 points put on the board by Kyle Bain for his team off of a third stalling call accrued by Abraham LaMontagne. That was huge, and it does affect the team picture. Or rather, it did. There followed a protest, and eventually that was overturned because the shot clock was not put on for Abraham LaMontagne. Therefore, he didn't have a chance to make a case for himself, and it affected the match. So the commissioner took a look at it. He went out there. He said, listen, it's in the hands of the athletes. We didn't give you the opportunity. Therefore, those points are off. There was also Chris Olivo and Davison Souza. That was the previously mentioned alternate on alternate crime where, man, they flooded the streets on that one. They really, really got in there. And you love to see it, man. You love to see these people going to bat for their teams.
Interesting. Well, thank you for that. You know, gentlemen, I think we're actually going to get to our first guest here in just a second, but if we could just take a moment to go ahead and give some acknowledgments, the first of which, thank you to our sponsor, Salt Electrolytes. We appreciate you guys for coming in, helping us, making sure that we are suited with proper energy. It has been a godsend here throughout the broadcasting week to make sure that we actually have some energy, because I got to tell you, these are long days. You start with a lot of energy, you got to end with energy. So big, big things that you want to go ahead and make sure to take care of today. And as you're in the comments section, please feel free to throw us questions. Not like a lot of them are actually good, but on occasion, one or two may cross my path here, and we may ask them to the guests that we have. So just to let you know, sometimes they do emerge as something that we can bring into the chat. And as a reminder, tomorrow, yes, the main action will start at approximately 4 p.m., but right before that, you can hang out with us, and you can see us on the pre-show. We don't just do the post-show, we also do a pre-show that usually starts at about 3 p.m. with some interviews that nobody else has seen just yet. And, oh, no, sir. No, Mr. Ryan Aiken. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about you, man?
Very well.
Yeah.
Are you ready to do an interview later this week?
We can do it later, yeah.
Yeah. I want to let you go home today.
Okay. All right, cool.
We're going to come back and get you another day, though. Ryan Aiken, everybody. He did not actually attack me.
Who asked me for an interview? No interview. Cool. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good. All right, bye. It's going to get really weird. I'll be like, listen, we have Carlos Machado here. I don't need a Ryan Aiken. Thank you. But what I would love for you guys to do is take a moment to go ahead and acknowledge the fact that, yes, we have coaches here, and perhaps none who have been more entertaining to watch from the sidelines than our guest that we have here today. We're glad to have him joining us. He has been very vocal and very funny, and if you guys have been paying attention at all, it's been very fun to watch him interact with all of us. We appreciate him joining us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the show, one, Carlos Machado. Sir, how are you doing today?
Man, I'm still pumped up.
You're
I'm
still
ready
pumped
for
up.
round 5 right now. You know, let's go.
I don't know that the team is ready. Let's give them a day. But I have to start with this. You had one of the most entertaining moments out there during the actual draft. What was going on, and what were you trying to do during the draft? What was the strategy during the draft?
Well, the strategy was before the draft. I did my homework. I call that the coffee shop time. I spent 2 hours with my staff, and we used ChatGPT. We put the money that we wanted to bid, and we put the names, you know, first choice, second choice, you know, last choice, and we did the homework, man. I had on my phone all the possible scenarios. So when you do that homework and you go there, and I got Elijah first, then I got Asare. Those are my top 2 tiers. I wanted Nate Haddad because he had depth. Based upon his last performance, he almost made to the playoffs. So I was like, man, I got this 3. And then I used collective wisdom. I asked the fighters what they thought about the remaining names on my list, and they gave me their feedback. That's how Andre Porfirio came along. They said, oh, pick him, you know, because I had Cam Hurd, who did great the last time. He was, you know, doing great. I had other names, Chris, maybe, Wojcik. Anyhow, everything played out. And, of course, you know, Caleb came along, you know, but I had my order of priority. So once you do your homework and then now you have the alternates, Abe is a stud, you know, new wave, tough guy, you know, so many accolades. So we had him on the first. So he said, the guys were telling me on the background, make sure you yell 1900 right off the bat, because you have, you know, nobody would be able to get even with me because I was the first. The problem, though, and I have a complaint about that.
Please.
The cameraman was parked in front of me for quite a while, often enough, to disrupt my view.
Interesting.
Okay? I knew what was going on, so but Steve, when he was actually about to open the bid, he didn't see me jump and yell 1900. He could only see Roger on the other end, 1900.
Roger.
You know, my cousin, you know, he tried to take that from me. So that became personal from that point on.
Well, we noticed it, but you were actively trying to get Abe, and you promised him a lot. Did you have promises you didn't get to? Because I'm not sure if you promised him to help with his tax information. Like, you made a lot of promises here, and I was wondering,
No,
was
I
there
told him
something?
not to do in London.
Okay.
With Roger.
That's a smart move.
Because taxes are higher in the UK, and the currency exchange is going to lose on the dollar.
Wow.
For the pound.
You did come prepared.
Absolutely. Why don't we open up to the gentleman here? Tim, do you have any questions?
Yeah, what did you say to your team tonight? Our unofficial totals right now have Intrana at the bottom, which you guys were much more competitive yesterday. You were competitive today, don't get me wrong, but several of the teams did pretty well today and got on the leaderboard. Right. What was your message to your team?
You ain't over until it's over. This is a marathon. And a lot of time you see guys on sprints. You had already, unfortunately, some athletes that had good caliber, like Adam Bradley, you know, not long ago, had his knee injury. Unfortunately, Dory, you know, had an ankle. So those guys are down. So all the other teams are experiencing something. I know in our end, Asare got hurt. You know, we had, you know, some complaints here and there, like Porfirio. Porfirio, by the way, can I tell everybody what's going on?
Yes, please.
He's going to be back tomorrow.
Whoa, this is breaking news. All right.
So, anyhow, I think the strategy still plays out.
Yeah.
And I think based upon the remaining matches that we have, it's still very tight race.
Yeah, no, I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah.
But I want to specifically go on the Davis Asare mention, because yesterday he came to talk to us, and you knew he was facing some kind of injury, but he told us that you gave such an inspiring speech. He was like, no, I got to go perform. Can you give us a hint of what it was that you said to your team that inspired him in that sort of way?
Davis?
Yeah, to Davis.
Okay, so safety is number one. I'll never tell an athlete to do something that's going to be detrimental long-term to their health or integrity. But I used collective wisdom again, because I felt I didn't want to be the only voice to tell him yes or no. So Elijah, I called Elijah to, and a lot of these guys, man, they get grit from previous experience. How many times you saw Elijah
freaking without the ankle going at people, you know. I'm not saying risk your health, but I'm saying you're in the battle. And sometimes you're going to take some scars in the process. So that was the deciding factor, actually. It's not the fact that he could save his body for another day. It's the fact that he felt he had a good shot on the next match, and he'll be regretting not taking that opportunity. So it's not what he should do, it's what you could not miss doing.
Copy that. Kevin, do you have any questions, sir? Yeah, so obviously you watched the PGF last year.
Of course.
Very much. When did you decide that you wanted to be a part of this?
B-Mac is my brother from another mother. You know, guys are like a love bug. You know what I'm saying? So, and I had some interaction with him. We did a camp together in Dallas. He was one of the guest instructors. I was his first, I guess, high-ranked instructor who ever taught him jiu-jitsu in a seminar before he got to meet Eddie Bravo. You know, he was, so he's part of our lineage. You know, he's part of the family. When he, in Dallas, told me about PGF, it blew my mind. Because I was not too much aware of it as what it was until he disclosed. And at that time, it was right when Zoltan, you know, I guess, got involved and things took, you know, a different scale. And they said, I'm going to put you part of the board, you and Hoyce. I said, man, line me up. You know, and I had to move a lot of things around to be here just for the 2 or 3 days. I couldn't be here for the whole event, but just the taste of it, man. Because when you watch other events and tournaments, you know, what lacks in the tournament is the opportunity for the athletes to display to the fullest their skills. And despite the fact you have 6 minutes and the rule only favors those who submit each other, even the matches that are a draw, they're as exciting as the ones that you have submission. Yeah. Because you have a lot of near misses, you know. So, and the other thing too is the human factor. BMAC is doing that, taking the athletes in consideration. How many times you have accolades and titles from different tournaments or organizations? What do you have to show for? A medal here or, you know, nothing you can work with. And Elijah was telling earlier today, I didn't have to win ADCC. I didn't have to win IBJJF. PGF put me on the map, and I'm more known now and have a following that I will not have gotten the chance if I had to go through all the other channels. Yeah. So PGF is a beast, you know, in my opinion, in all aspects.
Well, you have this wisdom, but I'm wondering, where do you see your team going in the next couple of days? Because to me, you mentioned it already, it's close. Yeah. Anything can happen. Where do you foresee this going in the next couple of days? So when you're in the midpoint, that's the time where some people break and some people make it. You see what I'm saying? So there's a degree of skill set, of course, but there's a degree of the mental game, you know? And I give credit, like I'm talking in particular about my guys because I have to spend some time individually with each of them. Caleb, for instance, that guy, he was the last on the roster. I didn't even know who he was. And I told all the other guys, if you guys show half of the drive that this guy has when you go for your matches, I bet you your performance will be much higher than what it was. You know what I'm saying? So it's beautiful to see that. You know, now in terms of where my team is going to go, they're not going to go worse than what they have been. Because we had a lot of situations, and I can see that tomorrow we're going to see more the next couple of days. The submissions and the game, you know, being implemented. Also taking consideration some of the other big teams who are ahead of us right now had some big losses on their roster. And that's one of the things that happens when the give and take. The alternates that we have surprised us. Not Abe, but Christo, for instance, surprised us. The amount of grit that he displayed, which I guess he was able to draw, you know, his second match. Anyhow, make a long story short, without talking too much, I'm very confident that we're going to have some shake-up on the scoreboard. Well, we're looking forward to it. And just as a observer on the sidelines, I have to say, not every coach comes in a suit jacket. You look right at home with us, sir. if anything, it's great to see you classing it up here because I saw you in a suit jacket and I was like, my man's coming in with style. Thank you so much. Oh, no. I would never, sir. I got to wear the tie just to be on your level, sir.
The evolution is this, okay? You're here to support the event.
Yes, sir.
What did B-Mac said? What did he say? He said, you got to dress.
Yep.
You know, and I'm not contesting or talking about anybody else. I'm just saying I'm following the rules because I want to be a team player.
Yeah.
This is success in the making. So all those little nuggets that are right now in place that people are not paying enough attention, like today, announcing, shout out to Intrana here, all right? Our sponsor. Thank you so much for putting your time and your support and your money on our team. We're very thankful. You're doing great for the sport, you know. So you gotta everything that's asked of you, you know, you gotta do your fullest because this is a legacy in the making, in my opinion. So dress for success.
Well, you certainly have, sir, and I don't want to take up any more of your time. We're going to see you the rest of this week, but we want to thank you for just being a part of this. B-Back has been so complimentary of you, and it is true. Like, you being here not only helps legitimize it, but now you as a coach, I've seen it firsthand from your students here and your participants on your team. They talk so well about you. They're ready to run through a brick wall for you, so thank you for helping to give them that elevation,
You're
too,
welcome.
sir.
PGF, you rock in the heart. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Carlton Machado, everybody. All right, ladies and gents. An excellent interview right now. We're going to get to some more here in just a second, but as a couple quick reminders, if you guys have not given love to our folks over at Sol Electrolytes, please give them some love. They are some of the best people. They help take care of the people here at the PGF, and as a result of that, we love them. Reminder, tomorrow, yes, we are back at approximately 3 p.m. where we start a little bit earlier. You'll see some never-before-seen interviews that we conducted on the draft day shortly after individuals were drafted. And some of those interviews have some great stories and some narratives that you're seeing playing out in front of you right here and right now. So, as you guys are hanging back, we'll also do you guys a quick reminder. If you are enjoying the content you're seeing here, we ask you to follow us on Instagram, on all social media. You can find us at Grappling Hour and at Inside BJJ. It really does mean a lot to us. That support goes a long way. And if you really do like my stuff, and I hope that you do, you can go over to patreon.com/Grappling Hour, and you can find the interviews that I do with people outside of the PGF and sometimes some friends from the PGF. And you can see those interviews 30 days before anybody else for just $5. That's it, $5. You can see them before everybody. And then for a few extra dollars, you can see some extra bonus content not available anywhere else, including tape studies with the athletes breaking down their matches and some incredible extra bonus content not available anywhere else. So do us a solid and keep eyes on all of those actions and make sure that you guys are giving love to PGF on their own website. You can find them on YouTube, and you can also check us out on UFC Fight Pass, where we will be all throughout the week until Friday. When Friday hits, we are actually going to be exclusively on the Fight Pass app. So not just on their YouTube. We go on Thursday for our last day, and then on Friday for the finale. We will be exclusive to the UFC Fight Pass app. So if you're not a member, go do that right now, so that way you don't miss out on any of the incredible action that's going to be taking place on that pay-per-view. All right, you guys, let's go ahead and talk right now to a good friend. He was here a couple days ago, and now we get to follow up with him. Abe, I have some questions for you, sir. You willed it into existence, so how does it feel to get your wish and be out there and be a savage in the PGF for real, sir?
It's awesome, honestly. I'm glad I have the opportunity to kind of come out and express my jiu-jitsu, show you guys that I'm a real player in here. I think a lot of people were kind of surprised by my ability to kind of control and handle a lot of the situations. You know, maybe I haven't gotten as many subs as I anticipated, but I also think I've literally gone against all the toughest dudes here in the first 2 days. So I was like, I was pretty happy with a lot of the things they did. I felt like the Ryan Aiken match really surprised people, my ability to control with body locks and stuff. So just that kind of thing. I think that was a good expression of my jiu-jitsu.
I want to ask, what has it been like from your perspective for those ref calls and all of the penalties and all of those things? What has that been on your side? How have you felt during those moments?
Like, being honest?
Yeah.
I guess I kind of felt like they're being kind of inconsistent. I don't think it's like there's malicious intent behind it or bias necessarily, but I think it's interesting because sometimes, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, it seems like when some people do rubber guard, for example, I don't understand how it's less inoculate or like what's the word I'm looking for? Innocuous than me body lock passing, because I'm actively trying to move forward, but they're not actively trying to push me away or sweep me or anything. They're just got their leg over the back of my head, and I cannot literally move forward. And even if I'm actively trying to step over the knee, I feel like that yields like progression. Whereas, like, I think that they're already kind of being the defensive person, and the only reason they're doing that is to negate my ability to emit forward pressure. So I guess I think there's instances like that, which I've seen, like with the Chris Wojcik match. I forget who he's going against. He got getting put into body locks, and he didn't get stalling calls, but I got stalling calls for body locks. So mostly consistency is always the main thing. It's not the rule itself, it's the upholding of it, so I can train for it.
I think that is part of the element of sports. I think that is something that we see in every sport, and we're just starting to find it out on our side. So I find that interesting. I do notice a active participant in the chat right now, and this note comes from Elijah Carlton, says, it's not a kill, it's a quit. Quits are 6 points. So I don't know
quit
exactly what that may or may not be in reference to.
I'll let you know. Yeah, in the Adam Bradley match, he's talking about he doesn't want the 3 points for the break on that heel hook. He says that because he applied the break, and then later Adam Bradley forfeited, it should then be 6 points for the forfeit.
To be clear, don't worry. He clarified and said he quit without a submission in place.
Yeah.
So Elijah Carlton, never without context. Thank you for watching, sir. I do find this interesting because when I'm watching this happen in front of me, I don't want it to mirror the experience because you've had some good moments and it has been fun watching you from the sidelines. But I want you to take me to the moment you realized that you were going to be put in, because when we left off on Sunday, it seemed like there was a possibility you might go in sooner than people thought. But things worked out a certain way and you were in as an injured replacement. So when you were about to get that call up, what did it feel like?
I mean, it was like, honestly kind of surprised, I guess, because mostly everybody kind of pumped me up as, oh, you're going to get in. So I knew eventually it would happen, but I was like, maybe day 3, like, you know what I mean? But then it seemed like people just getting pops on my team on the first day. You know, not wishing for that to happen on anybody. You never want that to happen on people.
Don't worry, we have the footage of you saying.
Oh, I was like, you see me doing one of these as soon as I like see somebody's knee get blown. Nah, but it's one of those things where I'm definitely excited that I had the opportunity. And I guess something that I've really benefited from this is I feel like I had like a lot of the toughest guys in the first 2 days.
Yeah.
So it's like that's given me a bunch of momentum. So it's like, oh, okay, I got through Ryan, I got through Kyle. I was just like, so there's a lot of tough dudes I went through, and I'm like, okay, this is. I feel like a lot of those guys were and Paul Ordia, like those are like literally like the flagship top tier guys from a lot of these teams that they expected to like be the top killers, and I was able to kind of like shut them down at the very least. You know, it's obviously ideal if you can score, but sometimes you got to be strategic about strategies with people at not giving up points, and then who can you score on more likely, and you got to save yourself for like the entirety of the whole competition. So as much as I would like to just, you know, stand and bang and go crazy with everybody, you got to be strategic about who you're going to try to express the full game of your jiu-jitsu with. I think we saw a bit more of that with my matches with Brad, my matches with Fedor, things like that, where I was really bringing it to people. So
awesome.
You know, do you expect to get back in? And is there anything about your approach that you would change if you do get back in?
What do you mean by get back in? Like as if I'm not an alternate tomorrow?
Well, no, I mean, do you expect to be started tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess so. I think even if like somebody wanted to say that like, oh, I'm good, I'll come back in. I think I've kind of like proven myself as good as any starter at this point, given that I've shut down guys who are really good. And I think you kind of would be, and then if anybody that would come back in, they're going to still have that added issue of a potential injury that's still going to play a factor. I think we're seeing like sometimes when people get an injury, let's just say you have a bad knee or a bad pop on your ankle, that's going to cause you to be more self-aware and defensive and not push forward like you need to, whereas I'm still, you know, mostly good. Like I haven't really sustained any injuries or anything like that, and it's allowing me to kind of push forward. So I think that doesn't give people anything to look for. Like if we see someone gets popped, They come back 2 days later. What do you think people are going to be hunting for?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, that guy, knee, going for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they went right for Davis's ankle.
Yeah,
first
unfortunately.
match.
Davis is a killer, but I feel like it's just tactically one of those things like any honest person would do. If you're trying to win.
Is there anything about your approach that you're going to change, or do you feel like what you've done so far, you're going to kind of lean into that?
I think one of the best things about me that I think could be expressed in a lot of my game that we've seen this week is I think I'm probably one of the most versatile people here, where I think everybody kind of like, they're probably surprised I haven't A-blocked anybody. But it's one of the things is that I don't try to limit myself to just being the A-block guy, just like, I mean, it's in there and it's a cool thing, and I've definitely had a lot of success with it. But it's just like being a guy who's good at heel hooks. Like it's another, I consider it just one of the many moves of the total cabinet of moves that you can look at. So it's like I don't have an over precedence on getting it, but it is a unique thing that I can go for. But it opens up actually, I think, other parts of my game where you're saying like my passing's been pretty good. Like Ryan Aiken's been heel hooking and dogging people, and I was able to shut him down with body lock. So I think that was a big statement. And then, you know, even with Kyle and several other people, I've been able to be very scary. Like even Paul's like, dude, I don't want to deal with Abe's passing. I'm going to stand up and wrestle. How often does Paul wrestle with people? You know what I'm saying? So he felt safer standing up with me doing a thing that he's not normally used to doing than being under me. So I think that those are statements unto themselves. They're all very talented, all very good, but I also thought that a guy who's known for being a guard player and doing a weird position like reverse close guard and A-blocks is suddenly body lock passing and camping on people, and they're like, what the heck? So I think it's catching people off guard. So I take it based off the individual to answer your question.
Kevin, do you have any questions?
A little bit of a, we talked about this a bit about what you have left for the week, but there's also been, the athletes have been told there's going to be a revisiting of the rules. I don't know if B-Max let you know.
Tomorrow, yeah.
This is a new position. I don't know how much you watched of last season, but we didn't see a lot of rubber guard versus body lock passing, right?
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of body lock passes. Now we've got you, we've got Chris Wojcik.
Yep.
Nathan Haddad's doing it, and we have a lot more rubber guard players than we've seen.
Yeah,
you planning
half the thing's 10 planets, so it makes sense.
yeah, you going to bat for a specific interpretation of that position?
It's mostly, I think it takes a more nuanced understanding of how the nature of body lock and even rubber guard. Like I'm not trying to have a bias towards one or the other, but I think it's like when it comes to inside passing as opposed to outside passing, which would be like Torianos or these wide things where you create lots of space to like maybe go to north-south or side control. Inside passing is a much slower game, and then we're inching. Like progression is literally me walking my knee past a knee or getting my head over here, keeping him flat. It's one thing if I'm just holding them there and I don't make anything, but if you see my knees trying to get, let's say, 2 knees on one shin, that is progression. And it's just like, dude, it's kind of like, I'm trying to think of a good, it's like if I was on the back, say I had the back, if I went from ankles in and then I got a bio triangle, I am progressing the position. If I start isolating an arm or something like that, we have all these things. We understand it when it comes to a very strong aggressive position, but maybe it's because those are much more common, like a back take position. Everybody knows that. It's like day one jiu-jitsu. What's the best position? Take the back. It's good thing to teach people. But body lock is maybe a bit more specific or esoteric, I would say. Like maybe I'm good at it and people just don't see it a lot. And rubber guard's also kind of niche, even though I know like it's popular amongst 10th Planet people, but it's not necessarily conventionally taught everywhere.
Yeah, it's also 2 positions that people hate, right? Like everybody's been on the bottom side of a good, you were talking about Paul Ardea being like, fuck that, I'm standing.
Yeah.
Like it's a position, everybody's been on the bottom side of a good body lock pass and been like, yo,
so
fuck this.
But like I look at it as the precedence is like as long as I'm moving forward, I don't know what fundamentally else I could do. So it's like the rubber guard just seems like you can just grab it and you're just, I still think I'm moving forward because I'm trying to get my knee over his knee. But I'm like, look, if I'm not actually trying to do that, yeah, call me for stalling. But if I'm actively trying to get past the hips and turn it into, let's say, like chest-to-chest half guard, I don't know how you could really fib me for that because he's literally just trying to put his leg in front of me and then he's not attacking me. He's not going for go-go's. He's not omoplating me. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, there's definitely been a difference in how, like, there's been some active rubber guards where people are trying to inch. You can see the progression. And then there's been rubber guards where people are, like, waiting for you to fuck up. Same thing with the body lock passing. There's people that are like, let me survive. Whereas, like, I have seen you actively moving to attack.
I want to pass.
Yeah.
Like, I'm legitimately there. I think that's part of why I've had success in, like, things like ADCC rule sets because I think they tend to reward aggression a lot more. And you're seeing that my skill development in those is largely influencing how I play these games, too. But it doesn't seem to maybe carry over to the way the judges are viewing it here, even though I still think like the idea of, I'm not trying to say like, hey, everybody should have initiations, but I think something like initiations is a good way to like determine like, oh, progression. It rewards people for constantly moving forward and creating it. Whereas in these sub-only rule sets, because we got, you know, we don't have points or anything, there's no real metric for he's doing something versus not doing something other than really big, rapid, dynamic change all instantaneously.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you'd considered a cartwheel.
I look pretty cool doing a cartwheel. Like, I think my cartwheels are just barrel wheels. Like, so, but no, I mean, it's in there, but it's like, I feel like the thing is the nature of a cartwheel pass. It's more showy than it is practical, I think. Whereas, like, we're seeing, like, a style of passing I saw everybody doing this weekend is this one that I saw Andrew Tackett do on CGI, where he's literally grabbing and pinning the bottom leg and the head. I do the same thing. It's a great pass. Like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, dude, I'm totally ripping that off. And the thing is that by nature is like doing a cartwheel pass, but you're running around him. Whereas a cartwheel, and it's even better because you're pinning everything.
Adjust and move,
100%. So it's like, to me, that's a much more controlled version of it, where I feel like you'll get these MMA guys or former wrestlers or something, and what they do is they just like, woo, and it's showy, but it's not practical. Whereas I think one of the greatest things about jiu-jitsu is extremely practical, and I think the rules should always be based off pragmatism. Like, this is what good jiu-jitsu looks like. Reward good jiu-jitsu. So the problem is I think there's also that contrast where we want it to be entertainment and spectator friendly, which totally makes sense. But, you know, we don't want to reward stalling, and good jiu-jitsu is not necessarily doing nothing. Good jiu-jitsu is moving forward.
Well, you know, I think this is going to be an ongoing discussion because I think we're just starting to see how coaches respond to it, how the athletes respond to it, how the challenges go down, because honestly, we're not sure how it's happening. We're watching it unfold in front of our eyes too.
We're all figuring it out. So it's part of, I think, the thing of jiu-jitsu is still, you know, fairly young. It's a young sport, I think, in terms of getting into these bigger medians and stuff like that. Like, oh, a lot of people are watching it, that kind of stuff. You know, events like that gain in popularity. A lot of people aren't used to them, or they're new to them, or something like that, especially when you're trying to create a new innovative rule set. There's some tinkering, and then you got to fix some stuff, add some things, and maybe you do a little bit of this, and you're like, maybe I don't want that so much.
I'm so glad you mentioned the word tinkering. Do you have any
tinkering guy?
Why would you assume that?
Yeah.
I just feel like you mentioning the word tinkering is an interesting thing because you may have stumbled upon yesterday when we were doing a segment on the show. Now, do you know what I'm referring to here?
Sorry, sir. No, I was focused on competing.
Yeah, but it was see, it was after the show, and you were making words, and this is how I know you were at least dialed into what we were doing.
Okay.
So we have a segment called Bullpen Court.
Okay.
On Bullpen Court, we have both the gentlemen take a different argument. And the argument at hand, yes, these two, unfortunately. And when we were doing the segment, we were putting it up to the idea of should alternates be allowed to go in freely?
Like, as in, like, switch them out when they want?
As opposed to as a result of injury.
I think it would be cool. I think it would add another dimension to game planning, and it would make alternates much more important. Because it's like, it's kind of like, I don't know, you ever play Pokemon or something. It's like, imagine you have to use a ground type versus its counter. And you're like, hey, this guy knows. He's just like, why is this guy using this reference?
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
Okay,
don't
I
listen.
just can't believe that you play Pokemon. I mean,
you think
that stash and those traps and pecs do not yell
Bro,
Pokemon.
he's got a lot of gym badges. You know what I'm saying?
I want you to look at these thumbs. These were made and grown on a Game Boy Advance SP. You see these money makers? You know how much I like smashed the B button growing up? I did that. They got that wide. They're very girthy thumbs, very powerful. Brought to you by Nintendo. So
we don't have as sponsors yet, but maybe we will.
Hey.
The reason why I want to bring this to your attention is we're in the middle of the bit. I'm setting up the bit.
Roger.
It looked like you were cleaning up and about to leave. Okay?
Okay.
Now you can tell me this isn't you.
I was trying to clean up, and I don't know. I'm not tracking.
No. I'm going to explain it.
He's going.
So I'm doing the bit, and I'm literally laying out the idea of we should let alternates, or we should discuss whether alternates should be allowed to do this. And I heard what I believe to be you at the time going, yes,
Yeah.
Because I need money.
He said, yeah.
He knew exactly what you meant that whole
That
time.
was me.
The slow play you're trying to do here of like, I don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
I mean, I look in there and I think I have more of a right to be in like some of these things than some of these guys. And I'm just saying, if we want I guarantee the coaches will be in favor of it because they'll be like, hey, you want me in there? You want me to smash some people? Imagine if I could just be placed in
Listen,
any
Abe,
place you want.
this is not the issue. The issue is you trying to pretend you had no idea what he was talking about. And you knew exactly, like when you chimed in.
I have to tell you, sir.
Yeah, it sounds like me.
Your slow play, it sounds like me.
Could have been.
Sounds like a dude without a mustache. You know those
I don't know, man, was he
unsavory people
handsome,
without
built,
mustaches.
have short thumbs?
Yeah.
It's Pollardia.
It's Pollardia. But the reason why is like I'm getting to the setup for a comedy segment. And then I heard you saying this and I was like, sir, I will discuss with you offline a little bit later. But then I was like, well, when I gave my ruling, I said, you know, I'm ruling in favor of the person who was arguing for the opportunity for athletes initially. And guess who argued that point? One, Kevin Sherrill, who has participated and also taken a day off. And at the end of it, he unfortunately lost due to running his mouth.
Yeah.
So
I'm the best lawyer in the PGF. Don't listen to him.
Other than
I'm
Pollardia.
no, the best.
Yeah.
You heard me. Let him know.
Okay.
So nonetheless, I just was, when I gave my ruling, I did say, I'm going to be completely forthcoming, having you on the sidelines yelling out, I want money. Let me bang, bro.
I'm the alternate that came here, and I'm just making money per match. So I'm
right.
Yeah, but if you flip that around and you were the starter and they said, yo, we're going to swap you out for
be better
dude over
So
here.
here's what
Yeah.
hold on.
You don't want that, right? So you better.
like, I don't know.
So the one
Skill issue.
Yeah.
The one area we did come to that I pitched when we were discussing last night was, I think I could be amicable to it without injury if the starter has to play so many matches without injury.
We could see that, like maybe the starter can only be replaced so many times. That could be interesting because I guess one way I'm looking at not just like being selfish as an alternate and be like, hey, give me money,
Right.
Is that I'm trying to state is like I think you can actually probably reduce the number of dramatic injuries that people are getting because they're forced to do as many days as they want and they're trying to come out and show and everything. But I think it also allows the longevity and the health of the athletes to be more. Because I don't think any of us want to just have our knees destroyed or you see athletes with their knees destroyed. We want good jiu-jitsu, which could involve like just getting the submission and people are being a little bit more real. But I also think like it's the second or third day, people are trying, you know, their adrenaline's pumping for the third time in a row. Like I'll do one day of competition and I feel so broken up. Imagine doing that 4 times in a row.
Yeah,
It's just the collective breaking of it is just it's hard on the body and everything. Even if you get the right amount of sleep, you're also in a hotel you've never been in or anything.
Brother,
Travel's hard.
we got to talk about spa days.
Yeah, like I know that tomorrow they're doing the ice bath and all that. That's awesome, and I think that's great that they're doing it. But like, I think it's one of those interesting things. Whereas like an athlete, when you travel, like the NFL or the NBA, if they're doing an away game, they get there like a week early.
Yeah,
like it's because their body has to adjust to the time zones and all these other things. I get we're in the sport. I'm not asking to dump $1 million on us, but just have some understanding that maybe there are some ways that we can help the athletes a little bit more, and the alternates, you know, I think could be a nice support system. And then it would really behoove people to really try to get high-level alternates in there, and the alternates could have another interesting dimension of the game. It's just like in like sports, they have second string and third string quarterbacks, but their literal job is to give the main one a break. So it's like they don't have to be as good as the first guy. They just have to be good enough to not mess up the game.
Well, good save from Sir. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no inclination or interest in what you were talking about. I was like, I
no
firmly know
recommendation
what
of those events.
Nonetheless, Abe, we're gonna let you get on out of here.
Roger.
But I will tell you, perhaps for PGF Court, we're still auditioning for bailiffs. Instead of intimidating the judge, we have you just over on the side at some point in the near future. But I just have to tell you, man, I was glad you got your start to shine.
Yeah.
We'll see how the rest of the week plays out. It looks very promising. We'll see more of you.
I'm excited, yeah.
But what's been really good is that you have been one of those people who said, I want my shot, and you've been making the most of it. And I've been very appreciative of getting to see your jiu-jitsu on the mats.
I'm here. I love the work that I get to do. I'm very proud of the work that I do, and it means a lot. And I think a lot of time it's like I think the best jiu-jitsu people look at competition like a time to learn, and I'm eager to get those classes in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like coming here, I can figure it out. There's so much talent here when we're competing, and it's in a consolidated area. This is a time where I can be like, okay, that's what I need to work on for the future. So I was excited to get in and get to show what I already know and what I need to learn.
Well, thank you, sir. We'll let you get on out of here. Much appreciation.
Of course. Thank you
for stopping in, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Abe Lamontagne is here, and he will be leaving now. Appreciation to him. Ladies and gents, I think that is going to do it for our interviews. Correct, boys? Great. So I believe it is time to actually do a segment that we heard was a favorite. We heard some people really enjoyed this segment. So without any further ado, we now take you to when only things can be settled, not here, not at the judges' table, not on the mats, but at PGF Court.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors. They are not skilled enough to be actors. They are actual hosts litigating on behalf of the athletes and the audience of the PGF at an undisclosed underground court in Las Vegas. Both parties have agreed to dismiss the internet and settle their disputes here at PGF Court.
Hello, everybody. That didn't happen like it was supposed to. Nonetheless, welcome to PGF Court, a segment where we take some of the biggest topics in all of jiu-jitsu, specifically here at the PGF, and we bring them to the attention of you, as only argued by my two co-hosts, Kevin Sherrill and Tim Freeman. Today, we have a major issue that has been happening here. On day 2, we saw it especially, and thus we are bringing it to your attention. The topic at hand: should grapplers be able to freely approach the judges and referees table during the competition? Ladies and gents, we need to get to the bottom of this, and I feel that there's no better way than to start off with 1 minute on the clock for one, Tim Freeman. Tim?
Well, I'm going to argue that you should not be allowed to indiscriminately approach the bench. I'm not a tyrant. Yes, you should be able to, but with particular conditions. Listen, they have the hardest job in the building. The judge has the hardest job. He's got to start the warning clock. He's got to track the shot clock. He's got to blow the whistle. He's got to throw the flag, all while keeping a keen eye on the Constitution, Kevin, of the PGF. These guys don't get paid enough. They work part-time at Foot Locker. They give zebra rides at the local 4-H on Sundays. They're out there struggling, and we can't have our contestants going up, throwing a tantrum, pretending like our judges are mommy and daddy. It doesn't work that way. The man next to me would have you believe that we need a parliament with people screaming and yelling and catcalling and wearing wigs. This is America. We're ruled by law. We respect the court. We ask, may we approach? We are granted permission, and we approach. It's not a free-for-all.
Thank you for your time, Tim. You have run out. We now go to Kevin's opening statement.
Well, I want to start off by agreeing with Tim. He's exactly right. This is America. We have freedom of speech. We have accountability for our officials, and in the PGF, our governing officials, among them are the referees. They govern these matches. They have a lot to say, and we need to hold them accountable, as we always have. We need to be free to throw that tee in the harbor. I want to hold them accountable by rule of angry mob. I think you should be able to approach the bench violently and at full speed. Raise your voice, have your dialogue with those referees, and create an open discourse. I think that's the only way we get to the most egalitarian, that means fair, solution for everybody.
You're not going to take your last 15?
I don't think I need it. I really feel like I killed it.
Okay, then you're going to start your cross-X right now. 1 minute on the clock. Kevin, please now ask your questions to Tim Freeman.
Mr. Tim Freeman, you brought up the Constitution. Is that something you value?
Yes.
Absolutely. And do you know the First Amendment?
Yes.
Could you state it for me, please?
Freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech. So I believe these athletes, while they are here in America, and while the PGF takes place in America, it should reflect our values of freedom of speech, which was made the First Amendment because of the sheer value it has for holding those people accountable. Now, I would like you to tell me why you believe that should be regulated.
I'm going to object to this question. Is this a cross-examination question, Your Honor?
Restate the question, Counselor.
Why do you hate free speech?
I don't hate free speech, Kevin.
Leading the witness, we're going to now get into our cross-examination for one Tim Freeman. Tim?
Kevin, do you believe in rule of law?
Yes.
Do you believe that your First Amendment should be backed up by the rule of law?
Yes.
Thank you. When is the last time you were arraigned? And when you were arraigned, did you hop over the banister and skip up to the judge and sit in his seat and spin around 3 times and strike the gavel?
Objection. I don't know what arraigned means.
So you
It's
have
very
not
dry.
been... Okay.
Hold on, Tim. Use simpler words. You know his limitations.
Have you ever had to go to court because you did something wrong?
Do speeding tickets count?
No.
Yeah, he said wrong. I feel like I don't think I
Okay,
was
so you've never been to court?
No.
Okay, so you don't even know how court works. Is that fair to say?
My 2 close friends are lawyers, sir.
But you've never been to court?
I assume standing around them has given
Kevin,
you
do you respect the PGF?
Yes.
So you do. Do you respect Brandon?
Yes.
But you don't respect his decisions to put judges in place?
Is Brandon a referee?
He's not a referee. He's the boss of the PGF.
So you admit that there is some...
He's George Washington. Okay? You don't respect that? Or you do?
And that'll extend the time that was given for cross-examination. God help us all. Tim, you can now start your closing statement.
Listen, God help us all, because this man would like you to have a free-for-all in the PGF. Why? Because he's uncouth, he's undisciplined, and he's wild. He wants to go buck wild like Elijah Carlton and the rest of the gang. All right? You can approach the bench. We have freedom of speech, but you have to do it in a way. You can't just run in and do what you want without being held in contempt. The more people we have rushing the bench, the less these refs can do their job. This man would have you believe in taxation without representation, because that's where he's trying to take us back to. And I say, no way, Kevin.
You're going to not use your last 30 seconds either?
Okay, I'll use my last 30 seconds. I appreciate that, because I don't have a clock and I can't see it.
It literally is up there.
Okay, well, I can't see it. There's a light in my
You now
way.
have 10 seconds.
Okay, well, Kevin, listen. It's not my fault you cheat on your taxes.
Okay. All right, let's now go to Kevin.
You wouldn't tell anybody.
Kevin, you have 1 minute on the clock for your closing statement.
Tim says that what I would have you do is take you back to taxation without representation. No, I would like us to remain independent. He called us uncouth, undisciplined, and wild. And you know what? We are. You know what also is? America. We need to be free to express ourselves. We need to be free to take to the streets. I'm bringing a musket with me, metaphorically, and I am going to uphold my literal freedom of speech. I need to stress metaphorically. I don't own a musket. I'm sorry.
Tim, yeah, we'll acknowledge you. I wouldn't normally, but what do you have to say?
I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
just want to object that he's making threatening statements to me right now.
A metaphorical musket.
This guy is going to shoot a metaphorical musket at me. Probably
I'm going to be
stuffed
honest with you. I'm
dirty
just
rash
letting the
guards.
time run out at this point.
Kevin, you've defiled yourself.
It's insane. You don't understand what metaphorical means, but you know the word arraigned.
Time's expired. Okay. Gentlemen, where do I begin? We are all dumber for having heard any of the words that came out of both of your mouths. I'm going to start with the argumentation. First and foremost, Tim, you threw out words that I'm not sure you fully understand, but Constitution was one of them. You also previewed an argument that didn't actually exist from your opponent. So you actually threw out an argument that wasn't even brought in, and that was during your opening statement. So thank you for that. But you did out very well in discussing the idea of Parliament for Kevin, and I think that was the crux of your argument. Kevin, your argumentation today, much better than it has been in the past. You seem passionate about this. You actually gave us thesis statements for your argumentation. During cross-ex, however, Tim Freeman is a powerful cross-examiner, and Kevin faltered to the point where he might have been arguing about freedom of speech and then said he's just a friend with a lawyer, which makes him a lawyer by proxy, which is not how it works. He's essentially just trying to make the argument he can say certain words in rap videos because he has certain friends.
I'm telling you.
However, where this truly fell apart is for both of you turning this from an argument about talking to the judges and the referees into a 4th of July parade. Gentlemen, this is a mistrial because you tied all the way through. You both had one good element and then totally screwed the closing statements. We will not be able to retry this for at least 6 weeks. There is no appeals process. You must deal with it.
Kevin doesn't believe in the 4th of July. I have the receipts right here, Your Honor.
What is that?
I forgot to present them. You always got to bring receipts to court.
You know
I
what, though?
up.
Hold on. I just remembered something. Truly, though, Kevin did not get his order. So in the true Make-A-Wish moment, I will rule in favor of him today.
Oh, my God. Didn't get his order. What does that mean?
You did not get his Starbucks order today, Tim.
Yeah, but I gave him something.
What did you give him?
Tell him what I gave you, Kevin.
What'd you get?
I don't recall.
I gave him a green drink because he was complaining about his Gordon Ryan tummy. And so I hooked him up with some greens. He said it was fantastic. And I said, Kevin,
this is senility. I don't
we
remember
are even for the tea. And he said, yeah, man, don't worry about it.
Is this true, Kevin?
He said it in a threatening tone, and I was scared.
I don't even have a
I'm not
metaphorical
sure.
musket, dude. Come on.
I should point out, when you're describing the fact that you have a musket, I hope that most people know you don't. But when you stop arguing and then really collapse under the weight of the picturing of a musket and loading it, I feel like maybe we're going to waste people's time.
I had an Always Sunny moment trying to get a musket into the court to make their point.
Well,
and I lost.
Unfortunately, the original ruling will stand since Tim did make amends. So this is unfortunately a mistrial. Thanks to both of you for trying, I guess. I feel bad.
For mistrying.
I felt like we mistrying indeed. Wow, that's the name of this one. Ladies and gents, that's probably going to do it for us here at the PGF. My head is ginormous now, so we're going to ease on back. We want to thank you guys for watching the action here. We hope you're enjoying the festivities. We are just halfway done. There's 2 more days of game play with the entire team, and then we get to the finale on Friday. So for the next 2 days, you can watch all the action live and for free here, wherever it is you're watching. If you're watching on the UFC Fight Pass, we'll be back again tomorrow. 3 p.m., you'll see some interviews. At 3:30, you'll see the official pre-show. And then at about 4 p.m., you're going to see the beginning of day 3 action. Then you're going to stick around afterwards, hang out with your buddies here, hopefully see a better PGF court. We'll see. And then, of course, we rinse and repeat and do it again Thursday, leading to the finale where somebody is going to win an additional $20,000. So that is what we got for you this week. We hope all is going well with you guys. Thank you so much for your support and love. Remember, like, comment, and share every opportunity you get. It has been a great day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.
The bullfight critics, ranked in rows, fill the enormous plaza full. But only one is there who really knows. And he's the one who fights the bull.